Greetings, my name is Vitaly Voluchai and I am co-founder and an on-screen talent of Maincast, a Ukrainian esports company established in 2018 by me and those of my colleagues who had around 10 years of experience in this industry at that time. We started as a relatively small collective of about 40 people. Now it's tripled in size, and in less than 3 years, Maincast became one of the leading European companies which specializes in esport content production and live broadcasting of competitive games. We own the exclusive rights to broadcast over 90% of premium tournaments in CSGO and Dota 2. Our channels consistently were at the top of views worldwide, and the number of partners eager to work with us was increasing, so we expanded into FIFA, Valorant, Apex Legends, Fortnite and other competitive games. We had plenty of long-term plans, but the Russian invasion put a stop to all that. Right after the first attack, we had to suspend our studio operations to keep our team and their families safe. A few weeks later, we started broadcasting remotely, and in the month, we were back at full-time studio work. While many other markets and companies were suffering from the war, keeping their staff at minimal capacity, we haven't laid off a single employee, because ensuring their safety and financial security in these turbulent times are our top priorities. That's why whenever there is an air alert, we switch the broadcast to our backup server and go to a bomb shelter.
У нас є газова грілка, і це прекрасно.
Till we receive an all-clear message. There were days we had like 3 or 4 alerts.
Повітряна тривога в Києві.
Добрий день, everybody. Це традиційно.
Together with missile attacks, so we stick to our safety protocol. And when we had a massive blackout because of Russians targeting our energy system, we brought generators to not rely on a general power grid and keep on working. Aside from our regular activity, we started negotiations with our international partners, tournament operators and teams to support Ukraine, encourage charity projects, develop exclusive merchandise, etc. In a certain way, we've become the voice of Ukraine for both local and international esport communities. We're helping our defenders and giving back to local communities by running fundraisers together with United 24 and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Charity show matches where we brought together the top names in traditional sports and esports, Ukrainian veterans and influencers, which resulted in almost $1 million of raised for charity. But first and foremost, Maincast continues to develop and produce content in the Ukrainian language to increase public interest in esport and strengthen our community. Now we own 90% of the total rights to broadcast esport tournaments in Ukrainian, and last year we were the first to cover the International Dota 2 World Championship in Ukrainian officially. In 2022, our Ukrainian language channels with Dota 2 and CSGO topped the list of the most watched channels in the country, having broken several records in a row. Due to our efforts, the total numbers of both hours watched and unique viewers of Ukrainian broadcasts of Dota 2 has seen a 450% increase and over 500% increase in CSGO. Moreover, the Ukrainian broadcast of the recent Blast Paris Major in CSGO for the first time ever was the first in terms of viewership in the world. The Ukrainian community is one of the staples of global esports. We were among the first to play and broadcast competitive games. Kyiv was among the first cities to embrace and cultivate not just its local
Nobody notices this, but James is wearing the FaZe Clan Nike shoes. So just shout out for the special kicks. Very impressive. That's right. That's right. You're on brand. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We had a very successful Member Monday. Just wonderful bringing this group of people, this community together, and it's been amazing.
In Sweet Home Chicago, we brought the weather. Oh my goodness. I'm just so happy that everybody did whatever they did and traveled so far to be here. And I cannot wait to share the Sweet Home Chicago menu at noon that everybody talks about.
I was just talking to somebody, and they were saying it's been so wonderful to see how, like, there's been specifically a taste of Chicago throughout the event, which is a big thank you to World Business Chicago, Kyle and Jack, who have worked tirelessly to really bring together all the specific details to make the event feel Chicago-specific, in addition to being esports-specific.
And I hope you all felt the Midwest welcome.
One shout out I want to make for specifically our sponsors is just a huge thank you. You know, we want to, can we get that slide up that has a list of every single one of our sponsors? Huge, obviously, thank you to Coca-Cola, our title sponsor, but every single company here has made this possible. It's a lot of work, not just bandwidth-wise, financially-wise, but I want you guys to just take a minute and evaluate who can I connect with. You know, yesterday I made a comment about partnerships in the esports industry. So it's a little bit funny. Sponsorships drive all this revenue, and there's a struggle to receive ROI. And so I kind of put it on us and our community. Let's let these sponsors know that ROI is possible, and let's start it with this conference. So if you see a company here that you're like, I could support them, I could collaborate with them, first of all, if you need an intro, talk to me and Megan. Like, the greatest thing about leading this conference is because it's our party, we can introduce anybody. So if you're a little nervous, say, oh, I don't know, Activision Blizzard, kind of cool. I'm a little nervous to say hello. Come grab me, come grab Megan, and we'll take you to Claire and say, you guys should meet. Yeah, I think we're ready to kick off these panels. We've got a great video to show. We've got unique research about to be presented by Leger. Super excited about that. We're talking with Epic Games, Fortnite Creative. We've got just a number of exciting panels that I'm just excited to sit in the audience and take notes and learn.
For sure. If you haven't had a chance to be on the show, I encourage you. Not only are we, thank you. Yeah. Not only are we wanting to hear your story, we're also looking for guest broadcasters. If you haven't taken a step into broadcasting yet, our first show today is hosted by Wim Stocks. If you would be his guest, it is a walk-up, walk-in, and yeah, there's many guest broadcasters and guest hosts. We really want everyone here to just experience community and make it your party.
Absolutely, yeah. So especially if you're a speaker, you come off the stage, you want to expand on what you said during your panel. We have limited time, of course. Go out to the lobby, and there'll be an interviewer there with to do a podcast with you to be able to expand on what you're doing. Our entire goal here is to highlight people, support people, and connect people. So in any way that we can do that for you, we're here for you. So,
and don't forget about the amazing Anthros chairs back there.
I would, oh yeah, try those chairs at the podcast station. Yeah, they're amazing. We're fighting over the pink ones.
That's right. I'm fighting not to get a pink one, and Megan's fighting to get them. So I think we'll work out some sort of negotiation.
It was smart that there was 2 pink ones.
Yeah.
I would love to just express so much gratitude to all of you for being here, for especially people that believed in us from the beginning. We made it through COVID. We've made it through so much. It's been a rough year for so many. And from me to you, thank you. If there's anything that we can do, we would really love to hear more. Probably we have 2 exciting announcements to make. The first announcement is we want to thank Coca-Cola. They have really brought it, and they're going to be raising our industry, not just for the association, for everyone. They are, thank you. If you haven't met Rachel and Jason, you'll meet them later. They will be having a few minutes of stage time because Rachel has volunteered to be our next event committee chairman. So she is just gonna make sure things get better around here. Not only that, I say that in joking. We're so grateful for the team and all that they do, and all of you and everybody. We could never do this yes. So not only are they sponsoring our conference next year, chairing it, they're powering up all of our chapters. And guess how? Not only is it going to be supported and brought to you by Coca-Cola, we are launching an esports leadership program for all of our chapter leaders.
So I feel so excited about this. I was actually privileged to, nobody actually knows this, but years ago, Megan hired a coach to coach me to become a better leader so the association could benefit, and I have benefited in many ways as a result of that. And so talking through, this is Megan's idea, what we're launching is a leadership certification program where we are gonna help our chapter chairs develop into better leaders to better lead their local communities with the belief that our community will benefit as a result. And major thank you to Coca-Cola to being a key partner in that effort. Without further ado, we have an impactful video from some of our friends in Ukraine to share a little bit about how esports impacts our friends out there and how esports has been impacted by recent developments.
Greetings, my name is Vitaly Voluchai and I am co-founder and an on-screen talent of Maincast, a Ukrainian esports company established in 2018 by me and dozen of my colleagues who had around 10 years of experience in this industry at that time. We started as a relatively small collective of about 40 people. Now it's tripled in size, and in less than 3 years, Maincast became one of the leading European companies which specializes in esport content production and live broadcasting of competitive games. We own the exclusive rights to broadcast over 90% of premium tournaments in CSGO and Dota 2. Our channels consistently were at the top of views worldwide, and the number of partners eager to work with us was increasing, so we expanded into FIFA, Valorant, Apex Legends, Fortnite and other competitive games. We had plenty of long-term plans, but the Russian invasion put a stop to all that. Right after the first attack, we had to suspend our studio operations to keep our team and their families safe. A few weeks later, we started broadcasting remotely, and in the month, we were back at full-time studio work. While many other markets and companies were suffering from the war, keeping their staff at minimal capacity, we haven't laid off a single employee, because ensuring their safety and financial security in these turbulent times are our top priorities. That's why whenever there is an air alert, we switch the broadcast to our backup server and go to a bomb shelter.
У нас є газова грілка, і це прекрасно.
Till we receive an all clear message. There were days we had like 3 or 4 alerts.
Повітряна тривога в Києві.
Добрий день, everybody.
Together with missile attacks, so we stick to our safety protocol. And when we had a massive blackout because of Russians targeting our energy system, we brought generators to not rely on a general power grid and keep on working. Aside from our regular activity, we started negotiations with our international partners, tournament operators and teams to support Ukraine, encourage charity projects, develop exclusive merchandise, etc. In a certain way, we've become the voice of Ukraine for both local and international esport communities. We're helping our defenders and giving back to local communities by running fundraisers together with United 24 and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Charity show matches where we brought together the top names in traditional sports and esports, Ukrainian veterans and influencers, which resulted in almost $1 million of raised for charity. But first and foremost, Maincast continues to develop and produce content in the Ukrainian language to increase public interest in esport and strengthen our community. Now we own 90% of the total rights to broadcast esport tournaments in Ukrainian, and last year we were the first to cover the International Dota 2 World Championship in Ukrainian officially. In 2022, our Ukrainian language channels with Dota 2 and CSGO topped the list of the most watched channels in the country, having broken several records in a row. Due to our efforts, the total numbers of both hours watched and unique viewers of Ukrainian broadcasts of Dota 2 has seen a 450% increase and over 500% increase in CSGO. Moreover, the Ukrainian broadcast of the recent Blast Paris Major in CSGO for the first time ever was the first in terms of viewership in the world. The Ukrainian community is one of the staples of global esports. We were among the first to play and broadcast competitive games. Kyiv was among the first cities to embrace and cultivate not just its local but international esports community, and can be easily called one of the world's esport capitals. Ukrainian players Alexander Simple Kostylev, Valery Bitvachovsky, Danilo Zevstaslenko, Danilo Dendy Shutin, Yevgen Yozhik Mostovik, Andriy Fogi Koren, Alexander Blais Vysyuk are famous all over the world among fans of their respective games. Over the past 13 years alone, more than 90 international tournaments in Dota 2, CSGO, League of Legends, Warcraft, Starcraft and other competitive games have been held in Ukraine, not to mention dozens of smaller tournaments from local leagues and federations. And this is the community we strive to support and develop, investing even more resources and more efforts of our team into constant improvement of Ukrainian esport broadcasts and content. A year and a half later, after the Russian invasion, having faced numerous challenges, we're still on the top of our game. All thanks to our team dedication and a hard work and consistent support from our friends, partners, and community.
Well, it's really inspiring to see how esports is so impactful across the world. And right now, we're going to welcome Ethan Bonder from Leger, and we're going to talk a little bit about what esports is all about here specifically in the United States. And so what I'm so excited about for this research report that Leger has provided, first of all, it is free to every member of the Esports Trade Association. So that's one of the values that we're providing today. Secondly, something that's been a little bit of a frustration for me throughout my esports career, and maybe for some of you, is all these numbers are global, right? All these research reports we see, and it's like, what does this mean for my country? What if I have a company that doesn't have global reach? What if I'm just in the US, which is the case for many companies? And so Ethan and his team have pulled together a research report. This is the US esports market. Ethan, come join me and let's talk through it. Please welcome Ethan Bonder.
All right, this thing is on. Okay, first step is done. Perfect. Thank you, John, for that introduction. Yeah, like you said, we've been collaborating on designing and executing this study over the past couple months. It's been a real big pleasure, and we're super excited to tell you guys some of the findings. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. So, why are we here? What are we actually about to do for the next 45 or so minutes? And just a quick note here. So this is pretty jam-packed. We have a lot to cover, lots of data points, numbers, figures, all that fun stuff. And we do want to give about 5 to 10 minutes for questions at the end. So please don't hesitate to ask anything you want. But if it feels like you missed something, or you'd like to go back and double check, this will be made available to everyone, like John said. So for all the other data nerds in the room like me, you'll have all the time in the world to pore over it. on your own time once this is released. So what will we address today? First, we want to talk about, what did we set out to achieve? So why did we run this study? What was the main purpose? And then how did we achieve it? What did we find out? And then, the real big important question of the day is, what can you take away from it? So what does it all actually mean? So the first question there is the key objectives of today. So why did we actually run this study? What did we look to find out? And in general, in a nutshell, what we wanted to do was to provide an overview of the American esports landscape. So that really boils down to these 6 questions, or at least it did for this study. So that's, what's the incidence of esports participation? And by the incidence, we mean, how many players and followers of different esports leagues are there among those who participate through either of those ways? What games or leagues do they play or follow? What other activities, other than playing the video games and following the leagues, do they actually consume? What's a couple notes on the prospective growth, so the future of esports and the revenue channels within it. Among those who don't participate, then on the other hand, what are the top current barriers to playing or following a league or a game title? And then finally, we want to end by just taking you through some demographics. So what does the Gen Pop look like, and then how do the esports landscape folks compare? And so just a quick note on methodology here, and then don't worry, we're about to get into the data. But we just wanted to let you know how we did this. So these were online surveys. We fielded them in mid to late June, and you'll see we got a sample size of just about 3,000, and that was mainly 18 plus. So when we talk about American adults throughout the day here, that's what we mean, 18 plus, all throughout the United States, and we made sure it was representative. So we have a representative proportion by age, gender, and region across the country. And then we also threw in a boost of teens. So when we say teens moving forward today, that's going to be 15 to 17-year-olds. I think this is, everyone would agree, and we've already heard it 100 times throughout yesterday, how important that market is going to be as they continue to mature and age. And I should have asked this first, but everyone in the back can hear me, correct? Okay, good. So as we go through, you're going to hear a lot of these common terms here. So in terms of the different subgroups that okay, this is actually going to be difficult. So I have certain things that pop up and are hidden in the deck I sent. If they're hidden here, they're not going to pop up. Not sure if we can fix that on the fly.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll talk
Call it
through
an
whatever
audible.
is hidden.
Yeah.
All right. So what this would have said was that we broke respondents in general into different groups. So one, we call them gamers moving forward. So that's people who play the games. Players of any of these titles below that you see, and you'll notice there's a couple catch-alls there, so sports games like EA or 2K, as well as just other video games. So we tried to capture the most popular titles, but obviously there's hundreds of games out there, right? So we couldn't ask them online, hey, look at this 300 list of games and tell us which ones you played. And the other main group that we looked at was followers. So that's anybody who follows at least one esports league, at least on occasion throughout the year. So that could be anywhere from, I've checked to see who won the big tournament for the biggest title, or I looked up the standings one time, all the way to I follow every week, I'm a diehard fan, I consume everything that is esports and their given leagues. Okay, so without further ado, we can actually start getting into the data here. So the first question of the day was incidence. How many people actually participate in esports among the 18 plus? And what we see here is that 54% of American adults are gamers, so they actually play at least one of those video game titles in the past year. And sorry, I know it looks a little weird with all the overlap here. They're having some sort of issue. But anyway, we'll talk through it here. So 54% are gamers, whereas 38% of American adults are followers, at least on occasion, right? So you can see that pie is split into two. It's about 25% are your more frequent followers, whereas about 13, the remainder is on occasion. So once you put that together on the either or, we have just about 3/5 of the American adult population either follow or play these games. When we broke that out into the teens, you see those numbers actually skyrocket. And I'm not sure, but I don't think that really should come as a surprise to anybody. And that one of the findings was that the market of the 15 to 17-year-olds right now, their playership and the extent to which they follow these esports leagues, their involvement with esports is much higher than the average American adult.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear what that was. Okay. So then once we broke out, whoops. Sorry, I have
Can
to
you hit
rewind.
mute on that in the back? Thank you.
Yes. Can we go back one slide? Okay. So once we broke out or zoomed into that landscape, so those who participate in esports, right? So they either play or they follow. We did a little Venn diagram here. So you'll see that 1/3 of those people, they just play, they don't follow. And on the other side, only 5% just follow, they don't play. And the key number here that we wanted to show you is this middle of the Venn diagram. So 62%. So what we're seeing here is just about 3 and 5 both play and follow. So once you can kind of, in a nutshell, what that really means is that if you're participating in esports, chances are you're going to be playing and following. And on the right and left side, you can see what that also means is that if you're following an esports league, you're also nearly guaranteed to be playing at least one of the games.
I thought that was a really cool stat because if you think about this from a traditional sports standpoint, there's so many people who watch and follow, let's say, NFL football or what have you, but don't play, right? And so what I take from this is such a great percentage of the audience is also playing. And so for you as a brand, if you're trying to figure out how do I integrate in this space, is just like Coca-Cola has done here with our gaming house activation, give the audience an opportunity to play at these events, not just to watch. So you bring people in to watch the pros, watch the best people in the world play, but also give people an opportunity to play and compete themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And then once we zoom in on the same thing, but just among teens, you see those numbers go up even more. So that point John just made, that goes, even more so for the teen audience. And you can see that all of these numbers on the left and right side, they're quite high. So essentially, this is another sign that we're seeing everything that we say for the adults, the teens are even more of a prospective market group. And so here what we did was we said, okay, so if you're a player and a follower in our survey of at least one game, we wanted to find out, okay, well, which one did you do first, right? What came first, playing or following? And what we found was that just over half said that they tend to play first and then they follow. And then the remaining 2/4, one of the quarters said, well, I tend to follow first and then play. The other quarter said, well, it depends on which game we're talking about here. And so, again, I'm not sure if this really comes as a huge surprise to anyone in the room, but we found this really interesting, and we'll touch more about, or we'll loop back on this as we go through the rest of the data. But basically what we're saying here is that if you want people to follow the games, one of the top key drivers of attraction is just getting them to play first. And I've already had a couple really interesting conversations with the folks in the room who their job or the scope of their role at their whatever companies or whatever startups or whatever have you, they don't mention at all, we want people to follow our leagues or we want people to follow the leagues. It's all about growing the education and the awareness and getting people to play. That's it, right? And especially I know it was mentioned yesterday, especially if you think about the teen market in the US, there's a lot of talk around, let's just get kids to play and to learn how to play. Let's just give them access to these games. So again, we'll touch more about what this means later, but I know, at least personally, I found this to be a really cool finding. Okay, so we just touched on how many people play, how many people follow, and now among them, what do they play and what do they follow? So what we found here in the gray, that's your 18 plus versus the, I'm bad with colors, but let's call it burgundy. That's your teen gamers. So among those that have played at least one game, what games did they play? And we see on the left side, it's Call of Duty, Fortnite, and sports games. That's kind of your top tier in terms of what games they actually play, followed by your Halo, Apex, LoL, Rocket League, and so on and so forth. And then on the right side, we wanted to point out is that that's the average number of games that these people played. So among those American adults who play at least one video game, their average in the past year is 3. So they play at least 3 different games. And of course, that's an average, right? So some will only play 1, and we'll touch on that a little bit later. Some might play 10. Now looking at a similar chart, but now it's not among those who play, what do they play? It's among those who follow, what leagues do they follow? But again, we're seeing the same thing. So a little bit of a pattern here. It's Call of Duty, Fortnite, and sports games. This is your top tier in terms of what actual league titles do they follow. And then again, it's Halo, it's Apex, it's LoL. That's what we're seeing. But so one thing is that we're seeing is that it's not only the most popular games right now to play and follow in terms of their leagues, but on the right side, you'll see also that the average number of leagues that these people follow, that's a way higher number than the average number of games that they play. So this is kind of our first indication that the people who follow the leagues, that has like the cross participation of league followship, is much higher than the cross play of league participation. I see a hand up. Yeah, we'll get to you, I guess, at the end.
We'll do a Q&A
right?
at the end,
Yeah.
so hold your question.
I'm very
but we
tempted
definitely
because I want to know, but I'm going to
yeah.
hold back. All right. And then this is the last thing we want to show you kind of in this series of charts here, which is among those who play or follow at least one league or game, what games are they actually even aware that there is a league for? And so the good news is that this number actually, if it showed, it would be just around 100%. So most of those who play, well, actually it would be 100% actually, pardon me there. But what I wanted to point out was that among those who don't follow any games, awareness is 72%. So of course with data points like this, are you glass half full or glass half empty, right? I see 72%, which is, I didn't know what to expect, to be honest, but it could have been 40, 50%. That would be that would probably be a big gap, but there's still 28% left, right? And what we're seeing here is if you follow Call of Duty, Fortnite, sports games, Halo, those are the biggest games in terms of awareness for people who are actually aware that there is a league for it. That's, if you see the pattern here, it's the same games that people are aware of, has the highest participation, highest followship in their leagues. So what we're seeing here is that awareness is a really key driver of esports league involvement and following them. And also, right, that's the hidden thing. So also what we would have seen on the bottom is that among the teen group and just the Gen Pop, so those who don't even follow included, it's the same thing. So awareness kind of follows that more so, I guess, linear path that we're seeing among which different games people are aware of.
This next chart is my favorite, and it surprised me in a number of ways. So I want you, Ethan, to kind of explain what the colors mean and dive in a little deeper on the play of multiple games or not playing multiple games, because this surprised me in some ways, and in other ways I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, sounds good. And yeah, let's take a minute here just to explain what is on the screen. I know it kind of looks like a crossword puzzle game that you would play in the morning over coffee, but I'll explain it a little further here. So what we're seeing firstly along the top row, that's the percent of those who play, and we'll pick on the first column, right? So Call of Duty is on the far left, and let's say we'll take Smite at the very bottom row. So what we're seeing here is that that's the percent of Call of Duty players who also play Smite. So this is a cross-play table. Some of those in research or who have worked with researchers like me would have seen something like this, but essentially what we're seeing is that we want to see the cross-play between players of each game. And the difference between a red and blue is that the lower the incident or the cross-play is, the more red it will be. The higher that it is, the more blue it will be. So again, let's look at the first column and the second last row. What that's telling us is that there is a relatively low proportion of Call of Duty players who also play Smite. But on the flip side, if you go all the way to the far side column, the far right, and the top row, you see that the proportion of people who play Smite who also play Call of Duty is very high, right? So think about that for a second. What we're seeing is that if you play, and I'll put it in layman's terms here, if you play Call of Duty, there is a low, or it's not completely likely that you also play Smite, but if you play Smite, there's a very high possibility that you play Call of Duty, a very high likelihood. So another way to say it is that as you're going right to the more niche games, because this is the same, we're going left to right in terms of what games people play, right? So as the main finding here is that you get more blue and less red as you go to the right side. So to put it in maybe less confusing, proper English here, what we're seeing is that crossplay grows among the more niche or the smaller market games, and exclusive play is more common among the bigger name titles. There's a couple of reasons this might be, right? But one of the things potentially is that Call of Duty is kind of an entryway game into the world of gaming, right? And so is your Fortnite. So potentially that could mean one of two things, is that once you start playing Call of Duty, you're then open up to the world of everything else, but also potentially that's your more casual gamers, right? Yeah, I played Call of Duty one time 1 month ago with friends on a Friday night or something, but I'm not really a huge gamer. So maybe that's what we're seeing as well, but what we're really seeing is that if you play the smaller market games, you're playing everything.
And this is a chart that obviously takes a while to digest. And so we urge all of you members, download the research so that you can really dive into it. I love this chart for brands, because if I'm a brand and I'm entering the world of esports, I'm thinking, where do I need to put my spend? Where should my awareness be so that I'm hitting that same audience over and over and over again? A lot of people oversee that there's not just one demographic that's just gamers. Like, oh, I'm sponsoring esports. It's like, no, the League of Legends audience is different from the Call of Duty audience, etc. Right? But what I love this, it's like, okay, I want that Call of Duty audience. Where else are they? What are they playing? Surprisingly, not Counter-Strike. I had predicted that, like, if you're playing Call of Duty, you're playing Counter-Strike. Now, if you play Counter-Strike, apparently, as your first game, you're playing some COD. But I just love this because it gives me so much information from a marketing consulting perspective of like, okay, how do I get this audience and how do I meet them in the other places that they are when they're playing games?
Yeah, for sure. And remember what we're seeing here, right? So the farther or the more blue it is, the higher the crossplay. And what we're really seeing here is that as we move to the right or to the more niche games, so to speak, we see more blue. But now what does it look like in terms of followers? So the percent who follow, for example, the Call of Duty League, who also follow the Smite League. So I'm going to click this button here and we'll see an even more pronounced story, right? So this, obviously, this is way, way, way more blue. And again, this speaks to the fact that those who actually follow a league follow a ton of different leagues, at least relative to the participation case. So what we're seeing here is two things. One is that what we said before, and that the more niche games have a higher crossplay. We're seeing the exact same thread or the exact same story for following different league titles, but it's even more pronounced. So cross-followship is a lot higher than cross-play in esports in general here. And yeah, like John said, so this is, hopefully everybody will take the time once this report is released to just pour over the data however you like, right? It is a bit of a choose your own adventure, and we know there's a lot here. And there's a little legend at the bottom for when you do. So there's it's broken out into groups of 10%. So now moving forward, so now talking about consumption and spend. So we've been talking about what games do they play, what leagues do they follow, right? But as everybody here knows, there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more different channels of revenue that are in this industry. And so we wanted to dig a little bit deeper into that. So what are people actually participating in? So this is something that we'll just speak to. Luckily, the report, again, will be released to everybody in this room, so you'll be able to actually see the rows. But what this would say is that among those who played or followed for free or for real money, about 5 and 6 participated in a different activity. And by that, we're talking about, go attend a tournament, watch tournament from home, listen to a podcast or a YouTube channel, play fantasy esports, bet on esports, anything under the sun like that for free or for real money. So about 5 and 6 participate in anything other than play or follow leagues. And what we saw was that not only is it that the vast majority consumed some other form of content related to the games or the leagues that they follow or play, but that the top tier was informational content. So it was, tuning into Twitch channels, streaming a tournament live, or even attending a tournament live. Those were the most popular things that people consumed. And then we focused in on, sorry, the words are jumbled there, but participation for real money. So they had to have at least spent a non-zero number on these activities. And what we're seeing is that about 1/3 of the esports participators actually spent money other than playing the games in the past year. And then the most common thing that they spent money on was that they purchased merchandise related to an esports league. And I'm not sure if this really comes as a surprise or not, but I mean, is this what you expected to see?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is if you're following a league, you're more highly engaged, right? So that's the most engaged gamers that we're seeing. And then obviously not only do you spend time watching, but you have this fandom that's being driven by merchandise and sales in that regard. Yeah, for sure. And just on that first point, so in this call-out box here, we found that 33% of any of the esports participators, so that's players or followers, spent money on these activities. But among those who don't follow, only 2%. So what we can glean from that really is that spend in these channels is almost exclusively driven by league followers. So if you remember, one of the first things we saw was that that actually just playing a game and nothing else, that is a really good way to get people to follow a league down the line. So of course it's more of a bridge, and maybe that's a longer term thing. But what we're seeing at the end here is that revenue is in these channels is driven by followers. So perhaps for many people in the room, one key takeaway that we'll get to at the end is that the end of the line, that end goal, is to get people to follow. But there's many different ways or different drivers that you can access to get them to follow and to raise that number up. One thing that was interesting here too is the betting on the outcome of an esports event, and I'm really interested to see a year from now as esports betting is growing by leaps and bounds. I think a lot of this has to do with access or kind of awareness, and so I think a year or two from now we're going to see that really jump. Yeah, and realistically, I've seen a lot of data that supports this, but esports is going to be a part of the rest of the sports betting wave that we've been seeing over the past 5 years since, I guess, 2018, since the PASPA went through. So it'll be very interesting to see I'm sure this is the common thought, especially for more outsiders, but where does esports fall under, right? Is that entertainment, sports, or both? And what we have seen so far is that with betting and with fantasy, people want to play that just like they want to play fantasy NFL. And so now, among those who spent money on these respective activities, how much did they spend on average in the past year? And the key takeaway here is that the merchandise and the betting on the sports outcomes here, or on the esports events, that is, those are the highest. So, and remember, what we saw on the previous slide is that these two were in the top tier of the incidents who actually spent money on it. But not only does it have the most people who spend money on it, but those who do spend money, it also has the highest spend on average. And now this slide here, what it shows us is two numbers. So in the pink or the bright red, we asked them, how likely are you to participate in the following in the next year? And then right below it, we have the actual participation from the past 12 months. So we have future versus past, or future year or 12 months versus the previous 12 months. And really the takeaway here is that these numbers are all basically the same. In any research study, you got a margin for error. So even though, for example, played an esports tournament, that's 18 versus 16, we view that as more or less consistent. So none of these really pop out or jump from future versus past. And so realistically, what we're seeing here is that among those who currently participate, consumption and spend really is expected to stay stable over the next year. So what I take from this is, you have people saying, oh, esports is just a fad, or these other things with this market correction that we're experiencing. And so what this is telling me is, no, this is here to stay. I'm a big believer because literally every kid is a gamer nowadays, but this data tells us, hey, even with the volatility in the economy and all these other things, esports is something that's stable and is going to continue to grow.
Yeah, for sure. And as we saw, right, all of the revenue right now is coming from people who follow these leagues, right? So among those that currently follow the leagues, that's going to stay stable, which is a great thing. But again, this speaks to the, I guess, the opportunity in just growing the pool of those who actually follow, right? So it's not about getting the current slice of the pie to spend more, so to speak, or maybe that's not the immediate opportunity. It's about growing the size of that slice. So we talked a lot about those who actually play or follow the leagues. What about those that don't, right? As you remember from like one of the first slides, that's a lot of people still. So what are the top barriers? So we asked them, okay, you don't play any video games or esports titles. What are your top reasons that you would say that you don't currently play them? So here in this first box, what we see is kind of 3 overlapping things. So the second one is, wouldn't excite me. Third one, I don't have time to play. And the first one says that I don't think it'd be a valuable use of my time. And that's basically saying it's not exciting enough for me to think that it's a valuable use of my time. So here's where the value proposition really comes in. And we think that this number one thing, it's more so maybe it's not realistically that it's not exciting enough. It's that they don't perceive it to be exciting enough. So for whatever reason, these people just haven't been reached yet with that value. They don't see the value, but it's not like that can't change, right? So this really speaks to education, marketing, trying to get through and connect with these people. And that's why perhaps one of the ways to do that would be to focus on this second tier where we're seeing things like accessibility issues. These games are too expensive for a lot of people. None of the people that they spend the most time with like to play, or they think they wouldn't be good at it, right? Someone was talking yesterday about how it's like there's a bit of a stigma or a learning curve among especially the older generation. They say, well, I don't want to go to that event or that tournament because I'm going to get schooled and I'll embarrass myself or whatever have you. Whereas the teens coming through, it's more normal for them to go and have these events, so they're kind of more open to it. So there's that education piece. They don't know what games are to play, and there's one row that's hidden. It was going to pop up, but at the very bottom we have 1% that says basically I don't want to be judged by my peers. And we were talking about that earlier in that number would have been much higher 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think that's really cool, and it's a great point, is that, I always say, like, gaming's cool, and the cool kids game, And so years ago, you had a lot of, call it closet gamers, right? Like, you didn't want people to know that you're a gamer. And now, I would say that's actually flipped the other way, where people are like, no, I do game, it's part of my identity, and it's a way to connect with others.
Yeah, and remember, we're talking to the whole universe, essentially, of Americans who don't play video games. That was the reason for 1% of them, so that's next to nothing. So in terms of whatever stigma might have been around earlier on, that is not what we're seeing based on this data anymore. Same goes for reasons for not following the leagues. Same top tier there, don't have time, it wouldn't excite me. I don't think this would be a valuable use of my time. But what we wanted to point out, even though that second tier is the same, and we've already mentioned, like, maybe focus on mitigate or alleviating these barriers to get the top tier to start, those barriers to start being sort of broken down. But also notice that certain things, like it'd be hard for me to understand how the games work. I don't know where to follow the leagues or how to, like this awareness and education piece. These numbers are even higher here. So we just wanted to point that out.
I wonder with that second one, if we broke it out and said, my spouse says this is not a valuable use of my time, what percentage that would be?
Pardon
me? I think they got it.
Yeah.
Put down the controller, take out the trash.
Yeah, so for next year, I think maybe we'll add that for a row. Right. Yeah. Okay, and then lastly, what we wanted to show you before we wrap it all up with some takeaways is the demographic piece. So the first thing we want to show you is that we broke out the gamers versus the followers, and of course there's some overlap in between as we saw, but versus the Gen Pop, the census data. So we broke it out by gender, age, ethnicity, primary ethnicity that is, so Caucasian versus other, education, income, and employment. And what we saw was where you see the green rectangles, that's where we saw some skews. And what we saw is that if you're a participator in esports right now in America, you're more likely to be male, younger, so that 18 to 34 group, other, so non-primarily Caucasian, as well as employed. And just a note on that employed piece is, yes, there's obviously a factor there where there's fewer 55 plus people, which means fewer retirees. So not being employed, you can be retired. So I think the main focus here, or the main takeaway that we can really speak to, and we've seen it in similar industries as well over the years, they skew younger, male, and non-Caucasian. And this will be really interesting because another thing that we've seen in similar industries, at least over the years, is that as the industry continues to grow and succeed, like for example, the 15 to 17-year-olds come in and then that number, that incidence grows even further, well, you're running out of people who are just male, who are just young, and who are just non-Caucasian, for example. So these numbers will, over time, if you get the growth and actually achieve that, that will start looking more like the Gen Pop. And then finally, we just wanted to touch on social media here, social media usage. So what you see in front of you is a lot of numbers, but we'll break it down for you here. What we're seeing is that the red line here is the Gen Pop, yellow line gamers, green line followers, and blue is this hardcore fan. Those are people that at least, or for at least one game, they play and follow the league frequently. So what we see at the end of the day, you know, the top finding here realistically is that the order or the hierarchy of the social media sites that are actually used, pretty much the same, whether you're Gen Pop, a gamer, a follower, or neither. So YouTube is the top one used on a weekly basis. Then Facebook, and obviously that includes, you know, your Facebook Marketplace, all the other applications, whatever have you. So it's YouTube, then Facebook, then Instagram, then Twitter. So that goes for every single group all across America. But what we're seeing is that if you're a gamer or a follower, your participation across the board in any of these apps or social media sites is far higher than the average or the general population. So what you can take away from that is that esports fans and people who participate in esports, they're also heavier users of social media.
So with this, what I'm taking from a market perspective is if I'm in esports, I need a strong social media strategy. Is that accurate?
That is what the data would tell you, yeah, for sure. I'm no social media whiz or anything. I just do the research, but definitely that is accurate based on what we're seeing here. And I think what's interesting, too, is that one of the unique things about this teen market, these up-and-coming market, is that they're not like us, right? They do different things. They're interested in different things. Their day-to-day looks different, obviously. So when you look at the bottom right, the top sites used, yeah, that's YouTube still, and it probably comes as no surprise to anyone. But then it's TikTok. So TikTok is the 5th among adults, all the way to the 2nd among these teens. So that will be a really important channel, obviously, to reach them moving forward. And then in the top right, just real quickly, the percentage of these people who follow at least one esports player or league or team on social media, that's about close to 50% of followers and about a third of actual gamers. Ooh, this one will be tough because they were also hidden, but we can round it up here. So what we found out was that over half of American adults participated in esports in the past year, right? That's 54%, and 38% are following the esports leagues. Because that crossplay is so high, what we found is that that 57% either played or followed. So that speaks again to the crossplay. Like we said before, if you are participating in esports, the majority of those people are playing and following. And then what we also found was that a key takeaway there was that it was Call of Duty, sports games, and Fortnite. Those are the most common games to play and to follow, and in terms of awareness. And what we found was that awareness was a really key driver of participation and following. But then also from those crazy looking cross-play tables, what we saw as well is that those games, even though they're the top market things, and that the smaller niche games have the highest crossplay. They could be treated as either gateway games into the smaller market games or the niche games, or they could even be seen as, okay, well, if so many people follow their leagues, and I manage a Smite league, for example, it's like, what are they doing? How can I model myself after them? What do I like that they're doing that I could potentially kind of work off of or get inspired? And then I think the main thing to take away, at least for me, I'm not, it's a choose your own adventure here, so whatever have you, but is that what we found was that the revenue coming in from esports comes from those who follow the game. So that would tell you if the goal is to make revenue, you need to get more people to follow esports leagues. However, the ways to get people to follow more sports leagues, a huge part of that is just getting them to play, right? So just get people to play. That is going to be a huge bridge, and it sounds like there's a lot of people in the room that have already come to this realization and are doing a great job already. So that's awesome to see. But it's getting people to play, as well as that awareness key is huge, and that education, right? So you can kind of see how they all kind of interweave in between and throughout one another. But that would be, I would say, if you take anything away from this, it's about awareness, education, and just getting people to play. And then the last note here would have just been, again, to round up on the demographic piece. They skew younger right now, male, non-Caucasian, and then a higher percentage of employed. Anything to add there?
Questions?
Questions?
Great. James has a microphone, so please raise your hand if you have any questions.
We got to give it to the guy in the middle. He's been waiting the whole time. No, sorry, back. We're picking on you now.
Yeah. Thanks, this is awesome. I think one big thing, especially with everyone, different locations, different chapters, geographical location. Did you guys ask zip code in your surveys that could help us understand, like, especially for what games based on what areas, like in Texas versus Washington, what helps like these different chapters reach out to different youths, right? Like, and Fortnite might be bigger in Texas, whereas Halo might be bigger in Washington. And did you guys have that so that we can have that barrier to entry so we could understand like how to outreach to kids? Maybe.
Yeah, so we could take a look at that. Usually we like to break things out first regionally, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of, I'm making it up, right? But what do people play in Fort Worth or Dallas or something like that? The problem with that is that once you break out the 3,000 people by city, you usually don't have a big enough sample size. But we could at least have a look to see how granular we could get. At the very least, we could cut it into regions of the
Yeah, I
states.
think that'd be great to know that.
Yeah, we
region.
could have a look at that for sure.
So earlier I was talking about it was a 15-year-old black kid that's here in the city of Chicago that has an esports team. So I wanted to know, like, as I'm literally looking at it, it's just like a coincidence that we're talking about 15 to 17-year-old youth. I want to know, like, could you guys like help us like track like giving access, when you give access to these games to underserved communities, how does that have an impact on the kids' education and performance, and then how does it go on to college? Do those kids end up getting careers, or do those kids end up actually getting a game, like a job in gaming?
That's a tough question. I'm gonna let John speak to that. I have a knack to only speak to the data points that I collected. I don't want to speak out of turn, but we'll see what John has.
Yeah, I think it's, well, question specifically for Ethan should be specifically the data that he shared here, because there's a lot of questions, and that's a fantastic one, but it's beyond the data. But I saw, Claire, you raised your hand, and you might have some insight from a NASEF perspective, specifically with Dee's question. So right next to you.
Yeah, NASEF has 4 years of research into involvement in esports programs in high school, and then interest in things like STEM careers, school affiliation, attendance, all of that, and it's all available on the website, so at nasef.org/research.
And I think that's a great example of how wonderful it is to be part of the ESTA and be able to engage resources like that, not just from data that you might get from a data source, but from the actual primary. So awesome, thank you so much.
Yeah, and obviously once, this is coming soon to everybody here, all the members, so once you look through it. And yourself, if any other questions, just reach out. So my email is also in the report. So any other questions?
You can only go once. Just kidding.
Oh, man, sorry. No, I think I missed it maybe on that last slide. I was curious about the shift in social media. You'd mentioned or talked to it amongst teens. Was that on that last slide? Because on every other slide you showed, all right, 18 plus, this is the percentage of what they're doing. But for the shift in social media, are you seeing a larger shift for the teens and what they're using? Are they still using YouTube, or is there a larger shift towards TikTok? Because from what my team's looking at, a lot of shift is going towards esports on TikTok. And I wasn't sure if that showed in your last slide or if you guys are seeing that.
Yeah, so that was general.
Okay.
So, for example, the YouTube numbers, you'd notice they were super high, right? Among the Gen Pop, obviously they wouldn't all be looking at esports, especially those that don't play or follow anything. So that's what we can really speak to here. I mean, we can talk about that later in terms of what do they actually use these social media sites for, but I mean, you would have to, you can make an educated guess that the shifts in social media, so long as there is ample distribution of esports on those channels, like for example TikTok, we know TikTok has a lot of esports content now. So when TikTok goes up, it kind of lifts all the boats within it.
One thing I learned years ago, I used to work for a big company, and we had an agency do a research report on what was the platform, the one media platform we should focus on from an esports perspective. And we absolutely thought it would be Twitch before we did the research. And it turned out to overwhelmingly be YouTube. And a big reason is the Google ecosystem. So, one rule of marketing is, how do I reach people I want to reach when they're not with me, right? And so the fact that you have Google Maps, you've got SEO, and then you have all sorts of content of other types on YouTube, it's just overwhelmingly, that's the reason why YouTube is #1 there. One final question. I see a hand up. James?
From a technology perspective, do you have any data points on the types of displays that the different demographics are utilizing and their choices that they make?
We do not, but we're often asked questions that are kind of not similar to that, but of the same kind of a degree of normalcy, and our answer is always we can create the whole universe for you fairly quickly and easily if we just don't have it in our back pocket. So we can talk about that after this.
So huge shout out Ethan and Leger for producing all this research. I encourage all of you to download this. If you're not a member, become a member so you have access to it for free. You can also engage Leger for any other types of research that you or your company are personally interested in. I very much urge you to talk with Ethan and ask him all sorts of questions during our lunch break today. So once again, thank you, Ethan Bonder and Leger.
And any questions at all about data, just if you want to pick my brain or just chat about it. It doesn't have to be a study or anything like that. We can just, come find me. I like talking about this stuff, so. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. What's that?
In a few minutes, we're going to have a fireside chat with 404 Creative and Epic Games.
come up on stage and introduce the moderator. If everyone can get back into their wonderful seats, we'd really appreciate it. Oh, I'm going to walk in front of the speakers. Hang on. All right, fantastic. Well, I am extremely excited about this panel, specifically because of the wonderful people who are on it. I am privileged to introduce Claire LeBeau as our moderator. Claire is going to come on up. Awesome. And then, yep, perfect. And then we have JJ Armstrong. JJ, come on up. Awesome. Josh Benzing and Stephen Isaacs. Come on up. All right.
On is good.
Testing.
Steve says this will do magic. So, all right, great to see everyone. That data was amazing. Really helpful information. So I'm just curious, we did a little round robin earlier of introductions, but how many of you here represent a brand that is involved or interested in being involved in esports? Like massive wave, so we see. How about you have an esports startup or business of some type? Okay, and then involved in education. Ah, okay, my people. We're gonna hit all three today in this panel. So real quick, my name's Claire LeBeau. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for NASEF. We're the international network of academic and scholastic esports federations. So our mission is all those 15 to 17-year-olds that we were talking about and the younger kids, we want to give them a place in esports where they can learn about career paths. Because how many of them are actually going to be pro gamers and make it as a pro gamer? So at NASEF, our mission is to use the interest level in esports and bring students in and help them be able to explore career pathways and also to develop personally, socially, emotionally, being in a supportive environment for esports in school, which they said earlier it was 1% now that say there's a stigma around esports. I'm going to say for the kids in school, there's still a little bit of, oh, you're a gamer. And with NASEF, we're elevating gaming and making that a recognized sport in the schools, and it is transformational for these kids to have their name on the announcements or to be able to wear the school colors and represent the school. So that's what we do. This is the way that we focus our programming. Again, gamers are at the center of it, but then all around it, there are all these career pathways, and we're trying to give students an opportunity to explore those careers. So whether you're gonna be a data scientist, as we just saw, or someone in marketing, content creation, we've spent a ton of time talking about that so far. Those are all opportunities that we're gonna bring to the students. And I also just wanna give a quick shout out because we also run the United States Esports Federation. At this moment, we have players landing in Romania to compete in the World Esports Championships. So if you want to send your good vibes to the United States competing in the World Esports Championships. And also Melissa is heading out on Wednesday with some players from Canada. So good luck to the Canadian players as well. But that's very exciting for us. Yeah, oh, hey, none of that. Good competition. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just give a little bit of background on each of our organizations, and then we'll dive into some Q&A with the panel.
All right, hello. Hey everybody, so my name's Steve Isaacs. I'm the Education Program Manager at Epic Games. I'm really glad to have Claire moderating our panel because we're all, I think, so aligned with the mission of NASEF. And when you looked at that chart before, our talk covers about at least half of that because we're talking about content creation, you know, having kids become content creators, and then the entrepreneurship side that 404 Creative brings, as well as, of course, the content creation piece. So at Epic, one of our big, especially on the education team, one of our big missions is really to drive that player to creator pathway. So, you know, we know that we have, you know, players. We just saw data about how many players and how many people are involved in the ecosystem. Well, you know, Fortnite was brought up a few times in that last session. Clearly, it's a game that's got a lot of play, a big player base, you know, and we're sort of leveraging that and trying to bring people into our ecosystem to learn to become content creators. 404 Creative are an awesome example because, as you'll hear from them, they are professional builders that used Fortnite Creative and our new tool, Unreal Editor for Fortnite and are, that is the basis of their game design studio, is creating content with those tools. So for us, a lot of that has to do with going from Fortnite into Fortnite Creative, which you'll hear a little bit about. And then, a lot of our mission too is teaching kids content creation tools like Unreal Engine and others, which are industry standard skills. Claire brought up so much about the different job career opportunities, and that's what we're, all about. And then, interestingly, I was a classroom teacher for almost 30 years, and I was trying to get my kids all the way from that Fortnite to Unreal Engine part, and Fortnite Creative was really great to use in my classroom, but the jump from that to Unreal Engine in my case was a little bit steep. Unreal Editor for Fortnite, which you'll see a little bit about, really bridges that gap beautifully. I wish it was around when I was teaching. So Fortnite Creative, I just like to talk a little bit about, just to set the context, about sandbox games in general, and Fortnite Creative being one of them. They just offer so much in terms of, in an educational setting, students can learn to create in a place that's meaningful to them, a place that they have agency, a place that they have expertise already. When I was in the classroom, I was not a big Fortnite or Fortnite Creative player, but my students were, and when I provided them with opportunities, they really, went to town with it. And again, what you'll see from Josh and JJ's stories, they learned, essentially on their own and created a career out of this, and in my case, luckily I was able to bring this into the classroom and, give kids that opportunity there. The stats essentially speak for themselves just in terms of the player base. What I love is the one stat towards the bottom there. Right now, over 50% of in-game playtime in Fortnite comes from content created by users. So it's the user-generated content that's driving half of the gameplay. So the opportunities for students, and people to create content, they have, a very, viable player base right there. So they're developing and pushing their content right into Fortnite for players to experience. And finally, I just kind of want to touch on Unreal Editor for Fortnite, because that's a true game changer in terms of, for one, from my perspective, teaching kids to become content creators, and learn the industry standard tools. But a step beyond is that they're creating in an Unreal Engine environment, and once they launch their session or push their content, it opens up right in Fortnite. So they're developing immediately for Fortnite. So all the game mechanics, all the base things in Fortnite are already there for them. They have access to all of the resources and assets from Fortnite, but they also now can finally bring in even their own content. So you're starting to see things that don't even look like Fortnite that are being playable in Fortnite. And kind of to wrap that, I just want to show this quick demo because I think it'll really show you the idea of what is possible with, learning to use this tool and how it integrates, with Fortnite and how it's really changing the game in terms of, the possibilities here. So that just gives you a little bit of an idea of what's possible and the the workflow and all of that. And please find me to chat more about that throughout the day and such. But one of the things that's really important to me in education is I always think we talk a lot about meeting kids where they are. Well, our students are as I see it, living in a prototype of the metaverse. They're the ones that are going to the Travis Scott concert. They're the ones that are experiencing all this content. I think they're going to be instrumental in building it, and I think the young people we have on stage from 404 are such a great example of that as well. I personally feel it's our responsibility to nurture the next generation of creators. That's our mission on the education team. Our future is in their hands. It's so exciting to me. I've been involved in game-based learning for a very long time. Right now, we're at a point where it's so clear that game technology is what's shaping the metaverse, and so it's this is such a great time to teach these skills and provide opportunities for students in emerging careers for sure. And a lot of people are looking at Fortnite right now as what's possible with the future, and I think you're going to hear more about that now. And with that, I want to hand it off to 404, but real quickly, I just want to say it was really great connecting with them, and thanks to ESTA, we were on one of the coffee chats that I stumbled upon on LinkedIn. And, Josh starts talking about, the work they're doing, and I'm there, from Epic, and we connected immediately and talked about, possibly doing something like this. And the work that they're doing is such an incredible example for me of what's possible, and the work they're doing you'll hear about with brands and such fits so well into the ESTA, sort of ecosystem. So it was really great to make that connection and to finally be here together and hanging out and stuff. So I'll give it to Josh.
All right, I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. My name's Josh Benzing, CEO of 404 Creative. Like Steve kind of set us up for. We are a small, I guess you would say, indie game developer studio, and we focus on creating and publishing games within Fortnite Creative. What's interesting about our team, JJ and I and the 7 others that we have, we all work remote across the United States, and we don't come from a professional game development background. We didn't go to school for this. We didn't learn this in the classroom. We were just other Fortnite players that found this interesting, and we kind of share a creative mindset, and so each of us kind of got into this on our own, and then met each other, and with the the very impactful monetization opportunity in Fortnite Creative for users to publish their own games was something that was really appealing to us, and that's what was the initial push to get us together and form this business venture together and start putting together all of our unique skills that we had when it came to game design, using those strengths to make the best experiences possible for the rest of the Fortnite user base out there. So there's our website right up there, 404creative.gg, if you want to go check that out and learn more about kind of the games that we make. There's our portfolio and everything there, which is really fantastic. But one thing I would like to touch on is pretty much 2 avenues in the way that we approach creating games in Fortnite. The first of which is brand activations. And this kind of popped up over the last couple of years in this space, where we noticed a lot of brands were really interested in taking advantage of the amount of users that were in Fortnite and the ability to put their brand not only in front of players where they're at, but in an interactive way. So brands out there, of course, they want to be able to put their advertisements up in front of players where they're going to see it. Like if you want to do like a sponsored kind of Twitch stream with influencers and things like that, that's a great way to get that up in front of them. But the very impactful thing about Fortnite Creative is it's a very accessible way to have players in an experience that actually allows them to interact directly with your brand. So here we have 2 examples of some projects that we've worked on over the past 2 years. The first on the top right there is Rocket League Live. We had the opportunity to collaborate directly with Epic on this, as Epic Games also owns Rocket League. So we worked closely with them to bring Rocket League into Fortnite, and this was very cool, as a topic relevant to esports, which is why we're all here, as this was highlighting the RLCS series. For the last 2 years, anytime that there is a seasonal major or a world championship. One of these experiences, and there's been a number of versions that we've made so far, these will go live in Fortnite, and players can actually load up into Fortnite and they can watch the competitive Rocket League broadcast live streamed directly into these games. So that was really awesome to work on that. And more recently is Cybersprint here, which is a collaboration that we did with ESL Face It Group, and this launched at a DreamHack Dallas a couple of months ago. So it was a really great game as well. And the second avenue that we focus on is kind of what we have to piece in between when we're working with clients and brands whenever we have time for ourselves, and that's creating our own original content for the player base out there. And here we have two great examples of that, one of which is kind of a Halo-style game that we wanted to bring those same experiences from that first-person shooter into Fortnite, and we made a Winter Slayer team deathmatch kind of game. Very competitive, 4v4 style team deathmatch, really exciting. Made that about a year ago now. And here on the bottom left is a new project that we launched this last Thursday. And in that amount of time, we have already seen over just about 500,000 people load in and play that experience right there. So it's been a very successful launch. We're really happy about it. It's a crazy adrenaline, heart-pumping game. You have to climb to the top of this 2,000-meter tall telecommunications tower. You get up to the top and you repair it, and you get some fun little things that you can mess around with. But yeah, you can actually, you can go, if you are interested in that game, you can go play it right over in the gaming lounge over there. Special shout out to Rachel and their team at Coca-Cola for being willing to showcase that over in their awesome gaming lounge that they got set up. So you should definitely go check that out, absolutely. But yeah, one thing that is, it's been great to meet so many people here at ESTA, and one of the things that has been a recurring theme is surrounding education, specifically with colleges and universities and esports. And one thing that I've been talking about is an initiative that we're going to be launching here at the end of this week, which is called Campus Corner in Fortnite Creative. And we've been working with Epic Games as well with their Scholastic Esports division to create this series of games. And it's a culmination of a number of competitive experiences. So we're creating games in Fortnite that are bringing in what you would experience in Call of Duty and other kind of competitive games like that. And it's a one-stop shop for colleges and universities to run their own tournaments. They can have tournament organizers come in and do the whole thing. They can work with us. We can implement branding for any sponsors directly into those games during a limited time activation. And it's just a fantastic opportunity to get in and explore a number of different games that are custom tailored towards these students that are pursuing esports through their colleges and universities. And it's a cost-effective solution for giving them an opportunity to do something where normally there would be high costs or maybe a barrier to entry where they couldn't even do it at all. But because of this gives a great opportunity for any university or any sponsor that wants to run a college tournament to have their own tournament under their own name with their brand image and even customize the experience to custom tailor it towards whatever kind of game that they want to do. So we're really excited for that. Definitely check us out. We'll be launching that later this week, like I said, so keep an eye out for that and you'll get some more information there. So I think that's the end of our slides, but I don't know if we have to press something. But.
Thank you. Okay, so you've heard from Steve and you've heard from Josh. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself also?
So I'm JJ. It's great to meet a lot of you. I've met so many people so far. So I'm a Chief Operations Officer at 404, and I've been working with 404 for 3 years now, and creating
just about 3 years.
Just about 3 years, and creating individually for nearly 5. So as an individual, I found a lot of my success with Fortnite Creative, and a couple years amassed nearly 200 million players on some of my games. So it's a very exciting opportunity, and I'm a huge advocate for anybody and everybody can start doing this if it's interesting. It's totally possible.
So, give us some advice. If you were to form a business around Fortnite Creative, like what are important aspects of a business like that?
Well, with our experience, I mean, of course, you're running and you're starting a business just like any other. So, I mean, you're going to operate the same way. There's unique challenges, though, when you're creating content, and that's essentially what we're doing. You know, we come off as game developers, and that's how we define the work that's happening. But when you get to the publishing side, we are just like content creators who are publishing YouTube videos, who are active on TikTok and engaging an audience there. That is essentially what we're doing, but the content that we're creating is small-scale game experiences. So we have to navigate it that same way, forming a business around that, and there's a lot of challenges with it because you know, you have to keep up with the constant changes of the industry, you know, new trends that come up with youth and the audience out there that is engaging with your games and what they're into. So it's just really like keeping on top of things, being rooted in the industry that you're in, understanding your audience out there, and just, you know, putting yourselves with the right people. And we're lucky enough that we found a great group of people. We all became great friends. So at the end of the day, we're just doing the work that we enjoy and loving it.
Yeah, and I think it's important to add that we were able to found this business because we had a clear customer. So we were able to build this business around an obvious need that we had lots of people knocking on our door asking for this service.
So I did see lots of educators in the audience. And many students right now, they want to either be like the famous YouTube streamer or a game developer, right? Those are the top two. What kind of skills should they be helping students develop?
I mean, you both could, of course, answer as well. I'll just touch on a little bit. I mean, we're talking about, the interesting thing about what we're doing is these are skills for a variety of industries. So when we teach kids how to use these tools and, you know, basically work in a 3D environment, whether it be Fortnite or Unreal Engine, they're learning skills for industries including advertising, TV and film, and all these different industries. So I think it's important for at least educators to understand that if we provide kids with these opportunities and these skills, we are helping prepare them for those jobs. So, you know, whether it be animation or world building, you know, in terms of specifically building these game experiences, I mean, that's a piece, but you two could add so much about, you know, the skills that you would look for in somebody who's coming to 404.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mentioned this with Chase from People Work before, that I've never seen any of their resumes. You know, we all had clear skill sets that emerged from this platform. And it was easy to identify who would excel, who was a leader, who really had the right soft skills, and who could develop those soft skills as well. So our team ranges from, you know, we've got someone in their early 20s all the way up to their late 30s. So we have quite a range, but every one of these folks has developed their soft skills from working with us and becoming a better leader, becoming a better educator and teaching the community their knowledge. There's a lot that you can learn from building games in Fortnite Creative, because it's not just about building the game, it's about building a team or working with others or really listening to a need.
If I could add just one little thing to that, because I love that. One of the great things about you know, Fortnite Creative and Unreal Editor is that the collaborative nature of these tools provide such opportunities for kids to work together. And when I was in the classroom and I was teaching using these tools, it was so amazing to see teams form, probably like you all, and you know, some of the roles that came out and the responsibilities people started to take formed organically. And I don't know if that happens with all of you, because it was amazing for me to see, like, you know, back in the days of you know, collaborative learning, there was such a big thing about giving kids defined roles as to what they're supposed to do, and I threw that out the window. And when I started to see how kids formed teams and figured out who they needed and all of that, that was like, you know, them sort of creating that studio environment. So, you know, maybe that has happened for you all as well.
Yeah, it's a really honest approach to identifying a leader, right? They can see somebody emerge and say, okay, I will follow that vision. You know, they've got the right attitude. I want to follow that leader.
Yeah, and I mean, to kind of come back to the advice part of it for anybody that's interested in getting into it, honestly, it's as simple as just saying, just do it. Because the neat thing about Fortnite Creative and the Unreal Editor toolset is you don't have to have all of the knowledge up front. You just have to have a passion for something and just kind of a base level creativity and just curiosity with it. That's all we had when we started, and then it's been a couple of years now, and it's just through that dedication and continuing to dive into that curiosity and that passion is what brought us here. And the unique advantage of Fortnite Creative is that there's varying levels now to that tool set. As the Unreal Editor was announced here, you know, at GDC, you know, this year, that was a brand new addition to the tool set that's bringing all of the tools from Unreal Engine 5, which is the very powerful game developer engine that was used to create Fortnite itself. They were bringing all those tools from Unreal Engine 5 down into Fortnite to allow us the same powerful tool set to make games within Fortnite. And what was so great about that is that was just an additional tool set that allowed us to go even further beyond. But we're still able to create within the simplified sandbox version of Fortnite Creative. So if you're somebody that's just starting out, you hardly even need to scratch the surface. You can get in and you can work with a very simplified, easier to understand tool set. Start from there, make just something that's minimally viable, just a small scale experience. Try to replicate some sort of a game experience that you understand. Like if you really like Valorant, for example, be like, I really like the way that Valorant works. Maybe I can try to make a game that feels like Valorant in Fortnite. Work off of that framework, figure out what you can, and then just press publish, and then keep going, and then see where it takes you from there.
So you hit earlier on one of the reasons why games are so powerful for marketing is because they're so immersive, right? So let's just talk about that a little bit. How can brands successfully leverage games in their overall strategies?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't think there's any question with anybody here that, you know, putting your brand into the game itself is the ultimate way to connect with the audience that you're trying to target. So, I mean, you can overlay your branding on something. It can be just kind of off to the side, like a billboard advertisement. But the most impactful way to connect with your audience is to make an experience that they're going to remember forever. And that is directly tied to your, you know, for example, like now with Unreal Editor, we can import custom assets. So, you know, if we're going to be working with a brand that sells products, we can actually upload your product directly into the game, create some sort of a gameplay experience around your product, something that is fun and interactive, and players are going to remember that, they're going to enjoy it, and they're going to keep coming back.
A great example, I have to say this, because when talking to Rachel from the Coca-Cola, we learned that she worked at the bottling, you know, in bottling first. So how fun would it be to build a tycoon about Coca-Cola, where you start at the bottling level and you work your way up to the boardroom? That would be memorable. That would be exciting. And for Coca-Cola fans, there's a lot of story you could put into it. There's a lot of great characters. There's so much you can do with it.
Absolutely.
And how does a brand connect what they're already doing with leveraging games now?
I think that's an excellent question. It kind of does depend on what that brand is already doing. I mean, first of all, you got to ask, are they engaged in the gaming community? Like, they have to start there and understand their community, or at least be connected with somebody that does understand the gaming community, which is kind of where we come in. As developers that have been creating games for other users in Fortnite for, you know, 4 or 5 years now, independently, 2 years of that professionally, we've had the opportunity to really get to learn that player base. And every time we put a game out there, a new experience out there, we learn a little bit more about what do they like, what's engaging, what are they going to keep coming back to. And we can utilize that expertise to help guide any clients or brands that want to come to us for assistance in doing that, to create an experience for them. we can leverage our expertise in that to give them recommendations on exactly how they can go about doing that, you know, based on whatever the brand is and what kind of game that they want to do. But we can tell them, based on what we've seen, hey, these are the kind of games that do the best within this platform, and we're going to apply our creative thinking and our kind of innovative thought process and identify how can we align your brand and what your goals are for this activation with something that the player base is actually going to be interested and you know, likely to engage with.
And I think some of the points from the presentation before, where he was talking about social media and where our followers engaging, where our players engaging, you want to make sure you're hitting all of those points as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we're doing it in Fortnite as well. You know, Ethan's presentation was more than insightful. You see the numbers and they speak for themselves, the amount of users that are playing Fortnite every day and who are also very engaged with you know, leagues and esports on social media. They're highly engaged. They're one of the biggest population of gamers out there. So it only makes sense to meet them exactly where they're at and create an experience around, you know, where they are and where they're spending their time.
And I think esports influence is continuing to grow, as we saw among youth, obviously, almost every kid games, but also you look at things like the Olympics. NASEF just had some representatives at the Olympic Esports Festival, and you know, they're bringing esports to the Olympics. And so now, I mean, how much more mainstream is it when you're starting to say, okay, here are some Olympic sports. So y'all need to practice your Just Dance because that's one of the titles. But you know, I mean, this is mainstreaming for sure. So let's go ahead and shift gears a bit to education. I know, Steve, you're on the education team for Unreal. And I showed you earlier the diagram of how NASEF is really working to help kids envision career pathways. This is clearly a fantastic career pathway, and hats off to you both for launching a game last Thursday, and you're at 500,000 already. I mean, that's amazing, right? And so, yeah, absolutely round of applause for that. Definitely some superstars up here. And so we want to help students envision that. We also want to help them practice when they're in school and develop skills. They need those portfolios you're talking about, right? More than a piece of paper that says, here are things that I can do. You want the demonstration of that. And I think that Unreal Engine really provides that for them. So Steve, you want to talk a little bit about what you all are doing in the schools and how UEFN and Fortnite Creative are used there?
Sure, yeah, thanks. One of the things, you know, one of the biggest parts of my position is really to interact and develop relationships with school districts. We've created a number of resources that really help educators, you know, onboard our tools through really easy, you know, onboarding. When I was in the classroom and I was trying to have my kids learn Unreal Engine, there weren't really the right kind of resources to really let kids, you know, kind of just get in there and learn if I wasn't really standing in front of the room teaching them everything. And quite honestly, most educators are not in a position where they're going to be experts and teach, per se, Unreal Engine in that way, especially if it's a content area that's not specific to that. So we've created a lot of resources that have step-by-step guides, video tutorials, or really step-by-step videos and such that really guide the teacher and the student through the process. So our intent is to kind of guide teachers in becoming more of a support person in that process and allowing kids to work essentially at a self-pace. And one of the things interesting too is for any of the educators out there, you know, when you're standing in front of the room teaching something, especially something a little more complicated, what happens often is, you know, 40% of the kids maybe stay with you and are at a great pace. 30% may be way ahead of you and a little bit bored and want to go on. And the more challenging part is, if I'm doing my math right, the other 30% is, you know, falling maybe way behind and frustrated, and that's really challenging and really, you know, disheartening. So in this regard, you know, a lot of times kids can be working kind of at their own pace, you know, getting that support from peers and from their teacher, but it takes a little bit of that stress out. And also what I always found was the kids that wanted to or were able to go faster, they can really expand their learning on their own. We have like our base resources that are meant to really guide students and teachers, and then beyond that, you know, there's all of our learning content So kids that want to do something that goes beyond that have those opportunities. So I think it's a great model. I think it helps when we have those conversations with teachers that they feel a little more supported and a little more comfortable doing that. And we provide training for school districts. One of the nice things is it's great to work for a company that supports education. All of our tools, there's no licensing fee to use them. All of our resources are freely available, and when we come in and do training, that's generally free as well. So, if you're in a situation where we could support you, that's really our goal. And then there are a lot of also, we've been working a lot with organizations outside of school time, whether it be after school organizations and such. A lot of summer camps are using our resources that help guide them in a camp on how to create your first game, or we have a Rube Goldberg Unreal competition coming up that kids learn how to create Rube Goldberg machines in Unreal Engine in a very easy manner, and then they're going to all be competing to create these. So, our role is to, of course, make it engaging, make it fun, make it accessible, and all of that. So, that's really our whole mission, and we want to nurture that next generation of creators so they, can apply for the jobs at 404 Creative and all these, and the demand for these jobs is incredible. So seeing that part, I think, also helps us understand that we're, have an opportunity to prepare kids for those roles.
Yeah, and I think it's important to add that we are not, our studio is one of many. There's lots of other studios out there that do exactly what we do, that have been doing it for just as long.
You're just the best.
And there's there's lots of other studios out there who are just emerging, who are just starting. And yeah, it's very important to recognize that it's accessible. There's not a huge barrier to entry, and the resources that are available are the same ones that we learned with.
Exactly. Yeah, and as far as equipping teachers, I'll put in a plug for NASEF because we are a nonprofit, and the tools that we offer also are available free. So whether you're bringing in Minecraft challenges or Unreal Engine, we'll be collaborating on this Rube Goldberg competition as well. Our goal is to impact the students and to help develop this future that we are all working towards. And so, if there's any way that we can help you do that, we're definitely here for that. So we are just about at time. I'm just going to ask one last question, and then we'll move to questions from the audience. So if you have any, prepare them. But any advice from you for teachers looking to help build these skills or build this next generation of developers like yourselves?
Oh man, I mean, I don't know if I have any advice for teachers. Both my parents come from an education background, so maybe they'd be able to translate it a little bit for me. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's if you're bringing Fortnite into the classroom, who of the kids are not going to be interested in hearing about that or engaging with that? And I just think about me, if I was able to have those opportunities when I was going through early to late education. Where would I be at as a developer now? And I'm here, and I'm a success story for being self-taught and then finding the right people and working together, and bringing in teamwork and just that interest and that curiosity and learning. But if I had access to the resources and those education programs that are out there currently right now, my future may have looked very, very different, and I may have seeked out those opportunities before they kind of found me. So I just I don't have any advice for the teachers, but
embrace it.
Embrace it. Yes, absolutely.
I'd say embrace it and lean on your students when you can. Let them lead you a little bit and give them some structure to work within, of course, but let them guide you and guide how best to help them accomplish creating a game. And I think it's important to let your students self-organize and create those teams and really find a project that excites them.
Yeah, an average NASEF club is not a group of 5 players of any title. It's 100 kids, and they organize themselves into a ton of different teams, and they're practicing all kinds of different skills. It's really inspiring. I wish adults were like that more often. All right, do we have any questions from the audience?
We do have a question right here. Hi, I was wondering, so I used to also be a high school English teacher, and I love what's happening in that space. Now my community and my organization actually deals with adults. So after the 4 years that they spend in high school, they spend the next 50 years in my organization. What do you think your thoughts are around how this can be implemented in some place where my folks are, because I do see a lot of people who come to LandFest and they want to, and they're gaming, and then they do want to develop those types of skills and move forward. So after the high school, I often get them coming and saying, oh, we wish we had something like that in our organization, and we don't at this level. So I guess my question is, what's next?
So, I mean, you know, I speak a lot about high school, but, you know, we want to help everybody. So if there's an organization that happens to be adult-oriented, if we could help get you started, that's, you know, great for us as well. One of the things that's real easy is, you know, reach out to me. I can, you know, one of the things I do often is have, like, you know, a short webinar to kind of let a community understand what's possible. A lot of times with an organization maybe like yours, you know, kind of guiding the teachers to our, or the instructors to our resources. Again, so much of it is so easy to just implement. That's why I was saying we have people use these in after-school classes. There's nothing prohibiting you from using them with an adult community, and I'm happy to support however we can.
It's also a massive opportunity and a great audience. One of our team members, his grandfather is learning the programming language Verse with him. I've been teaching my dad about, you know, some of the tools that we use, and it's there's a lot more free time. There's quite a lot that they can do, and there's a totally different audience ready to play those games as well, because it's not just you know, it's not just teenagers playing Fortnite. There's a lot of people playing Fortnite.
Thank you. I think I saw one over here.
Great presentation. I've been working in schools now for like 20 years, and 23 actually, and my biggest hurdles haven't necessarily been what's going on in the classroom. It's about what's happening more at the admin or maybe the BOE level. In Connecticut, getting Fortnite into a classroom is like, you know, it's an uphill battle. First-person shooters, especially, I'm honestly, like battle royales, first-person shooters, and I'm an FPS guy, and I would love to see that happen. But we're having this issue where, especially after Sandy Hook, you know, the idea of doing first-person or battle royales are absolutely out. We're always talking about like new and inventive ways of trying to work around that. Is what you do with 404 and with the Unreal Editor, would that allow us to create opportunities for Fortnite to come into the classroom where we're not talking about the Battle Royale?
Yeah, well, great question. So on a couple notes. One, Unreal, like we do see that challenge absolutely when it comes to Fortnite. Our hope is that as people start to see what's possible with Unreal Editor and such, yes, that'll be an easier entry point. But in the short term, if you get started with like Unreal Engine or some of our other tools, I mean, you know, the kids are going to learn those skills. It's going to go one way or the other. If they learn Unreal and then they have the opportunity to go into Unreal Editor, they're going to bring those skills with them, and vice versa. But you're definitely right. It's could be a challenge. I was able to bring Fortnite Creative into my classroom. I think things are going to start coming down the pipe with like something we're doing called age gating, where it's going to make it a little easier to make sure that the content is appropriate for the age of the people that are going in. So we've been working, I've been working on those kinds of challenges. So stay tuned on those. But in the short term, if you want to reach out, some of the stuff we have for Unreal Engine is such an easy entry point. And you know, a kid that you talk to that's like, hey, and you know there's this thing called Unreal Editor, you can go home and start using that too. I mean, that's perhaps something they'll do on their own.
I think one thing I would add on that as well is the beauty of being able to create your own experiences through Fortnite is you don't have to make a first-person shooter. You don't have to make a shooter of any kind at all. Is you can make a very casual kind of, you know, I'm not even sure what I would do. A good example would be the Only Up Tower game. You know, there's no shooting in that. It's just you're climbing up a tower. There's no death. There's no violence. It completely avoids any of that stuff. It's very kind of casual. I mean, it's not so casual when you get up to the top of your 2,000 meters in the air, you know, but I mean, you can create any kind of content that you want. So, you know, it could be custom tailored to whatever needs to happen. But it's very useful for us that, you know, the shooter aspect of the game works so well because it's very viable then for esports, which is something that we've dived into as well. So it could really be whatever you want.
I'll share real quickly, too, that with my students, when they did want to bring Fortnite use it for their projects. I had them actually advocate for themselves and wrote a letter to our principal and highlighted the points that Josh just mentioned. Like, they knew that with other tools we were using, there was nothing prohibiting them from using a gun in a guide taught game design, so they could still bring those in, and they understood what was in Fortnite, and they understood that there were guidelines for what was appropriate for what they created for my class. So they kind of took ownership of that, and then that helped with that approval process. But I'm totally on to, like, I definitely get the challenges, and those are things I'm working hard at.
All right, I think we're at time.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that the panel would meet over here, and anyone else who has some questions. So James is going to move on with our next session. Is that appropriate? Okay.
Sure.
Perfect.
Thanks,
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Claire, JJ, Josh, Steven. Really appreciate you guys. That was a phenomenal panel. Super excited. 404 is just such an amazing example of entrepreneurship and partnership. Super proud of you guys. And you too. Thank you so much. Thanks, Claire. Excellent job moderating. Thank you very much. All right, so next up, we are going to be showing some of what we're calling Pechakucha presentations. You may have heard of these. These are short presentations, usually about 4 minutes long. We'll be playing just as a video. Then we are going to, at the same time, set up for the quick pitch competition, which will be right after these Pechakucha. So about 15 minutes from now, we'll get started with the quick pitch competition. If the quick pitchers could join us over on this side at some point, that would include Eric Hill, other people as I'm opening this, Nicholas, Rick, Mia, Brent, Adam, and Gina, and then of course our wonderful judges. This will be brought to us by Vela Wood and Damiri Law. Super excited about that. So Shireen, Kevin Vela, Rohan Bose, and Jill Williamson, please join us over to the side in the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
sense the difference. Take your AV operation to the next level with Lightwear. Introducing Lightwear Ubex, the unrivaled AV over IP device that delivers pixel-accurate 4K 60 video in real time. From live events to esports to XR applications, Ubex operates over 10G Ethernet networks with 2x 10G links. Gives you freedom in your system design, ultra-quick failover, end-to-end redundancy and double scaling, and Dolby Atmos for the ultimate immersive experience. Ubex, sense the difference. To learn more about the difference Lightwear can bring to your AV operations, visit lightwear.com.
I'm Jeffrey Siebert, Park President for Six Flags Fiesta Texas and Hurricane Harbor Splashdown, and we're sitting in a world's first experience that just opened recently this year, which is our new E6 gaming powered by Coca-Cola. But the story begins long ago, and actually is the brainchild of one of our favorite people at Six Flags, actually Mr. Sam Rhodes.
Hi, my name is Sam Rhodes, and I am the Vice President of Design and Innovation for Six Flags Corporate. I've been excited about gaming for a long time and was hoping to bring some gaming to Six Flags. I've been working on this project for about 8 years. I've actually been with Six Flags for about 16 years now, so been in the gaming space and the entertainment space for a really long time. We felt like this was such a great opportunity to bring the gamers and the theme park fanatics all together into one place, and we're really excited about this facility that we've created. The E6 gaming facility is a very unique, one-of-a-kind, first of its kind in the industry that we've created. We've wanted to really create a space for the gaming community. The gaming community really needed a space like this that was an opportunity for them to kind of call their home and to be able to have these great events and bring in some of the high schools and the colleges to have their own space. And we really thought that this was something that was really needed in the gaming community and the industry. So we're really excited about it and hope everybody gets a chance to come see it.
We believe that E6 powered by Coca-Cola is actually a world's first for any theme park on planet Earth. It was a space that was designed really by a gamer for gamers to put a really cool thematic space that they feel good in, but also has all the latest, greatest bells and whistles, state-of-the-art technology that a gamer would expect. Everything from just a really cool look and feel with all programmable LED lighting that can be changed at an instance depending on what the feel and the event actually is. But the more important thing is we've got 50 high-powered gaming PCs. We've got a 5v5 competition stage, really cool console lounge area where they can play the latest Xbox or PlayStation games and fun, along with a really cool lounge area where you can just sit back, relax in a lounge. If you're waiting for a competition or you're waiting for a gamer to enter a competition or just play in general, you can sit back in our lounge, get your favorite beverage of choice, use our wireless chargers on the tables to enjoy. Plus we do offer a full bar service, snacks, and a really cool retail area as all part of our E6 experience.
It's really hard to believe that, that we finally have opened this thing. Dreams come true. I was really excited to see the reaction of the guests. So many more people showed up than I really expected. The acceptance from the gaming community has been amazing. Going inside and seeing all these gamers playing on there. Almost every spot was taken. You know, that we have this really cool bar that everybody's all hanging out at. So, you know, just all the excitement and the energy in the room was just amazing to see. There's so many other influencers are coming out. It's just a really cool space. It actually, like, you know, you always think about how this is going to be so great, and then you get there and it's actually even better than you expected. So I was just so happy at how it all turned out, and I hope everybody gets a chance to come check it out.
Thank you all so much for your consideration for E6 Gaming powered by Coca-Cola. Game on, and we look forward to seeing you here soon.
Oh no, he's isolated. The J! There are days where players refuse to lose.
Fancy here to hold the line though. And so even if he falls, there's still a chance.
Who do I have here?
Robert Shelton.
Robert Shelton. So what game do you play mostly?
So I mostly play Apex, but right now I'm really into Back 4 Blood.
Okay. Brandon Colas. Brandon, so what game do you specifically play?
I play Rocket League.
Rocket League.
So I would say back then it could have been considered like distracting because technology wasn't as advanced as it is today. So it really wasn't convenient to just, you know, be on the game all the time versus now, like everything's like digital, online on the computer. So it's a great way to, like, you know, network, meet new people, friends, and just enjoy your time overall. I just think trying to be the best, trying to always get better. And you can kind of compare like video games to your real life, you know, leveling up and, you know, unlocking new things, like, you know, get a new car, get a new job, learn new skills.
Yes,
because of experience and stuff.
Cool.
It's all about mindset. When you have a high-end mindset and you know that you can proceed something, you can obviously use that the tips and tricks that you have, and you can convert it into IRL, and it'll help you out with job opportunities, interviews, and anything going forward.
Honestly, it'd probably be multiple things. I can see myself, you know, designing a game, making my own game. I can see myself doing like art for a video game. You know, just anything like digital, anything that has something to do with computers. Like I really like doing it, like designing stuff.
So yeah, you told me off camera that you design hoodies and stuff for like as of right now to get the bills paid. Yeah.
I mean, I would say I'm inspired, like, from certain games. Yeah, just like certain graphics, certain details, like the art inside of a game, you know, can really be inspiring. And that's what I like about, like, what I do. Like, you can be inspired really by anything.
Yeah.
Well, so like I said, there's like a lot of, you know, a lot of technology and a lot of a lot of that technology I feel like has went into like a lot of video games, whether it's like new graphics, PC building, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. So you can just imagine, you know, it's not easy to be able to get such a like, you know, precious like PC or whatever. So it's the people have to put the work in to get stuff like that to make products.
Yeah.
You know, and the demand is so high, like you can just only imagine like the production of it.
Most people, some people don't really see school as a beneficial area. I mean, some of the tips I take from practicing all the time, it gets me more energetic, wanting to go to school more because I did high school esports, and it made me want to go to school and proceed to what I was going to do. And it also gave me opportunities that I couldn't follow without esports, like scholarships and just money involved, so I can go to college and being able to do what I do.
Comms is very important. Like, how do you think that's?
That's what I was just gonna say. Communication is very important, and even in sports, you know, you see a lot of teams are very successful because of the chemistry that the players have and the communication, you know, in game. You know, just like if it's like basketball, like on the court, you know, communicating. So I would say like it creates a stronger bond between people. I know a lot of people. You know, have best friends that they've only played the video games with, and then they end up meeting them for the first time after this whole time, and it's just really good.
It really helps you with like communicating with people, talking with people. Mostly, some people aren't really comfortable talking a lot when I'm playing with them, and it honestly kind of just helps out with making new friends, being able to communicate with people, and just helping out with anything if needed.
I would say just be yourself. Don't force yourself to like get into anything that you know that you don't see yourself. If you're if you're comfortable, I would say, you know, do it. If it makes you happy, do it. I mean, yeah, that's probably the only advice I have. You don't want to be stuck in something that you're not really like enjoying, you know?
Yeah.
Don't give up. It's honestly a mental mindset. I mean, yeah, you're gonna lose and you're gonna win sometimes. You're gonna get mad when you lose. I mean, if you get mad when you lose, you're just gonna make your mentality just go down, and it's gonna make you play a lot worse. So just try to keep that positivity when playing, and you'll reach further than you think. Just practice and keep on going.
In the world of sports and entertainment, greatness is measured in moments. The moments that take our breath away, that defy the odds. The moments that inspire us to achieve new heights and rethink what's possible. But really, every great moment has years of preparation behind it. 1,000 obstacles overcome. A team that pushed you forward. Coaches who shaped your raw talent into a masterpiece worthy of the world stage. At Morgan Stanley Global Sports and Entertainment, our firm is global, but our mission is personal. We strive to keep you at the top of your game, not just for a season or a career, but for your entire life and generations after. Because while the great are measured in moments, legends are defined by their legacy. Morgan Stanley Global Sports and Entertainment.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much to all of our amazing sponsors, our gold sponsors, and then all the other ones. I do want to point out specifically our Premier Travel group, the magazine, phenomenal keepsake. I would suggest all of you display this prominently in your Zoom backgrounds so that everyone knows that you were here, so that they can respect that part of your hustle. So we're getting right into the quick pitch competition. I'm super excited about this. This is brought to us by Vela Wood and Demiri Law. At this point, I'm going to call up our judges to the stage. Shireen, do you want to come join us? Shireen, judge in real life, has a gavel with her just in case it's necessary. Give a little hand for Shireen. Thank you. And then next, I'd like to welcome Jill Williamson. Jill, thank you so much for being here again, our expert and chair of the Regulation Committee. Next, I'd love to welcome Rohan Bose. Rohan is a good friend of mine from Dallas. He has judged this a couple times. Thanks for coming up here, Rohan. Appreciate you. And then last but certainly not least, I'd like to welcome Kevin Vela. So excited to have him and his team here to help judge this competition. We understand it's going to be a little tight up here on stage. Make sure nobody rolls off. That would be wonderful for us. Thank you so much, Kevin. Congratulations. All right, thank you for our judges for being here. Awesome. So we're going to invite our first quick pitcher up. We have Nicholas Abel with Sonics. Nicholas is going to join us. He's got some slides that he'll share, and we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you, Nicholas. And then when you are ready to go, we will start the timer. Be sure to pay attention. 5 minutes.
Go. Hi, everybody. My name is Nicolas Abele, co-founder and CEO of Sonics app. Latency is number one issue in gaming. Everybody is trying to be in sync, to be really fast, and gamers, especially competitive gamers, are all looking to reduce this latency. And the holy grail is to be able to communicate from far away from home as fast as if we're next to each other. That's been holy grail for gaming, it's been holy grail for music, for many industries, which means it has to take the same time as when we speak to each other, which is basically 30 milliseconds. 30 milliseconds is the holy grail. Right now, everybody experiencing Discord and Zoom, we are very far away. And this is what we bring at disruption. We were initially a tech company, we're a tech startup. We developed this technology for the past 4 years now, and we reached 10x improvement in latency. This is massive. And then suddenly you can do things that you couldn't do before. You can be as if we're next to each other for gaming, or you can play music remotely, being completely in sync. But our focus is really about gamer. Sorry. So you don't see the app here. That's a picture of the app. It doesn't show up. So our product is a Sonics. It's called a Sonics app. It's a communication app. We try to make it really the fastest communication app on the world with HD audio, with AI, noise background cancelling. It's very simple, very elegant. It's too bad there's no picture here. It's focusing really on teams, esports team, competitive gamers. The audio communication is fully encrypted, so it works very well for colleges, but also for high schools, for security purposes. And what we provide here is the capability to use the app to communicate on a freemium model. So your part of the model is free. It's called Sonics. It goes Super Sonics. You have to pay a couple of bucks. Slide shows really badly. Sorry about this. You don't see anything here. But this is our partnership model. We are working with pro esports teams. And right now we're working with G2, with Carmine Corp, with Optic. This is our go-to market. We want to target pro esports teams that will push this solution to casual gamer, hardcore gamers. Second level is competition organizer. And that's been very strong. Competition organizer needs to provide the best tool for their users. And the best tool today is Sonics. Third portion is collegiate esports. We're really pushing out on collegiate esports very much in the US because very strong, much more than in France and Switzerland. And we are already partnering with a big guy in the room like Fisher College, and we have like 100 colleges demoing, using the application right now. The other part is that we're building a very strong community. In the gaming, that makes sense for us, so those games, Valorant, Call of Duty, are games where you play in team. So you need to communicate together. You need to communicate very fast. We're talking about 700 million people in the world playing those 8 titles here. And this is really our target market. Instead of team, we are a team of serial entrepreneurs. Myself, this is my 4th startup. I did multiple exits as a startup, as an entrepreneur, and as an investor as well. We are very strong advisory board. I mean, the big name here is Ed. Ed is CFO of Fondom. Many of you know Fondom. It's 350 million monthly active users in gaming. And we're launching next month. So next month is the big launch for app. Right now we've been doing private beta with pro esports teams, with collegiate esports, with competition organizer, refining the application, refining the robustness of the app, the scalability of the app. And next month, the big launch, we're going to be launching with Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp is one of the biggest esports team in Europe and in the world, therefore. They make a huge event next month, and we're going to be part of it. We have already 10,000 subscribers signing for the beta. And one of our, I did this yesterday, one of our team is Detonate. Detonate is part of Team USA right now. They are doing a world championship this week or next week in Romania, and they're going to be using SonX. So as a bonus for ESTA members, we are happy to give free access to the beta. You just can send me an email to the application, free access forever for college and high school. So come to see me, competition organizer, and also a B2B2C partnership, which is mainly pro esport teams. So they can use the application and benefits from it and push it to their fan base.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you
you
very much. Great job. I do want to let the judges know that the slides were imported. Nicholas had a wonderful set of slides, but as they imported, they did not come out exactly as he had them set. So that is on us, not on the pitchers. So just keep that in mind if you don't mind. So now we'll switch the timer over to 5 minutes, and you'll have questions from the judges.
Yeah, so we have 2 granted patents and we have 6 pending patents.
Okay, and then how much is the, you said they're going to move to a freemium model. What's the subscription going to be? What's the pricing?
So we have like, you have a weekend boost, and most of the players play over the weekend, so it's basically $3 for a weekend boost. Only one member has to take it and give it to everybody else in the crew, in the server, and you have monthly subscription. We don't want to prevent it, we actually want to push it. No, but the key thing is that in order to give it, the user have to be in a crew. And we want to push for usage, and that's key here. So we want to bring everybody in the apping, using the app, and the benefits of each is that we have a specific software infrastructure that makes the cost very low. We're not streaming anything, we are peer-to-peer connection. So for SonX, as a company, it doesn't cost anything to have more user, it doesn't cost anything to have 24 hours usage. And so we want really to give away, initially, especially at launch, give away a maximum to many users so they can use it and get acquaintance to the app.
Did you said you had some beta users already, or you had some trials already with esports teams specifically?
Yeah, it's been 8 months already. I mean, we gave the app in December last year, starting in Europe. I mean, Carmine Corp and other teams, they're basically using it every day right now, providing feedback on the performance side and also on the user experience. I mean, UI, UX, that's very important, on the kind of features they want to see, because ultimately, I mean, they want to replace Discord. So they want to have a competitive tool for playing better, but also a social tool for all the Discord-based communication, chats, emoji, and so on.
Great, thank you.
What does your product roadmap look like? What kind of features are you hoping to add or roll out over time?
So, I mean, the next feature in line, I mean, right now is really a full setup for pro esport and casual gamers. It's a PC-based software. Next step is to expand to Xbox and PlayStation. That's really the big thing, because we're talking about around 600 million people playing those things, and there's nothing today. If you want to play cross-platform, I'm on PC, you're on Xbox, there's no way we can communicate today. And so that's really a big improvement. This is about esport and gaming, but obviously there's many more market for it. I mean, as soon as you can communicate, AR, VR, I mean, my first startup was about AR. And so you want to communicate as if you were in the same room. That's very important. The music industry is big as well. I mean, we have a core tech that we package into esports right now and competitive gaming, and that's could be really big, and that's the goal there. But afterwards, you can expand it also businesses.
Does I guess kind of internet speed or access to internet affect the performance of your app?
It's funnily not really. I mean, right now the network is really good. I mean, if you take about Zoom, and you're between, I don't know, Chicago and Boston, the network will take 10 milliseconds. The software will take 200. The software is the issue. How do you package the sound? How do you compress the sound? How do you sense the data? And this is our strength, this is our IP. But the network itself became, I mean, over the past 10 years, it became really good today. It's amazingly well.
I noticed on one of the slides you referenced patented technology. Could you tell us a little bit more about that patent, whether your company owns it, where it's in the system, how integral is it to the product? Explain to us a little bit more about the value and relevance of that technology.
Yeah, so the pattern is all about what's happening on the computer, so not on the network side. But what happened is that, audio compression is the first part of it, and we have one patent on this. It's how do you take the voice, how do you compress it very fast and very high compression, so it's very light, you can transfer it super easily. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that network being really good in average, but real time, you have a lot of bumps. And how do you deal with those bumps? How do you deal with some data that are being lost? And we have an algorithm that is capable of artificially reconstructing the data on the other side while being lost on the way. And that's very strong, that's very, very key pattern for us.
Thank you very much, Nicholas Abele with Sonics. We sincerely appreciate your time, and congratulations. Excellent quick pitch. Thank you so much, Nicholas. All right, this time I'd like to invite Rick Tett with Glider up to the stage. Rick, the timer will be set. Your slides will appear shortly. Here's your microphone. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi, are you guys ready? All right, I'm Rick Tett. I'm one of the co-founders of Glider. I'm here today to introduce you to a brand new way and fun way to interact with video games and virtual reality. Let's face it, your hands are maxed out. Many games require gamers' hands to move rapidly and quickly, awkwardly, and sometimes impossibly, at least for me. And some gamers ultimately end up with repetitive strain injuries and arthritis, and meanwhile their legs are doing nothing. So it's time to get your feet in the game with Glider. Glider is a brand new, novel, unique foot controller that enables gamers to basically do anything in a video game, such as movement, controlling movement, and controlling views, weapons, looking around corners, that sort of thing. And I was inspired to create Glider by seeing my nephew gliding around effortlessly in his house on his two-wheel hoverboard. The key to the device is that it measures the precise movements of the feet as you're moving around, heel and toe, and allows you to map those things in combinations into the game. It's easy for anyone to learn. Novice and experienced people alike are up and running in minutes. So Glider facilitates playing in many video games. It works right out of the box with these popular games as well as many others as an additional controller. It can provide additional immersion, and it's fun to use your feet, and sometimes it's even quicker to use your feet. As anybody knows, when they're driving their car and sees a policeman, we adjust our feet very quickly. We have a great team to bring Glider to market. Peter Bartnick, our CEO, has a vast experience in building and launching new products and services. John Warren just recently left Fanbyte magazine as head of media, and formerly had his own video game development company. I have an extensive background in new technology product development, and we've recently been able to add Adam Reimer, former CEO of Optic Gaming, to our advisory board, and Ricky McCoy, who works for Riot Games. Our initial market is towards the PC gamers. There's 1.3 billion projected in the world right now, and we expect mostly adoption in the Gen Z category, but we're also looking at older gamers, ones with discretionary income, as well as those with accessibility, upper limb differences. And we also believe in the future we'll have secondary markets in virtual reality, telerobotics, controlling unmanned vehicles, might be some applications there, as well as we're already working with a company that's using it for stroke rehab. Our go-to-market plan, we have existing product that works quite well. I've got it sitting here on stage. It's not on the market yet because it's 3D printed. Our next plan is to do a Kickstarter this fall to pre-sell our first manufacturing run, and we are going to be promoting it via popular gamer social media and engage with some influencers, streamers as well. And we're looking at a target retail price of $299, and we expect to be able to achieve gross margins of at least 75% on that. Glider is in a class by itself when it comes to foot pedals. It's almost a new category. You have your single-use pedals, flight sim, and racing car pedals. We offer a lot more capability than the single button and even triple button pedals where you have to move your feet around. We have 5 patents that have been issued, 2 in the US, 1 in China, 1 each in Japan and Korea as well, and we have additional foreign patents and domestic in process. We have a configurator that allows gamers to choose from predefined profiles that we've come up with and that other gamers may have shared online, as well as to configure their own based on combinations of their foot positions. And it is analog, so it can be more like dynamic movement, not just binary. We are preparing right now. Like I said, we have a working prototype that works quite well. I let some people demo it yesterday here, and we're going to be bringing product deliveries as soon as we finish our Kickstarter. So thank you for your time. I'm ready for some questions.
Excellent. Great job, Rick. We'll switch it over to 5 minutes, and now we'll do the questions. Thank you.
So is your goal to get this to market for holiday shopping, or is it going to be 2024?
No. We won't be able to manufacture it that fast.
Okay.
Takes time. We'll probably be manufacturing because it's so much plastic overseas, and we're working with manufacturing partners right now to get that supply chain ready. But we anticipate that to happen after our Kickstarter. We'll have our final design. And we'll be able to start production right away, but we're probably looking more at late spring for deliveries.
What do those margins change to if you move the manufacturing domestically?
I'm sorry?
What do the margins change to? I mean, manufacturing overseas is great, but it's very difficult to control inventory. So at some point in time, you're probably going to need to move manufacturing to Mexico or the United States. What do those margins change to when you do that?
Oh, I'm sure the margins would be a lot higher. I mean, lower. Our margin would be a lot lower, the production costs, if we had to switch. I think where we're going to be at, I mean, I've talked to some of the manufacturers about some of the alternatives. What's happening is in Mexico and some of the other, even Vietnam, they won't take your product and manufacture it unless you're doing like millions of dollars right now. They're focused on taking over products that are already being manufactured and sold in large volume. So the nice thing is, I mean, I think PCBs, we're going to be doing PCBs either in Taiwan or China. Those are pretty accessible. The plastic, it could be done here. And in fact, we're going to be looking at redesigning it so they'll be using less plastic. Did that answer your question?
How big is the product, kind of dimensionally?
Right here.
Okay.
So it's meant for a seated user. So I sit down with my feet on it, and I just basically, and my heels can go down, my toes can go down, I can roll my foot. So that gives us a total of 16 different actions I can do with my feet. Or I can use it kind of like a hoverboard where I'm steering my feet going forward, backwards, spinning around, and juking and spinning. I've heard people will do flipping in Rocket League. So it can be used in so many ways in very many games.
How difficult or complicated is it to map the actions to the game?
Any gamer that's used any of the keyboard mapping products is going to be easily familiar with it.
How much do you plan to raise on Kickstarter, or do you hope to raise on Kickstarter?
How much do we? That's always $1 million question. Our goal is, and we're kind of still adjusting our goals. We're going to do a pre-launch we're using LaunchBoom to do some pre-evaluation. So, I mean, we're hoping we can get 1,500, but I've seen some other products just blow up. And a conference like this is very helpful because I've made some great connections to help get the word out.
This is probably something I should know, but are there rules about the types of controllers that can be used in competition?
Absolutely, there are some. Right now, we can act like a keyboard mouse, or we can act like a gamepad. If you try to hook it up to Valorant, it will lock out the mouse portion. It will not allow it. We had some discussions about that. I mean, it may be that initially people will say, we don't want that, but I think people will eventually come around. I mean, we all, use our feet for so many things.
And are you working with any communities of differently abled individuals to maximize the utility for that community?
Absolutely, yeah. We've been in communication with several of the organizations. Mark Barley at Able Gamers is we've talked to them. The problem for a challenge to just focus on the assistive aspect of it is difficult because there's not money out there for that. What Mark Barley at Able Gamers told me is the way you can be most successful is make your product that everybody can use, and then it'll be available to those that do have upper limb disabilities.
And to follow up on that, you mentioned you are involved in some stroke rehab trials and you looking at those alternative uses.
Yeah, it just got started with them, so I don't, I really got excited about that. It's not a market that I want to pursue right away, but the guy said he's going to be going out to Apple and testing with the Vision Pro. So I was like, I've got to send him a unit. But yeah, I think because it can measure independently the foot movements, and a person who's got stroke trying to recover, we want to give them a game so that they can kind of get encouraged. And this particular one is a VR, fully immersive using a Quest 2 or a Pico.
All right, well, wonderful. So time is up for the question and answer portion. Rick, we'd like to thank you so much. Rick with Glider.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Great job, Rick. I'm going to take that mic from you. Perfect. All right, next on stage we have Amaya Damle with Surf. I absolutely nailed that one, right? Perfect. All right, Amaya. So your slides will come up. Your clicker is there. You'll have 5 minutes on the clock, and we'll be standing over here. Good luck.
Hey folks, my name is Amaya Damle, the founder of Surf, a new real money game of skill. Before I get into the specifics of the platform, our user revenue metrics from our live beta, and the ask from this audience, I want to set the scene that inspired the game. I'm sure the majority of folks in this room have placed a wager at some point in their life. It's a good fun feeling when you start winning $20, $100 here and there, but that can quickly turn to anxiety and stress at higher sums. This is especially true when you're in the hole, as most people find themselves. Now, as a data scientist by trade and terrible gamer by chance, I don't gamble, but if I do bet, it's a quick, easy handshake bet for not more than $5 or $10 amongst friends. That's the motivation behind Surf, a platform and a game that aims to bring back a sense of lighthearted fun back to the world of esports betting and beyond. I want to make it clear though, Surf is not gambling, it's not fantasy, and it's not trying to compete head-to-head in an already saturated market. The motivation, we learned from our initial concept that if our platform is closely associated with an established framework like daily fantasy, we would be likened to a DraftKings or a FanDuel. We pivoted the product and built a new type of skill game to address a different audience rather than spending a bunch of money to claw for market share. Our target users are the risk-averse sports bettors and esports enthusiasts, folks that are willing to bet if they had a fun, easy, and legal vehicle to do so. There are conservatively over 1 billion esports viewers, 800 million of whom have bet on esports at some point in their life. The competition, and I use that word loosely, has adopted around 20 to 30 million of this market across all platforms, with DraftKings having around 8 million as a call-out. Our research shows that their active users are higher risk gamblers that are able to overcome the complexity barriers of these games and don't mind putting in hours of effort to become competitive. While we welcome these folks, we believe that our platform better resonates with users willing to pay $10 to make $50 a few times a week with little effort. This low work, simple game paired with our design and win rates allows Surf to be that vehicle that nudges this user type to engage and, even better yet, pay. Surf's game offers outcome-based gambling into the regulatory compliant framework that fantasy enjoys. A succinct tagline would be that it's analogous to a stock picking game packaged into a poker room, but for esports. The real value is that the core game engine itself is skill-based and game agnostic. This means that any sport, activity, or even TV show can be packaged into a singular game offering without needing a gambling license. Users no longer need to learn game-specific rules or do a ton of research, allowing them to wager in areas they may not have ventured into before. We are global by design and legal in a majority of countries, including India, where our Android app is launched. It's the largest esports market by user volume, and this allows Surf to tap into the volume play of small transactions to quickly onboard a broad reach of assets to appeal to a varying audience, cricket, for example. As you can see from our mechanics walkthrough, Surf also has a monetization strategy built in. We use a rake-based model. Users win money from each other, and Surf acts as a facilitator rather than the house. Unlike gambling, a Surf user must win a Surf game. So users stay happy, and Surf mitigates the risk of covering large spreads or runaway bets. Surf launched its beta in February and has acquired over 1,500 customers. We are in revenue with over $80,000 transacted through the site. Our customer acquisition cost remains favorable at under $25, and once Surf is fully live, we are on track to make a year one revenue of $100K and $200 million a year by year 5. I have DraftKings here as a comparison to show that not only has it been done, we are forecasted to do the same, and we believe that we can do it at significantly lower cost. This brings us to the ask. We are currently raising our seed of 1.1 at $10 million. The $650K shown here will cover our beta to alpha launch costs. Being a uniquely new game in a saturated space, a large chunk of our funds will go towards marketing and brand awareness. Our current marketing has gone well without external support, so with additional resources, we can accelerate our growth. Our organic acquisition via social has amassed over 5,000 followers on Instagram, with our most viewed reel garnering close to 100,000 views. We currently sign contracts with 3 Major League Baseball players to promote the site, which is gaining good traction. And we currently only spend on one channel, Reddit, and are in the top 5% of converting companies in the space. Concurrently, in the product roadmap, we wish to use the funds to refine the product by increasing the offerings and socializing the platform. We believe that this will help us achieve critical mass faster as we build a community and a product for that community. But we need some help. So, like my ideal user, which one of you want to make a low-risk wager and bet on Surf? Thanks.
Okay, let me start. Do you have a payment processor lined up?
Yes.
And have you sent them a legal opinion on this?
Yes.
You're using a lot of gambling terms in a skill-based context,
Yep.
and you shouldn't be doing that. If this is not gambling, then you shouldn't be using words like bet or gambling. These are contests of skill. I'd be curious to really drill in on your legal opinion, because even skill games aren't legal in every jurisdiction, right? It's going to be a state-by-state analysis. So the legal opinion, you've got federal carve-outs and then state-by-state analysis
Yes.
done? Okay. Talk to me about how much money have you raised so far?
We've raised $450, friends and family from accredited investors.
Okay. And then what is I don't understand the contest. Can you explain just simply to us how the contest works?
Yeah, so it's not a contest in the way. So the game itself is the contest, so to speak. Let's walk through an example like League of Legends. There's a game happening. We present a swath of binary outcomes. Users can bet similar to like a traditional outcome-based gambling platform. However, the way that it's evaluated is skill-based in nature. So the reason why I'm using bet and these kind of terminologies is that it is relatively analogous to it, but the way that it's evaluated in totality makes it so that it's not.
But is the contest entrant picking winners? Is that what is it?
Yeah, well, so the outcomes can be anything from like red team beats blue team, take tower in 15 minutes, right? So the user chooses a multitude of outcomes. No singular outcome dictates your win. So like it's a game in it of itself. Similar to like anti-style poker, you pay 10 chips to buy in. You get 1,000 chips to play around with. That 1,000 chips is isolated to that game. The person who has the most at the end wins that entire room, and the pot is distributed to them.
Okay. I mean, there's, you know, the exemption that you're going to be relying on is UEJA, right? The fantasy sports exemption from the wire. I mean, from the carve out from the 2005 UEJA Act. So you're going to have multiple participants in real world events. I'm assuming your opinion has. There's other examples of skill-based with esports out there. So, but a lot of those are head-to-head matchups, which the Madden opinions have, you know, clearly established that these are skill-based. So I think you're kind of breaking new ground. It definitely can be done, but it's a very complex environment. And then you've got to keep an eye on what's going on right now with the house-based single-player contest, because there's a lot of pushback, primarily from the big players in the space on some of these more creative games. So it's just a very complex regulatory environment.
Right, and that's like the biggest hurdle that we're trying to overcome is like, how do we get out of the marketplace of associating with an established concept and kind of promoting like almost like an education?
Well, what I would encourage you to do is not use the word bet or gambling at all, because if there's a regulator sitting in this room, they're going to immediately associate you with sports betting, which is an entirely different licensing regime, right? So if these are contests of skill, then call them a contest of skill. Users are entering these contests, they're putting up an entry fee in order to win a prize, not a bet to win a prize.
Right,
Does that make
that's
sense?
correct, yeah.
Okay.
I had a couple of questions about, you said this is focused on surf titles, and what would those be?
Sorry, surf titles, like the games that we
Yes.
support. So it can be like anything. So right now we support like League of Legends, CSGO, and like one of the real sports, cricket. However, because like the way that our offering is packaged up, we kind of want to like expand our reach beyond just esports. Esports is like a good first step in the door, but like things like bachelor leagues and things like that can be kind of formatted into our platform, and you know, people don't have to learn specific nuances of like baseball versus football. They can kind of just come into the platform and interact with our, you know, our game as an abstraction layer.
So you mentioned, I believe that you've launched in India, and it sounds like you're raising money from U.S. investors. You talked about raising $450K from accredited investors. So what do you view as your most important markets, and you know, what's your launching plan?
Right,
for
so
each market?
we launched concurrently in both the US and Indian marketplaces. We specifically launched in India as a mobile first platform because that's just a platform that's more nascent in that environment. We're overcoming some hurdles with the GST, but we've kind of sorted that out. So like while we kind of like, you know, the esports as it's kind of known in the US is a little bit more sympathetic to our cause, we're kind of going through those growing pains in India. The two markets together are really like where we're trying to focus on. India more for like the volume play, and US for like, you know, the really getting the core engine, you know, refined.
And what are the early returns in India? How long have you been there? What is the user, you know, how many downloads do you have? How much money has been put up at risk?
So we launched in India at the same time as our US market, so in February. We have 1,500 users, about half of those have Android app downloaded as well. We didn't really start scaling up our marketing until I would say June of this year, so like we were really trying to refine the bugs to make sure that the platform you know, operated as it was expected. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Amaya. Appreciate it. Everybody give a big round of applause. Great job. Awesome. Well, I am incredibly pleased to announce our next speaker will actually be Brent Foley, not Adam Joshua. I'm so sorry, Adam. I would have been very excited to announce you as well, though. But Brent Foley, the president of the Puerto Rico chapter of the Esports Trade Association, is here to present his quick pitch. Brent, good luck.
Thank you. Put the slides up. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yep. Hello, everybody. My name is Brent Foley. I am the president of the Puerto Rico chapter and also a passionista for Puerto Rico. So as I'll be talking here today, I won't necessarily be pitching a business, but more so a vision for what I see in Puerto Rico. So to give a little context to this storyline, Puerto Rico has gone through a list of economic waves that have really set the island back, but now has actually made it a really good value for the next innovation and the next building. So as Hurricane Maria to the hurricanes to COVID, they've really been set back to you know, a very difficult time to build its infrastructure. which has supported many initiatives by the government to really rebuild in the infrastructure of Puerto Rico. So how does this play into esports? I mean, as we all know, we're here for the esports market. We're understanding, learning about how big and massive it's growing and its potential. So the global esports market is expected to be 1.6 billion this year, with average esports fans watching up to 8 hours of content, and average salary for an esports player is about 30 to 50,000. So how can Puerto Rico tap into this potential of this growing and rapidly expanding market? Well, it starts with the government. Because of all the rough seas that Puerto Rico has hit in the last few years, they've been putting a lot of bills in for their infrastructure, predominantly for the Puerto Rico 5G zone that is investing into its telecommunications, data security, and high-speed internet. There is also a promotion for training and a large passion of the community in Puerto Rico when it comes to gaming and esports. The most popular games are Call of Duty, Fortnite, FIFA, NBA 2K. So with this esports phenomenon that we're seeing, the Gaming Commission and Puerto Rico Tourism Company, as well with the Economic Development Board, have really seen esports as a potential to grow its economy in Puerto Rico and grow the tourism efforts. So they have put this in their strategic plans to, utilize, the growth of tourism and also the technology innovation that Puerto Rico has been bringing. Puerto Rico also sits as a very great strategic location for businesses, as they have Act 60, which has, we've seen a horde of people that have came to Puerto Rico since Maria, which really created a clean slate for it. And since then, there's lots of incentives that the government provides for all companies throughout many different industries, including esports. And some of the government, the Puerto Rico Gaming Commission and the tourism company are people that we've spoken with who are aligning with us to, build plans into their strategic planning. So the market analysis for Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico is known as the gateway of the Americas, and it sits strategically in the Central Caribbean between Europe, North America, and Latin America. I mean, from PR, you can fly 6 hours to Spain. You can, 2 hours in most southern states of the U.S., and then, 2 hours and you're in Colombia and Brazil. So we see Puerto Rico as being an innovation hub for gaming, technology, game development, and really a service provider for what the future innovation looks like. And from just self-speaking, there is a lot of tech companies, Web3 companies, game developers who have moved into Puerto Rico or who are setting businesses in Puerto Rico for the tax advantages the government provides. The target audience, 16-34, highly educated, high income, as they tend to spend more on gaming. So the opportunities there, as I was just mentioning, is, is really strategic location to become a hub, and the incentives that the government is pushing for entrepreneurs, businesses, and has really bloomed a lot of younger entrepreneurs as well. So the Puerto Rico Esports League is really leading the force. They have a show on Channel 6 there, and they do a lot of good work in driving the market. And so what we're presenting to pitch here is the idea of using Puerto Rico as a bridge to bridge the gap between the European, North American, and Latin American market as its central location, and presenting a gaming tournament that could really help boost the tourism and economic development.
Excellent job, Brent. All right, we're going to switch over. Great. Oh, we can give him a round of applause. Great job. Puerto Rico. We'll ask some questions.
Brent, are you here on behalf of a private organization or on behalf of the Puerto Rican government?
I'm here on behalf of the private. So I am president of the Puerto Rico Esports, or Puerto Rico chapter for the ESTA, and then also I work with Puerto Rico Esports League, which they are really leading the industry in Puerto Rico right now with their show that they do a full hour experience of bringing in competition, education, and game development into all wrapped up into a show.
I mean, you mentioned tax breaks, so there has to be some coordination with the government. Can you explain what those tax breaks are?
Yeah, so I mean, no coordination with the government. I'm just very passionate about Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico, so they have Act 20 and Act 22, which is now Act 60. And essentially, in short terms, it's for any corporate, it's only a 4% tax. You don't pay federal taxes, and then, as a personal, capital gains is 0%. So that's why we've been seeing a lot of people moving down there the last few years.
And how is the process, or dealing with the regulatory agencies as you're trying to move in? Are they working on making that less bureaucratic and helping folks move in? And I guess the incentives are the corporate tax. Are there additional economic development incentives that Puerto Rico is giving?
Yeah, great question. Puerto Rico is a different place than the U.S. Its culture is different. Things tend to work a little bit differently there. And, that was kind of one of the hurdles that we've seen with being able to work in Puerto Rico and do business is, the different, difficulties that you might have when communicating with different government entities. And they have really pushed to make those processes a lot easier for, getting permittings for RFPs and being able to do business in Puerto Rico. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Are there additional economic incentives other than the low corporate tax?
Yes. There's way too many to list, but there, aside from just Act 60, they have, different incentives for young entrepreneurs. They have incentives for, different industries like the space industry, the housing industry, and then, the new industry of esports is something that we're going to be speaking with them in this next month of, what are if there's anything special that's going to be added into bringing esports tourism to Puerto Rico, or if it's kind of just falls under the, standard business tax.
Yeah, and for the young entrepreneurs, is it for Puerto Rico citizens, U.S. citizens, or just all? I mean, are there levels with regard to that based on citizenship?
Yes, there is. So for the young entrepreneurs, anybody below 35 to the first 500,000 is untaxed. Now, for Puerto Rican citizens, there is some discrepancy about how you can go about that. As a Puerto Rican, you can apply as Act 35, but for Puerto Ricans as well, there has to be, for those who are in the Young Entrepreneurs Act, they can apply there and then, but for, say, Act 60, there has to be a time period between them off the island to coming back into Puerto Rico. And that's one thing that we've seen in the last decade is called the brain drain, where a lot of the developers, engineers, scientists, doctors have all left Puerto Rico to come to the States for higher paying jobs. And this is a good way to also now kind of bring that brain drain back to Puerto Rico and have the nucleus there.
So what exactly is your ask or your call to action today?
So my call to action is to everybody in the audience and you guys here is really just for collaboration. If you guys want to go spend some time in the Caribbean, put your feet in the sand, spend some time in the sun with the warm breeze, and be able to do a gaming tournament there, a gaming festival there, come talk to me. That is really, the ask is to be able to meet people and supporters and sponsors.
I will admit, I went to a Web3 conference in Puerto Rico in December, and I was firmly convinced that all conferences should be in Puerto Rico in December.
I know, the blockchain conference is definitely one great time, so.
All right. Any more questions? No? We're good. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Brent. Let's give a big round of applause to the president of the ESTA Puerto Rico chapter. That was certainly an interesting pitch. I'm super excited to hear more about Puerto Rico and spend some time there playing video games. That would be ideal. So we have 2 more pitchers. Very excited about that. Then we'll go all grab lunch and then come on back in here for the next event. Want to, of course, again thank Vela Wood and Demiri Law for sponsoring the quick pitch competition. I think we've had some great contestants already. I am pleased to invite to the stage another person I'm incredibly excited to hear from, and somebody who is named Adam Joshua. So Adam, come on up here. Woo.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much for having me here. Thank you, judges, for taking the time to listen to me, and thank you all for being here. All right, so what we're doing here today, welcome to Player Jam, brought to you by Adam Joshua. I own a sole proprietorship that I operate in my own name, and what I want to do for everyone is gaming everywhere for everyone. You know, something personal to have at events. I'll go into my background here. So I kind of learned and developed everything entertainment. So I went to school for entertainment and music, and that led me to a career of music licensing for independent artists and major labels. That led me into television and film, which then led me into virtual reality. So I was able to get different levels of experience in the industry on kind of the financial side, and then I wanted to also own the business side so that I could be an artist for myself, because so many artists out there are taken advantage of, and I wanted to be my own artist. So that led me to start my own business and then become a game host. So over the pandemic, there were so many companies that still needed to have their corporate events to do team building and stuff like that. So what we did is I created games, hosted them, I DJ'd for them, and we did over 1,000 live events in over 2 years. And it was very convenient because we could be able to, go to multiple places around the world just over Zoom and entertain people, make them feel connected. And some of the companies that we worked with were Nintendo, Google, Netflix. And after that, after kind of the Zoom phase, I was able to get into the real event business. I'm working with Encore, who put on some of the event today. So it was very exciting. And then now I'm doing virtual reality events. So say, just kind of like next door, there's like a corner, you have a virtual reality headset, you want someone to guide you through that experience, make it fun for them, and also relate it to your event. And then now my goal is to be an entertainer extraordinaire, teach people how to do what I do, kind of simplify everything, keep everything as cheap as possible, and be able to generate a decent profit margin. So how can we bring the fun of gaming to everyone everywhere? So gaming hosts can facilitate an experience and help players of all experience levels. We can provide equipment for the event. We have a layout that fits their space, and we can do it cost effectively. And it can be run by a team, or I can do it as a one-man show. It's very versatile. So I can be in a room, I can be on a stage like I am now, or you can put this baby in a corner. Fun environment solutions. So we want to make an environment that is open to people of any gaming experience, whether it's someone super young who's never had any gaming experience or someone old. We want to invite them into that, create that environment, make it welcoming and warm. And we want to choose a type of gaming experience that the client would like. So if they want to do travel games, if they want to do round of golf, something like that. And we want to train the hosts and technicians to facilitate that environment so they could be very cordial with the clients, and they could also be able to run the equipment. So, project objective. We want to offer a different side of the business that is mainly untapped outside of competitive gaming. We want to create an environment that is accessible for grassroots events, and we want to do it to help people have fun, travel the world, and create a one-stop shop for a one-man show. Our target audience, everyone is a gamer, so we want to bring out the gaming side of everyone. And I grew up playing with my sisters, so we want to bring that feeling you have in the living room when you're playing with your family, your friends, and to bring that out into the world, to anywhere. And just kind of a nice, fun environment. And with the new generation of adults, these people have grown up with gaming, so we feel there's a change of the guard. The stigma's being erased, and we want to, again, create that environment. So it can be fun for anyone, so we want it to be versatile. For instance, I rented out some of my headsets to an organization. They do, it's called the United Hot Solid. They're basically like an Uber for emergencies. So say someone's having an emergency, the doctor would get a ping if they're in the area. And then we also want to be able to facilitate big events like this. So there's types of play spaces. There's VR, gaming, trivia, and my specialty, comedy, DJing, and karaoke. So VR space is something you can build it in any space. So it can be in a corner, in a hotel room, that kind of thing. We have our gaming space, so we can be setting up consoles in any side of the room. Trivia space, so I could be on stage here doing some trivia with an audience or off in the corner. And my comedy and DJ hosting space. So I like to interact with the audience, play music for them, engage them, sing with them, have a lot of fun. So thank you, and I'll see you at your next event.
So Adam, this is, basically something that you have built a career out of, and you had mentioned some training, and are you trying to expand the number of people who can do this, and what is your platform for doing that?
So I currently operate on my own. So what I've done is it's very simple and very easy to do. So I just kind of explain, like I hired some of my friends to do it with me. So it's a very simple thing to do. So you basically, I work with Encore, so I freelance with them, and I also do the kind of AV side of things. So I'm able to provide like how the game works, what this client specifically would like, what the kind of layout for the event would be, and then coordinate with everyone else, and then show them how to troubleshoot and do anything that needs to be looked upon on the technical side.
You mentioned that your target audience is everyone.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to market when you're trying to market to everyone. Is there any kind of focus that you would like to, that you would start with, or what would your marketing plan look like as you try to grow?
Yeah, so it would probably be in the corporate environment. So I do a lot of mainly corporate events, and so that could be you're 18 to 34, and then you're 34 to 60. So anyone probably within that range, but then it also is great for when I do school events. So I can do, I've done a few events in schools where we, set up 10 chairs, show them a virtual reality video, and so it works for them. And then I've tried it out with my grandparents, which is always good. They seem to be very receptive to it, and so it's kind of good for everyone, but probably my main focus, I would say, would be the corporate environment.
So looking at corporate events, what type of events or what companies would you consider to be your main competitors?
The main competitors, I feel like it's a fairly kind of untapped market, maybe like, Player X next door would be potentially one of them. Some of them who have the bigger resources. I'm trying to do it, as cheaply and easily as possible. Like if I need to travel somewhere, I can just, throw my equipment in a carry-on and go anywhere and do that kind of thing. So that kind of.
So is there, I guess, kind of a limit to the size of an event you can do if you're, throwing your equipment in a suitcase? I guess, like let's say there's 1,000 people in an event, you're, have a VR setup, for example. How do you kind of work through that?
Yeah, so if it were to be something like a larger scale event, I'm just talking more so about if I'm doing it like kind of a one-man show, or like 2 or 3 people. If it were something on a larger scale, it'd be a matter of shipping the equipment. The great thing about working with Encore in tandem is they have a lot of their stuff in-house, and they're able to ship it. So stuff like the screens right here, the speakers, everything is kind of something that you can order, place on the order. I collaborate with them, so a lot of the heavy lifting is taken care of, and then maybe I have a few headsets that I have to take or ship out to the event.
I think if you're going to really turn this into a scalable business, you need a platform. You need some sort of technology platform. You need to become like a marketplace where you can go out and teach other people to do what you do. They can log into your app. They can set up, order equipment, use it to set things up. I mean, this point in time, this is a small business that's going to be very difficult to scale. So it seems interesting. I do agree with you. They have a huge potential market here. But I think if you're going to turn this into a scalable business, there needs to be a platform. You just can't expect to teach a bunch of people to do what you do. Maybe even looking at something like franchising, you know, right? If you would want to create a brand that people can then franchise, but that there's no technology play to this. There's nothing preventing you from teaching someone what to do and then just doing it on their own.
Yes.
Unless you create a brand or some sort of technology platform for them to utilize.
Yeah, that is the kind of level I'm trying to get to, because I've seen it done that way. And yeah, for me, it's just me, you know, me in a dream and doing everything I can. It has worked at events, and the main thing that I've seen is, you know, the engagement with people and bringing out the best in people, making them happy. And that's my main goal. And eventually, yeah, bring it to scale on a platform.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We need a new voice of God mic for this guy. He's a real talent. All right, thank you so much, Adam. It was a pleasure to hear from you. I'm really excited about some of these pitches. Some of them are totally gigantic ideas. Some are small ideas that can grow. Some are fully formed. I think these are a good kind of gamut of the pitches. So I'm very excited. I've said I'm very excited each time, but I'm especially excited to invite Gina Johnson up to the stage. Gina won our quick pitch competition yesterday with just 2 minutes, so we'll see what she can do with 5. Good luck, Gina.
Hey everyone, thank you for coming. Thank you judges for being here. I wanted to share with you my pitch for what I call the brain game controller. It's modeled after the design of my book cover of my biography, and it's here to help people with the integration of hearing aids, gaming, and overall mental health. In a few minutes after I talk about the hearing aid, I'll be talking about a bigger project that it may or may not work, but would like your help on with anyone, even the judges. So it is important to me, so I figured I'd squeeze it in. All right. So my partners, we're looking at working with our able gamers, the National Collegiate Esports Association, and the charity that I represent, iGame USA. The product objective is to create a hearing aid switch on a controller to allow people to wear their hearing aid while they're wearing their headphones. Normally, it would be a software thing on the hearing aid part, or the software calibration, or a game developer software calibration. But there's just so many on the market and so many different matches that it is near impossible to do. So the long story short is we want to create a switch, so it's a physical switch. If you have a left hearing aid, you turn the switch to the left. If you have a right hearing aid, you turn it to the right. It's just like a basic Bluetooth pairing situation, and the controller would then calibrate the settings for you. We want to eventually have some type of location finder, and then we would like to have the heart design on there to symbolize mental health and welcoming environment. So our first prototype, as just what I explained, simple things is where you have this controller that we bought and we just want to mod it. The second step is to partner with a controller company or teams here that would be interested in helping us fund an actual prototype. And then we would test the product with able gamers and parents. Final steps would be to launch the product at all major retailers in the holidays of 2024 or the summer of 2024. We will have local manufacturing companies that hire people with disabilities, and we are looking to employ those people with those disabilities if this controller was able to be made and funded. So, did you know that if you have untreated hearing loss, you're more likely to have depression, more likely of having dementia, or more likely to be on the antidepressants? The U.S. hearing aid market is a big one. It's almost in the 1.48 billion range in 2021, and it's expected to grow about 5.6% until 2030. hearing loss population, the population of gamers, the at-risk population of getting hearing loss, and the world population, it may be a small number, but remember, those numbers are in billions. The global gaming headset market has a big impact, and if we can't work with headsets, what do? Well, we make something that is going to work with headsets without it being a headset. We will be sharing our profits with those who help us. We intend to receive 50% of the profits. 15% will go to Able Gamers, 15% will go to Children's Miracle Network, and 10% will go to a rotating list of charities. Anybody interested will then be able to work with us, and it will go to investors. So the Upgrade Idaho project, I only have a minute left, so I'm going to be really quick. But I have a proposal for all who want to be involved. In Idaho, there is a 100-acre property right on the freeway. We have almost 700,000 people in the Treasure Valley, spanning about 9 cities. This campus, very short, very easy, simple thing, but different 3 regions. It's going to address affordable housing, it's going to have a gaming-themed complex, and it's going to have services and businesses that are in the gaming and gaming-themed section. Out of 250,000 people who game in Idaho, there's only 3 spaces to gather. And we wanted to create some type of museum, housing units that will be like a tiny home unit, and the goal is to be able to develop both. If I can't get your help today with a hearing aid, I would like your help and anyone who wants to get involved with the campus. I'm ready for questions.
So, and how are you currently set up? Are you set up as a B Corp, and where are you in funding?
We are a charity, nonprofit charity, 501c3, yeah.
Great. And how are you doing on your race to create your product at this time?
Well, that's the difficulty. Our name has actually stumped so many people. I've actually had to be in person to do things, and this is my first business trip post-COVID. We lost all of our networking contacts that we made prior to COVID, and we had people interested in funding it, and then we were supposed to set up meetings. COVID came. Everyone who I networked with left their jobs or changed different companies. And so we were trying to get something funded, but our name is so unique that in IT profiles, all of our emails go to spam. So I have to meet someone in person, let them know an email is coming, and then hopefully they get it in time. Even our press releases go to spam. So we're looking for help because we know the esports industry has the capability to get the word out, even if people can't help. And we know that there are nearly almost everyone in this room would benefit from partnering up with us, whether it's the hearing aid or whether it's the campus itself.
Gene, on the gaming switch, I appreciated that you showed how big the market is for gamers, the market is for people with, hearing disabilities. What's the overlap there? Right.
Well, the technical overlap is it's a simple installation on a microchip. It's very easy.
Sorry, what I mean is how many gamers have hearing disabilities, right?
Well, that's the funny thing. There's going to be 1 billion people who are at risk for gaming, for at risk for hearing, and there are 3.5 billion gamers. If you and everyone in this room play games, you obviously understand that we turn it up so loud just so we can hear the footsteps. In 10 years and 30 years, there's going to be at least 500 million people having hearing aids. The issue is cost affordability. The current United States government just put into effect, though, the ability to use hearing aids at a more affordable rate and mandated that insurances now cover them. Before, they used to cost up to $4,000. It's not an easy thing. There's over 100 on the market, and very few times do people actually keep them in their ears. I have one myself. You see, I don't wear it because the feedback in the headphones that I have are too high. And I play shooters all the time. That's why this was not just made for me. It's made for people who want to wear them, parents who see their kids wanting to wear them. And the cap of, the potential is audiologists could be our go-to source for help.
So you mentioned that this switch would allow people with hearing aids to use their hearing aids instead of a headset, but what about the microphone part of the headset?
Good question. The nice thing about the switch in the controller is that there's actually been a few other controllers Microsoft has made that the switch would calibrate your hearing aid by connecting it to Bluetooth. 90% of modern hearing aids have some form of Bluetooth technology. They also have their own programming. So if you were to have the switch be turned to a certain segment, the controller's programming would only be a small amount of code, and it would tell the Bluetooth system to switch the hearing to one side so that you can still wear hearing aids, but you would have the left ear would be out, and it would connect to your hearing aid. Within the right ear, if you're not deaf in the right ear, your right ear would be working fine as a normal headset. The controller would be the go, because there's just so many headsets, you can't program it for them all.
So we actually have an office in Boise, and I know that the real estate prices in Treasure Valley are skyrocketing. How does that affect your campus plans?
So the campus is a place for people who really want to be able to become a business owner. And the idea is to have people work on site, live on site, and learn on site. The charities and different organizations that would be involved range from stuff that are local to regional. We are a community that really needs affordable housing units, but a majority of the stuff that we're bringing to the campus isn't necessarily going to go above green line for a while. It's going to be below, we're in the red for at least 5 years, because this campus is a test. If you have ever watched Blade Runner or played Cyberpunk, mega housing projects look dismal, right? I mean, they're impossible to comprehend, and yet we're on the way to them. We have to build something with ethics in mind, something where we can test the good stuff, understand the bad stuff, and then if we can, replicate it. I think the time of mega housing is coming, but I want to make sure that if we would do something, we give people the skill set. So anyone who has trouble learning certain things, or maybe they want to learn something, they could learn it on site, be able to prototype it on site, get funding, save money for their own tiny home, and then move out. So it's a small business creator, but also a place where people could gather.
All right, well, thank you very much, Gina. That was an incredible pitch. I'm super excited to hear more about that. Great job. Excellent work. Thank you. Well, I'd like to give an extra special round of applause to all of our pitchers today. If you could, join me. Our wonderful judges are up here as well. They will be taking their notes off stage to decide who the winner is. In the meantime, if you haven't grabbed lunch yet, feel free to do that. We're planning on kicking off the next presentation in about 5 minutes, around 12:30. That'll be our wonderful awards luncheon presented by our other sponsor, a wonderful sponsor, Encore. But let's thank Kevin Vela and Vela Wood for this. Thank you so much, Kevin. Appreciate it. Rohan Bose with Technos. Thank you so much. Jill Williamson, thank you so much for being back up here. You're so wonderful. And of course, Shireen, fist bump. There we go. Perfect. With Domiri Law. So thank you so much to our sponsors and all of our other sponsors. We appreciate each of you especially. So grab your lunch, and then we'll see you back here in about 5 minutes. Winner of the elevator pitch competition. Please, if you will, welcome back to the stage Kevin Vella.
Good afternoon. Very nice to meet everyone. Really enjoying. This is our first time out at ESTA, but we're really enjoying it. Just a second about Vella Wood. We're a boutique law firm that's based in Dallas. We have offices Dallas, Austin, and then a couple of attorneys scattered throughout the United States. We are a corporate law firm that represents a lot of emerging companies. We do a lot with the fantasy sports betting space. We're doing more and more in the esports space. So if you have any legal needs, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. We're very passionate about early stage businesses. We're very passionate about entrepreneurs and startups, which is why we're really proud to represent this. We've been doing this for a number of years with a couple of other organizations. It's been really neat to see where some of those companies have gone. We've got a couple of companies that started an elevator pitch just like this, and now they're approaching billion-dollar valuations in just a number of years. So hopefully one of the companies that was pitching today could be that next unicorn. Really appreciated all the presenters. I thought they were really, really well done. I like the format here, the 5 minutes with the 5 minutes in Q&A. I think it went really well. So kudos to the committee for putting this together. It went really well. I think the technology worked very well as well. Without further ado, I'm very happy to announce that the winner of the 2023 Esports Trade Association pitch competition is Glider. Rick?
Excellent job. So at this time, we'd like to invite the Encore video to play, and then we'll invite Christian Wittick from our wonderful sponsor Encore up to the stage to say a few words before we present the awards to the community.
Okay, this is a story about vision. Every event faces challenges. You need a partner with the vision to solve them. At Encore, we see solutions. In fact, we've solved about every challenge imaginable. Tight room turns? No problem. Challenging space and utilization? Challenge accepted. Extraordinarily complex project? Been there, done that. How? It's our people. They are creative, collaborative, innovative, and resourceful. Around the world. Trust the people of Encore. When we see solutions, your event shines.
Please welcome to the stage Christian Wittick.
All right, everybody, here comes the fun part. Some awards. I know we're all eager for it. But ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of ESTA, esports, gaming communities, partners, and friends, good afternoon, and welcome to this exciting gathering, the EsportsNext Award Luncheon. It's an honor to stand before you as we celebrate the remarkable achievements and contributions within the dynamic world of esports. I am incredibly proud to represent Encore, the world leader in end-to-end event production, as the global director of sales and customer engagement. Encore is a company that consistently demonstrates the deep commitment to pushing boundaries of excellence in esports events production. As we convene today, we find ourselves in the heart of an industry that continues to redefine entertainment, community, education, and competition. Encore, too, has embraced this transformative energy, becoming a true pioneer in crafting unparalleled experiences that captivate audience and elevate esports to new heights. Our presence here isn't about just being a sponsor. It's about being your partner in creating extraordinary events that leave a lasting impact. Whether it's conceptualizing breathtaking stage design, harnessing cutting-edge technology to enhance viewer engagement, or flawlessly executing every aspect of production, Encore stands ready to bring your vision to life, from inception to realization. Let us celebrate the achievements of those who have demonstrated exceptional dedication and innovation within our industry. Their success inspire all of us to reach greater heights and inspire future generations of esports enthusiasts. I encourage each and every one of you to seize this opportunity today to connect, collaborate, and explore exciting potentials that lie ahead. Let's chart a course together to create unforgettable experiences in esports, to captivate the events that continue to captivate our hearts, our minds around the globe. Thank you for being a part of this momentous occasion. Here's to an inspiring luncheon and prosperous future for esports. Now, without further ado, let the awards begin.
Got to move the mic down. Seems to happen to me every time I stand to a microphone. This is the most fun part of the event, in my opinion, because we get to celebrate you. Some well-deserved awards here. So when you win, if you win, fingers crossed, come up, we're gonna take a picture, give a brief speech. We do have a hook back here if you've got too much to say. We'll unplug your mic. So we are so looking forward to this. What is our first award, Jill? Beyond the Game. The Beyond the Game Award celebrates the organization that has demonstrated outstanding achievement as the leading supporting organization for esports technology in the past year. This award recognizes exceptional efforts and contributions made by an organization that has set the highest standards in advancing esports technology, ensuring seamless and innovative experiences for players, teams, and fans. And our winner of the Beyond the Game Award is SHI. This is SHI's first win. Right? There you go. Get up there.
Yeah, John, thank you. Thank Megan. This is an amazing event. It's my second year coming here. I was lamenting a little bit because I did the pitch competition, and I was like, we had it harder last year. We didn't have a pitch deck. It's just an amazing event altogether. I did the Mario Kart. The advice I would give to anyone here is really just participate. Get involved, because that's really where the opportunities come from. And from last year, I was looking at a couple of our wins of esports opportunities that we've had, and some of them were fostered at this event. And what we truly believe in is building that partnership first with people like April Welsh and some of the NASIFs of the world, the not-profits, and that's how we drive some of our sales. I don't want to go too long. Amazing award. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, award number 2. The Brand Maverick Award. The Brand Maverick Award celebrates the trailblazing brand that has demonstrated exceptional innovation and creativity in the esports industry. This award recognizes the company, I lost my place, okay, that has fiercely pushed boundaries, challenged conventions, and redefined brand engagement within the gaming community. The recipient of this award has successfully captured the spirit of esports through groundbreaking campaigns, strategic partnerships, and authentic connections, leaving a lasting impact on the industry. The winner of the Brand Maverick Award is Coca-Cola. Come on up. I was surprised by this award. Didn't think they'd win. Just kidding.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We just want to say thank you so much to the Esports Trade Association. We're very happy to be partnering with the association and with all of you as our first year here. But just in general, we're happy to be a part of this community. We're happy to help see it grow and continue to nurture it in any way possible. So thank you all. Thank you, John. Thank you, Meg. Thank you for the larger community. We look forward to finding more ways to work together and to just elevate our trade. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much to Sam and Six Flags, who really also made this possible for us. It's really all the work that we did down there, throughout all the organizations across all of America, all the Six Flags locations across America. So thank you very much, Sam and Six Flags.
All right, award number 3. What do we have here? Data Hero, or Data Hero, depending on your pronunciation. The Data Hero Award acknowledges a company that has provided exceptional analytics and reports significantly assisting in guiding the esports industry. This award recognizes the organization's commitment to delivering comprehensive data-driven insights, empowering stakeholders with valuable information that has propelled the industry forward. The recipient of this award has played a vital role in leveraging data to enhance strategic decision-making and foster growth within the esports ecosystem. And it is my pleasure to award YouGov with the Data Hero Award. Ben Pero is approaching. I learned today that Ben Pero's last name is pronounced Pero. I've been calling you Paro for 3 years, so that was my learning.
It's a nice surprise. Thank you to the ESTA, and appreciate the community. Love coming out and seeing everyone once a year, and it's great to see old friends, make some new ones, and look forward to all the great things we'll do together. So keep up the great work. Thank you, ESTA.
Esports Agency All-Star Award. The Esports Agency All-Star Award celebrates the exceptional agency that has displayed outstanding dedication, expertise, and innovation in representing and supporting gamers while driving the growth and development of the esports industry. This prestigious award recognizes the agency that has gone above and beyond in providing comprehensive services, strategic guidance, and unparalleled advocacy for esports athletes, teams, and organizations. And the winner of the Esports Agency All-Star Award is the Story Mob. And I believe the person who is going to receive it had last-minute cancellation to attending the event, unfortunately. So we will move on to the next award. But congratulations to them. Game changer. Changing the game, some say. The Game Changer Award recognizes an individual who has gone above and beyond to support the esports industry in impactful ways. This award celebrates visionaries, innovators, and catalysts who have made a lasting transformative impact on the esports landscape. The recipient of this award has displayed exceptional leadership, introduced groundbreaking initiatives, or contributed significantly to the growth, development, and professionalization of esports as a whole. And this is a special one for me because I know the person receiving this very well, and this is going to Six Flags, Sam Rhodes.
Like John said, this is a little bit of a special thing for me. This is a project, you know, to get Six Flags into the gaming space. It's taken me many, many years to do that. I really want to thank my wife for putting up with me of going through all these crazy things. My wife was supposed to attend with me on this event. Unfortunately, I'm not making this up, she had a gaming chair accident that prevented her from getting on the plane with me, so she wasn't able to attend. I'll tell you guys that story some other time. But I also really want to thank, you know, Megan and John and the Esports Trade Association, because this is really wouldn't have happened without them and John's support. John and I have made several trips down and back and forth to San Antonio in a car. I don't recommend traveling with him too much. He's a lot of fun, but it gets a little boring. But anyway, I want to really thank those. Obviously, I want to thank Coca-Cola and Rachel. She's my partner in crime and really making Six Flags a big part of this and hopefully future expansions as well. And thank you guys so much.
Well deserved. All right, this next award is the Gaming and Healthcare Award. The Gaming and Healthcare Award celebrates the individual or organization that has displayed outstanding achievement or innovation in utilizing gaming to support healthcare in the past year. This award recognizes those who have harnessed the power of gaming to positively impact patient outcomes, therapeutic interventions, mental health support, and wellness initiatives. The recipient of this award has demonstrated the potential of gaming to revolutionize healthcare and improve the well-being of individuals and communities. And the winner of the Gaming and Healthcare Award is Lurie Children's Shane Rafferty. Come on up.
Thank you so much for this award. This is my first time attending this conference, and it was really unique to kind of see all the behind-the-scenes machine of like what is in esports and e-gaming. So super interesting and learned a lot. Just would want to thank our foundation and particularly our Extra Life program, because that's really kind of a big supporter for all the amazing things we can do at Lurie Children. So if you are interested in partnering or working with us, we do have a Chicago chapter, but there are chapters nationwide. So do some research and see where you are back home, and I'm sure they'd be happy to work with you guys. Thank you.
All right. The Mover and Shaker Award. The Mover and Shaker Award acknowledges individuals or a company that has shaken up the esports industry with innovative products or services. This award recognizes the pioneers who have introduced groundbreaking products, solutions, or technologies that have propelled the industry. The recipient of this award has demonstrated the ability to rethink the way we approach and experience esports. And this award is going to a special couple, Dr. Tom and Amy Ches, Intent Brands. Let me stand next to Amy so I look taller. All right. Who's giving the victory speech? Oh, shit. You can go ahead.
I just want to thank everyone at Esports Trade Association, you know, Megan, John, all of the people here who are here today and understanding the importance of the journey and community. You know, 1 year ago, Tom and I were here for the first time, and the community is so welcoming. The organization is so welcoming to us. We really enjoyed the pitch competition, and in being part of something bigger than you are. And what we do through our product Sly, which is a gaming beverage, you know, we really learned how to go grassroots into a community and listen, ask questions, and really make change. And one of the beautiful things about making change is when you open your mind and you ask questions and you listen, you can do amazing things together, but you can't do them alone. All of the people that we worked with in our pitch competition last year have now become friends. Our businesses have collaborated together. We've done things amazing, and it's all because it happened right here. And tomorrow, we have our first big market manager meeting in a convenience store. So from 1 year, a pilot, being able to do things out in the community and get great feedback for our drinks, it's just been an amazing journey. And we're so thankful for being part of the Esports Trade Association, because without all of you and community, it would never be possible. So we're just very thankful for the opportunity to be here for this award. It means so much. And for the opportunity to make a positive impact in players' lives, because that's why we're here, that's why we do what we do, and that's why we have Sly. So thank you.
Thank you. Also, they make the best neck pillow on the market. So ask Amy and Tom about that one. The Pixel Perfect Award. The Pixel Perfect Award honors the product of the year that has elevated the gaming experience to new heights. This award recognizes the outstanding quality, innovation, and user-centric design of a product that has significantly enhanced the gameplay, comfort, and overall immersion for gamers. The recipient of this award has introduced a groundbreaking product that showcases meticulous attention to detail, seamless functionality, and a deep understanding of the needs and desires of the gaming community. And the winner of the Pixel Perfect Award is Lightware Visual Engineering with Ubex.
Thank you to Megan Van Petten, to ESTA. This has just been a second year of our gold sponsorship here. And whenever I talk about Lightware, as I do to my mom, I try to explain to her what I do. And last year I tried by telling her that we're like the plumbing of the audio-video industry. And then I talked to her several weeks later, and she had said she told her friends that I was a plumber, and they weren't very excited. So I'm trying again. But Lightware makes everything between the camera, the computer, and the display. So if you're going to use any kind of environment that needs to get signals from here to there, it's Lightware. We'd love to have you come by and talk to us at our table. Please stop by if you've got any interest in it. And to Mike Ellsworth, thank you for everything you've done this year to contribute to this success. Thanks, Mike. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. This next award is the Rising Star Award. The Rising Star Award celebrates up-and-coming talent within the esports industry who have shown exceptional promise, skill, and potential. This accolade aims to recognize individuals whose dedication, performance, and contributions have significantly impacted the esports landscape, foreshadowing a bright future for them in the industry, and this could not be more well-deserved. It is my pleasure to award Gina Johnson.
I want to thank the Trade Association, Megan, Josh, thank you, John, so much. I wouldn't be here without a lot of other people's help. This award isn't just about me or the industry, it's about the people who got me here. I have a long list in my book that I want to read out, but I figured that's too long. So I'll just narrow it down to maybe instead of 5 pages, I'll just do 2. Is that okay? So my family, my mom, my grandmothers, Marla Fun, my mom Chelsea, my stepdad, my trans dad, Carrie. I am very happy. My stepdad, Rob, I'm so happy. I mean, just all of their support has gotten me here. Our mental health is so important, and there's so many people that impact you every day, and we don't really give them enough credit. My chiropractor and my physical therapist, Ari Crum, Jake Gabrielson, my former employers and great friends, Eric at GameStop, and Dan Bartholomew. I can't even pronounce it. Dan, you know who you are. Dan used to be the person with Madden Esports, and he helped Microsoft with Xbox. Stephanie Arola and John Goodell, my board members. You know, I wouldn't be able to be here without the organization being created, and you know, it took 3 years to find board members. It wouldn't be that you shouldn't need 3 years to find 2 other board members, but apparently that's how the IRS rolls. So anyhow, This isn't just for me, it's for the people that got me here, and this is for them. So thank you very, very much.
Four more awards. Is this the social? Okay. We have the Social Impact Award, which celebrates individuals or organizations within the esports industry that have made significant positive contributions to society through their actions and initiatives. This prestigious award recognizes those who have harnessed the power of esports to drive meaningful change, inspire others, and make a lasting impact on their communities and beyond. And this award goes to Mr. Gordon Hinkle. When you talk to Gordon later, ask him what stingers up means, and the fellow Sac State alum. Congratulations, my friend.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, John. And like John said, he has to move it down. I always have to move the microphone up, so sorry. I wanted to thank everybody here because ESTA has quickly become like a family for me, and just all of you made this award possible because what we do for the students and communities is really what CESI is all about. So creating career pathways for students, empowering them, putting them on a bigger stage. Very excited to be part of this organization, and John came out to be with us at the Bear Cup here at the State Fair just recently, and we got to work with a number of students from all over the state in California, our alma mater at Sac State. So that's what makes us proud to do this work, is to engage with the students and with our communities. And thank you to all of you for making this possible.
All right. Next we have let me move this down again. Thanks, Gordon. The Ambassador of the Year Award recognizes an individual who has made an incredible impact in promoting and growing ESTA initiatives and membership. This award celebrates the exceptional dedication, leadership, and advocacy demonstrated by individual in driving awareness, engagement, and participation in ESTA programs and initiatives. The recipient of this award has served as a passionate advocate, championing the values and missions of ESTA and actively contributing to its overall success. It is my pleasure to award Danielle Rourke. Congratulations.
Thank you so much to the Esports Trade Association. I definitely want to thank Lindsay Poss, who was the one that introduced me to John and Megan, so thank you. And then obviously both of you for the amazing work that they do to bring our industry together. One of the amazing things about esports is the community that it builds, not only for students and athletes and players and organizers, but obviously everyone here. And so building that community truly helps everyone, and you all here are doing that, being a part of ESTA, and then also just being a part of this event and networking. So let's continue to be together. Thank you.
Member of the Year.
All right, we got two more to go here. These are our Member of the Year awards. The Member of the Year award honors exceptional ESTA members who have dedicated tremendous time and effort to advancing the organization's goals and initiatives in the past year. This award recognizes the members' commitment, participation, and contributions to the success and growth of ESTA. The recipient of this award has played a pivotal role in fostering collaboration, driving progress, and strengthening the esports industry through their invaluable support. And the winner of the Member of the Year, well-deserved, is Dexter Carr.
Feels good. When I came here, the 2021, when I first introduced to ESTA, I was trying to enter the industry. Lifelong gamer, background in healthcare, and I was probably like many of you guys, was grown up being told that, hey, this isn't a career, this is just a hobby. And when opportunity came, I leapt at it, and to see the progress from back then till now. Back then I was just green, I was doughy-eyed, I was just happy to be here and meet everyone. And now I'm at the point where I could come to each of you and actually have an offering, a way to be able to add value to you and add value to this industry. And this demonstrates, when I look back, just the progress that I've made and the progress that I could say that I'm truly not just industry leader, but someone who can add value to something that I'm passionate about. And from some of the things that I've learned, just kind of end off here, when I came into this, a lot of people were asking during that time, how do you monetize esports? Because that's when video game was finally getting the attention due to, and it took a quarantine and pandemic for it to happen, go figure. But, people ask the question, how do you monetize esports? And the answer is you don't. You valuetize it. You add value to what we do, and you monetize the valuation of what you put into the community. And so, once again, thank you guys for this award, this recognition, and never forget to game with a purpose and game for good.
All right, we have our last award here, and this is the second Member of the Year award. I'm not going to read the description again because I did that earlier. But very well deserved. Every single one of you should have a magazine produced by Sports Planning Guide, and the person behind this who had made a significant contribution to this year's event is Chris Silbernagel. Come on up, Chris. He's probably at his booth out in the hallway if somebody wants to call him. He's probably coming. Is he coming? While we wait for Chris, I just want to thank every single one of you for being here. It just means a lot. And you see all that these people have contributed. All these people are winning these awards. They are volunteers, and so they're putting their time and their energy and their effort towards helping us all do this and enjoy more of what we love. So please give a round of applause to all of the winners and yourselves for your contribution as well. Cool. Thanks, brother. All right.
And one more. Rookie move, my bad. Got it. Great job, awardees and awarders. Special thank you again to Encore and Christian Wittick for being up here and doing such a great job. Thank you so much to Encore for sponsoring this awards luncheon. So many microphones. Okay, all right, there we go. All right, so really briefly, before I introduce our next panel, I would love to announce the winners of the raffle. I have pulled some numbers here. I'm gonna announce 5 winners for the raffle. So if you have your ticket, please get it out at this time. If you are not present to win this,
Hi everyone, I'm as shocked as all of you probably. Thank you very much for this Member of the Year award. It was really a pleasure developing the magazine for this conference this year, and I'm looking forward to doing it next year. Thank you.
Up on stage, we'd appreciate it. We'll get your panel going. All right, Doug, hey, good job. All right, so there's your mic right here. Are you gonna sit down? Am I good to go? Yeah, for sure.
Hello, hello. Oh, cool.
All right.
Okay, okay. Wherever you want to, yeah, wherever you want to sit. Hi, hello, everybody. How you guys doing today? I think they told me to be at the podium, but I thought it would be a little bit more intimate if I sat down. So here we are. Thank you guys for joining us. This is the Powering Up, Leveraging Marketing and Partnerships in Gaming panel. My name is Doug Greenberg. I am a writer over at Front Office Sports. We are a sports business outlet. We cover everything outside of the field. In this case, I guess outside of the screen. I've had some opportunities to do some esports coverage here. I actually went to the LCS Championships hosted by Riot Games last year. Got to do a cool story off of that. And I actually find that this topic is super interesting to me, this concept of how to monetize everything in the esports world. So without further ado, I'm going to start introducing our panelists here. We got some heavy hitters. I'm going to start with Matt Archambault. He is the head of commercial partnerships for the Americas, with an S, and the Oceania territory for Riot Games. He covers, the entire portfolio of Riot's titles: League of Legends, Valorant, Wild Rift, Teamfight Tactics, Legends of Runeterra, you name it. Does it for the professional leagues, does it for publishing partnerships or relationships, licensing, distribution, promotional campaigns, all that good stuff. He's brought on a whole lot of roster of partners for Riot Games, including Alienware, State Farm, Rocket Mortgage, for the LCS broadcasts, and he's actually brought LCS merchandise to Walmart. So everybody please welcome Matt.
Thank you for having me.
Yep. Next in line we've got Grant Zinn over here. He is the CEO and founder of Beast Coast, which, if you guys are not familiar with Beast Coast, they are a gaming content network and esports team. They are in 14 different content channels and brands. They have a very successful team in Dota 2, in the South America competitive market, but they have players in the esports space in Rainbow Six Siege, Mortal Kombat, Super Smash Bros., Dragon Ball FighterZ, and Pokemon. And they have all kinds of streamers across all kinds of games, horror speedruns, more Dota. Beast Coast is trying to be a platform for quality content, entertainment, community engagement, and really trying to put a big focus on the players. So welcome to Grant.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Claire Nance, who is the head of global communications and industry marketing for Activision Blizzard. Claire oversees the global communications and industry marketing function for all in-game advertising business. She owns the development of the business unit's holistic brand narrative and external storytelling, and has really helped to make Activision Blizzard an industry leader in in-game advertising in all kinds of the games that they have in their portfolio. The ones that I noticed off the top of my head were Call of Duty and Candy Crush.
And my favorite is Crash Bandicoot. I always have to mention Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, true. That's a good one as well. Well, welcome, Claire, and welcome to all of our panelists.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
So we want to cover a couple different topics here. We wanted to really we're gonna call them 3 different buckets. We're gonna spend a few different minutes on each one. First one is monetization and the esports ad model. Second bucket is authenticity and the community. As we all know, being authentic in this space is really important. And then the last bucket we're going to cover is education and research/data. And as a reminder, we will leave some time at the end for questions. So if you have anything, we'll leave a few minutes at the end. Feel free to ask our panelists about that. So yeah, without further ado, let's get it going. Let's get this started. So I'll start with you, Matt. Well, all the way down at the end there. Let's just, and then we can kind of work down the whole thing. We'll have a whole conversation about it. But what are sort of the key differences with traditional advertising models and esports ad models?
Nothing. I'm just kidding. And I know Claire will be able to talk about this a little bit more, but I think it really comes down to a variety of things, right? If you're a brand, if you're a partner who's coming into the space, trying to understand what are the outcomes, right? What are you actually trying to solve for? What are you trying to get out of it? And that'll help you align on where and what you want to do, right? Riot was in a certain way, we're limited in terms of what we do just around the general live game, right? We do a lot more when it comes to the competitive side. That's where we've done a lot more integration. That's where we work with a lot of amazing partners, one of whom is here today and has been a partner of this event. And I think what you can really see is just the differences of it, right? If there could be just programmatic ads and things like that you might be able to do in one capacity. Others might be a little bit more about getting into a relationship with a league and a publisher to do more of the big beats. So when you work with them for game launches, if you're Claire's side, if you're working on for launches on our side, or skin launches, or other big things, like it's really about identifying kind of the entry point into it. But really, when you get into the competitive and the esports side, I do think you need to be around for more than just a week, right? I know everybody looks at it and says like, oh, this is great, it's gaming, I can go do this thing and I'll get an ROI within 30 minutes and I'll turn it off and move on. But as you're coming into the space, it is massive. We were talking earlier, and I know I'm going on a tangent, so sorry. There are as many people identify as gamers than there are boomers in our population, and that's now, right? Like, we all know the boomer population is aging up, and gamers are continuing to stay the same age. So I think really as you start to you need to find a way to make it a structured approach into this ecosystem so that you can build over the long time. Just coming in for a week or a BOGO or something along those lines, the community forgets about it and it dissipates.
Yeah, when it comes to, this microphone is very loud, so I'm glad you can all hear me. But when we think about advertising and gaming, we kind of break it down into three categories. The first is advertising or integrations that are in the game. So that's something like if you're looking at something like a Call of Duty and you're seeing, an in-game billboard, a lot of racing games have this as well. That's a brand integration and advertising integration that's actually within the gameplay experience and integrated within the gameplay experience. The second type of way that we kind of think and talk about it is adjacent to the gaming experience. I'm going to use an example here, another one of our games, Candy Crush. So when you're playing Candy Crush on mobile, and there's a break between levels and you get served an ad and you watch the ad and you get rewarded with an in-game booster, that's an ad experience that's actually adjacent to the gameplay. So a little bit different within the gameplay experience itself. And then the third space is outside of the game. And this is where you see a lot of the integrations in the esports and the streaming space, but this is brand and advertisements that are not within the game or the gameplay, but they sit alongside gaming content and that type of thing. So those kind of, when you break it down into those three different ways to think about advertising and gaming, it helps kind of understand the different opportunities that exist. And you definitely need, each of those different types of ways to reach the gaming audience serves a different purpose. So the way that you activate in the gameplay experience is not necessarily going to be the same way that you would activate, outside of the gameplay experience. And they serve different purposes. But I think the critical piece is understanding, as with any marketing or brand activation, what is it that you're trying to achieve? What are the outcomes you're trying to achieve? Who's the audience that you're trying to reach? And once you can figure that piece out, then you can start to look at which of these different ways to activate within gaming is going to make the most sense to reach the objectives and reach the audience and have the best possible outcome.
I think one thing that's important to mention as well when it comes to these games is that a lot of the games that are popular these days have been around for a long time. We were just talking about it. League of Legends has been around since, 2006? Something like that. Candy Crush is going on its 10-year anniversary. Dota 2, 10-year anniversary. People have been playing these games for a long, long time, and these games are a part of their life. It's a part of their daily routine. It's a part of what they do, whether it's alone or with their friends, or like their lifestyle choices, or what they watch or what they consume. And so with that, these games permeating these people's lives so much, it's important for brands who work within these games to also try and make that kind of mark as well and be a part of that ecosystem and a part of that routine. So like, and when you show up for one tournament and you expect a massive ROI and then you leave and never come back, like fans will never remember what that was a part of. But if you're a part of something that's long-term, as part of the dialogue, as part of the verbiage of the consumer, it really helps get that ingratiation between, you know, product and service and game that gets people like, oh, you know, this product or this platform is supporting something I really care about, and now I'm invested in that as well. Like, I think I was talking on a previous call about how, you know, if you can get to a 16 to a 20-year-old consumer at their earliest part of their buying and purchasing career, and then become part of that for, you know, let's say you fly to your first esports tournament and you fly Delta, and Delta supported the event. You're gonna fly Delta for the rest of your life. So being there for fans when they're ready and able to receive what you're delivering is, I think, a core part of the added experience, I think, within gaming that can be earned.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point, you know, and I think from the game side, I'm assuming you guys are always having to innovate, always having to think of new ways to bring in partnerships. And I was telling Matt right before this, I only got into esports probably the last couple of years, and one of the very first things I noticed while watching League of Legends, a League of Legends esports event, was the presence of the in-game advertisements, and it really, really jumped out at me. And I'm assuming that that's sort of an innovation that's come over time. So, you know, how do these things really drive revenue? You know, we can both talk about this from the developer angle with you two, and then Grant, you can talk about it from the you know, team side. You know, how do these things bring in revenue for you guys?
Yeah, I think for us it's a really important revenue stream in that it's a diversification of revenue for game publishers, I think. Looking at advertising, traditionally game publishers have, you know, made money by selling console titles. And I think the way that audiences consume gaming is shifting, and it's continuing to shift and evolve. And I think in a really positive way, where there's more access now, there's greater access to games and titles in a way that folks didn't have access to before. You don't necessarily have to have the console and the hardware. You know, we've all got gaming devices in our pocket now with mobile, and like the mobile technology has come so far that we're seeing really great mobile titles as well. So, you know, in terms of the role that advertising plays in these brand integration plays from the publisher side of things, it's a diversification of that revenue stream, which also allows for greater access with more people able to access and play the games because you've got that diversification in terms of the revenue model.
Yeah, and then I would also say diversification absolutely is something that is there. And as you start to look at this, and these things, they take time, right? We actually do a lot of internal research. You know, the Rift banners that you were speaking to, I've been at Riot for 5 years. When I started, it was something that was like an embryo of an idea. And everyone's like, well, wait a minute, how are players going to respond, right? How are fans going to respond to this? What's going to happen? Where do we do it? What's the right way to do it? So the first step is really for us as a publisher to kind of figure out where we are. And our model is slightly different than where Clara is, because we have just primarily, it's games as a service, essentially, right? All of our games are free to play. We make our money through, you know, skin monetizations and other things along those lines, right? From the other side of it, when we start to do some of these things into the competitive ecosystem, right? We are running, you know, yes, the LCS is a league here. We actually operate about 10 of those leagues. So if you think about it, we're operating, you know, 10 NBA leagues, and that's just one sport. Obviously, Activision has a lot of that going on as well. And there's a lot that takes, right? And then we have relationships and partnerships with teams that compete in our ecosystem. And just in League of Legends, we have about 120 teams that we are, you know, kind of helping to feed. So all that allows us to also do is then create a more 360 way of engaging with our partners, which brings in revenue, which helps support everything. But before we do anything, it's really all about like leveling up the experience, right? Like, what is the viewing experience now? Do we think that these Rift banners, do we think these ad units will actually deliver? Like, what is that kind of internal cheesy, you know, like, okay, is this going to work? Is this going to be memed in a good way or in a bad way, right? And I think, you know, at some of the end of the day, some of the best relationships and partnerships we've had, and, you know, I can pick on a partner like MasterCard, where it's now community for League and now for Val is just starting to say thank you MasterCard. It's just TY MasterCard. Like that's what they'll say because they are doing things that are very specific and they've engaged and given back to that same community. And that's really, I think, where it becomes a more holistic angle.
Yeah, I think for us, we exist in a different sort of ecosystem than you guys. We participate in the games that you guys make, and there are different ways that we can monetize against the games that we participate in, and then things outside of the ecosystem. What can Beast Coast do for our fans and for games of gaming that you guys aren't already doing? Because we're not putting on the massive leagues around the world, we're participating in them. What can we do outside of those leagues to make things that move the needle for our partners? I think in some context, similar to what you're saying about the Riot banners, one of the biggest games that we play, Dota 2, each team has their own set of banners that they can deploy, in the server whenever they're competing, and I can put my sponsors on those banners, which is an ancillary way of, saying, hey, we have representation in the game through our team. When we're playing, you'll be visible. That's pretty cool. But then we also have to think about, okay, we're part of the pro broadcast. When we're playing in front of all these fans, they're all watching us play. But as soon as we're off the stage, nobody's talking about Beast Coast anymore. How do we provide more value to our sponsors and make them happy, make them excited, and offer them something different that is potentially different and divergent from the professional broadcast? And so for us, what that is shoulder content. We think about the wider gaming space and what we can monetize and create for fans to watch once the matches are over. What are they doing behind the scenes? What are they doing between games? What are they doing in their daily life? What can we do as side events that are interesting and engaging and get fans that aren't on the professional level but on the casual side more involved? And so for us, we're looking at esports as not so much a sports opportunity but as a media opportunity, and how we can use gaming as a whole to create entertaining and engaging content for our fans and our partners all around the world, and thrive in an ecosystem where we're in sort of in between fans and developers as sort of like a middle ground, but we can all win in by creating important dialogues and narratives that thread all together.
I think you're both actually really hitting on something super important, which is that the most successful brand integrations that you're going to see have fan first or player first, and that's really core. I know that's core to our philosophy and also for Matt and Grant here, which is that we need to make sure that anything we're doing within any of our games and our titles is going to be additive to the gameplay experience for players. It cannot take away from the gameplay experience. It needs to be bringing something to the audiences, and so I think having the players and the fans kind of front and center when you're thinking about how best to monetize or how best to incorporate brands, that's where you get that win-win, because you get the win for whether it's the publisher or the team, you get the win for the brand because it's going to be a more impactful activation, and you get the win for the player and the experience itself. And I think that's a really critical piece when you think about any kind of brand integration within gaming and esports.
I mean, these are all really awesome points, and because at the end of the day, you're just trying to create value not only for the players, not only for viewers, but for your advertisers by attracting the players and viewers. And it actually brings us to really perfect transition to our next bucket, which is talking about authenticity, because as we all know, we live in a internet no BS sort of age where consumers are going to see right through it if you're trying to just do something very brand focused. As you guys were talking about, you need to have something that'll bring them in. But the question I'll start off this section with is just how do you strike that balance between meeting your quotas for ad revenue, for just revenue in general, while still trying to keep the gaming experience authentic?
I think there's a lot of education and learning that's been done over the past few years. I think when esports was really heating up, a lot of the blue chip brands and media buyers were just like, oh, I'll just throw my product in here and we're off to the races. This is going to be amazing. And I think from myself and probably from you guys as well, you had a lot of slow your roll there, buddy. Let's talk about how we can make this engaging and authentic for our fans. And there was a lot of lack of listening, I would say, from the people who were spending, the advertising dollars in the ecosystem, and they got burned because of it. And I think that we have always provided, and you guys as well, have tried to provide valuable and useful feedback on how best to interact with communities that we are very familiar with. And I think just now, in the past year or so, the ad buyers are actually listening to the people who know about the communities before they start deploying advertising dollars into the products themselves. Because I think in the past you would see like, oh, just throw, some ad in the middle of this broadcast and has nothing to do with the broadcast and doesn't elevate the broadcast in any meaningful way. And we sort of have always tried to steer people clear of those sorts of decisions because, I think we know our audience a lot better than they do. And I think if they want to make the best impact possible, they really need to understand that okay, maybe this isn't like your cookie cutter sort of placement, but, it'll serve you a lot better. It'll serve the audience a lot better. It'll give them something to talk about. I think there was a campaign that was done a couple years ago by Mercedes as part of an ESL series in Europe for a Dota series of tournaments, and people are still talking about that campaign to this day. Like it's contagious within the scene, and maybe people didn't go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes after that event because they probably couldn't because they're esports fans. But I think at the time of their life when they come to make an intelligent car purchasing decision, I think that they will remember that campaign and think to themselves like, wow, Mercedes really had a great campaign as part of that event series. I'm thinking about buying a car, maybe it'll be a Mercedes, that sort of thing. And I think the other important thing to realize is that a lot of these purchasing decisions that come around like big products or big like lifestyle choice products don't happen overnight. Like, for consumer products like food and beverage, like if you're hungry and you're watching a tournament and you see an ad for food or a drink, maybe you'll go out and buy it. But for something like big and life-changing, those decisions maybe don't happen for years to come. And so I think for the brands that are getting involved and the brands that do want to make an impact on the space, they need to be prepared to invest over time and be a part of a dialogue, because when those decisions come and you're top of mind, you're the first choice. And so I think you just want to subscribe yourself to being that first choice by being a part of the ever-present dialogue that is the gaming lifestyle.
I guess just to agree with everything he just said. So yes, what I would also just say, and I think to that, it is the listening, right? It is the two-way conversation. The same way that if you're a brand that you're coming in, you know your customers, you know who they are. We know our communities, right? And so as long as there is a little bit of an engagement that way in a conversation, that's where you're going to get the best out of it. A lot of the ways that we often will look in engagement with partners, and I'm sure Claire similarly will, but like we try to look at kind of like big tentpole or like big anchor moments, right? Like what is the thing that we can do with you at the beginning, and then with multi-year and longer term relationships, right, you expand those concentric circles. So you start with something, you let the community know, you let people know why you're there and how you're giving back, and then you start to build out. I think the other thing that's really important here, and I know earlier there were some slides up about the duplication of titles, right? Doing one thing and saying I've checked esports or gaming off isn't necessarily there. The Call of Duty community is different than the Overwatch community, it's different than the Valorant community, and it's different than the Dota community. And so if you try to take a tactic that is perfect for Dota and you come to League, even though League is still a MOBA in the same genre, it's probably not going to work, right? And so it's a little bit of like, okay, I have a general sense of where I want to go and what I'm doing, and now let's try to figure out, working with those partners, how to actually build that up the right way. Because it's often, if it's just you do this thing, it's different than running one Super Bowl ad and spending $7 million for 33 seconds and saying, great, I did it, big splash, and I moved on. The communities won't necessarily remember that, so you need to really start to build.
I always say that we are a gaming company first and foremost and an ads business second. And why that's important is that we will never put an ad or a branding experience in any of our titles or our leagues that aren't going to fit seamlessly within that gaming experience. And the truth of it is that our internal studio partners will not let us do that, which is a good thing, by the way. They won't let us put branding and advertising experiences into the titles that are going to be disruptive to the gameplay, that are going to take away, because you're looking at games, and like you touched on it earlier in terms of like the fandom and the passion that people have for these titles, and we're talking about really premium gaming IP, and the studio teams that work to develop these games and the storytelling and the care and the craft that goes into creating these titles is second to none. And so they don't want that kind of disrupted by ads that haven't been properly integrated into that experience. So that's kind of one of the things that we have that make sure that the quality of any kind of integration within our titles is always going to be really high and also super authentic to kind of the theme that we're talking about, to whatever that gameplay experience is, which again is going to result in much better impact for brands.
Sorry, one last thing, just because it just reminded me. People, I'm pretty sure everybody up here has heard the same thing. Like, in order to break into this space, I need to do something that has never been done before and super crazy, and it's going to change and break the internet, and that's the only way we're going to do it. And if we don't, like, that's it, I'm not entering. Like, don't let that fear hold you up to, like, not activate, right? There are very simple things, right, that might feel, oh, you know, we did this in the 70s. Like, it may have happened in the 70s. The people you're talking to weren't alive in the 70s, right? If this hasn't happened in the last like 5 to 7 years, they have literally no idea what's going on and the way that the younger generation is and how they consume media. Like, ADD is pretty regular. So like don't let that paralyze you. There's ways to do it. You just got to be true to who the community is, listen to people, and then also trust your customers.
Yeah, and you know, I guess the point that I do want to bring up as well is just that, you know, we talked a lot about maintaining that authenticity, right? And as I was kind of alluding to, consumers and players, you know, they're very attuned to these kind of things, and I'm sure not everything that you guys have done has worked out. You know, as Graham was sort of alluding to, maybe a partner is like, we need to do this, and that's not ultimately what it was. So do you guys have some, you know, you don't have to get into specifics, but have you seen situations where the authenticity did not come through and it ultimately was not the greatest success? And you guys talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I have a pretty good example. I won't name specific names, but we worked with a nationwide fast food chain, and we worked with them for probably 9 months before the product was even launched about what we were going to do. And the original pitch was for something that I thought was extremely authentic. I think all the people that worked with me on the campaign also thought it was very authentic, but going through, you know, so much bureaucracy and 9 months of back and forth and approval had distilled the final result down to something that was unrecognizable from the initial pitch. But it was what the client was excited about, even though it has been warped and misconstrued and changed in so many ways. And, you know, we went out to market and we did the campaign, and, you know, there was an outcome, but I don't think it's what anyone wanted. It wasn't something I wanted to work on because it was far from what I initially pitched and what, you know, my team and what I thought my fans would be excited about. And the result was extremely mediocre. And I think the client, at no fault of any of us, you know, were bogged down by their own dinosaur-like attitude and bureaucracy and didn't get the result they were looking for when they were looking for a grand slam. Like you sort of mentioned, they wanted to reinvent the way things were done. It was their first time doing it, and I think, you know, for them to go back and reconsider and do it again, you know, might take a long time or a change of marketing leadership, because it's really just like the people who were made responsible for making the decisions thought they knew, and they definitely did not know. And I think that is, you know, something that can come down to some of these bigger blue chip brands where, you know, a lot of the best advertising campaigns are made from, you know, young cutting edge marketing firms or young brands that are just have, you know, are freewheeling with their marketing budgets, and they understand the demo and they want to move quickly and move, you know, equitably and do things that, you know, they think are exciting, versus people up at the top who have been in marketing for 30 years who don't even know, like, if Call of Duty's on PC or mobile, or it's on both. But, you know what I mean. They just don't know where the fans are, what they're doing, or, you know, have never touched a game in their life. I think that it really just comes down to, like, look, guys, like, let's all take a step back. Like, listen to the guy who has 8,000 hours in a game and knows his audience very, very well, versus someone who has never even downloaded the product, right? I think that is the biggest leap that needs to be made. But I do think, like, that is happening as we speak. Like, there's been so many misfires over the past few years that, you know, people are waking up and doing the research and actually getting acclimated and making those intelligent decisions, and hopefully that continues to happen, because, you know, I think fans got really tired of really boring campaigns, and I think they're kind of over it.
I do think brands as well sometimes, you know, there's they're scared of activating and gaming in the wrong way, and they're scared of doing it the wrong way because they know how passionate the fans are, they know how important the authenticity piece is, and so they don't want to get it wrong. And I do think sometimes there's a little bit of that fear that holds brands back who haven't kind of dipped their toe into gaming and esports before. And I think, you know, you're going to be hearing very familiar themes that we're talking about here in terms of how to get things right. And it comes down to, I think partnership and partnering with the right folks and experts in the space who understand their communities, who understand their audiences, and listening to what they say. The education piece is really critical as well. So learning about the space and understanding how it's different from other forms of advertising. And then again, that fan first, player first mindset, always thinking about who your audience is and what their experience is going to be, and keeping that front of center. And those kind of three things, that education, partnership, and fan first mindset, will help brands get it right, and take away some of that fear they have in terms of getting it wrong.
+1 to everything they're saying. I think it's also transparency and expectation setting. And look, it's a market that's been going up and to the right. Everyone wants to get on top of it and get involved. And I think there are a lot of, not present company excluded, there are a lot of other potential companies that are out there that might just say, yeah, great, give me your money, this is super cool, you're gonna change the world, and then run away and then come back. And then that's where the things end up kind of falling apart. Or as Grant was saying, you start with one mindset and you're like, great, this is where we're going, this is exactly where it's gonna be. And then as things shift and shift and shift, you suddenly go from a turkey dinner down to just a side of mashed potatoes, and you're like, well, I'm not going to deliver the same thing, right? But someone's stuck in their mind that, well, the thing you told me 2 years ago is the thing that's going to happen, and then you have to go back to it.
And that's actually a really good transition into the last bucket that we wanted to talk about, which is education, research, data. Matt, I'll just kind of jump off of what you were just saying, is setting expectations, right, for people who are either new to this space or who are just getting into this space. How do you try to set these reasonable expectations when it comes to, return on investment in this industry?
Well, I think there's kind of two ways to look at it. One, when we go in and start to have a conversation either with prospects, current partners, whatever it happens to be, it really, you almost want to put like a brand, like you want them to give you a brand brief of where do they want to be in 6 months to 8 months to a year, and why they're getting into it, right? It goes back to being player first and everything. And so you need to start that way. If you just start with like, you're going to change the world, then you have to find a way to backdrop, and it just takes a lot of time. But I think the other thing that's really great now, and I go back, 5 years ago, and it was very much more, wild, wild west, even from a data standpoint. And look, we've had great relationships with Nielsen and Zoom on the valuation side of things. There's a lot more transparency. YouGov has been an amazing partner of ours. I know Ben's sitting out there. Saw him all weekend. That was fun. But like, we're able to really help understand like what is going on with brand lift. Where are we at? How does this audience compare to the Gen Pop or compare to something else? And that's the stuff that I think really helps you get to where you need to go and feel comfortable doing it, right? Like, everything is cyclical. We all know that. Like, worked in media, we had some good years and some bad years and some good campaigns and not, and that's why sometimes creative agencies get rotated. And it's not because they're doing amazing work that wins a Cannes Lion every year. So, these things do happen, but as long as you're in it together and you're focused on the end game and the outcome, you can pivot, right? And I think that's the beauty of a lot of these things.
I think it's also, there's been a lift on the gaming industry as well, and the esports industry, to speak the language of advertisers and marketers, and especially as it comes to measurement. And I think that there's been a huge progression in that space over the past few years where increasingly some of the metrics that are being used and talked about, translate. So you're taking away that translation layer, whereas so that you're speaking a language that CMOs and marketers and brands understand. I'm really starting to lean into the measurement piece and the metrics piece, and not have it be so much kind of based on the finger in the air or the gut feel, because like there needs to be that ROI. And again, I think a lot of that comes down to upfront understanding what is the objective of a particular campaign, and so what are the metrics that are going to matter, and those are the ones that should be measured and then be what's determined for whether something's been successful or not. And that's critical that happens up front rather than after the fact, to make sure that the campaign can be tailored in a way that's going to meet those the right metrics.
I think one thing that's important too, and maybe we think about it from like at least from my perspective, like a different sort of angle from people in our space, is that, when we think about the products we're going to put out and how we're going to get in front of fans, we're not only competing for, eye share for advertisers, we're also competing for eye share with our competitors, right? And so for us, we're not a part of official broadcast besides the games we participate in. How do we make shoulder content that is engaging to fans? And I think that is a journey that we have been very accomplished in the sense of, we're competing for market share for a lot of other esports teams and companies and properties. How do we differentiate our content in such a way that makes fans prefer to watch us over someone else? And that's the first battle, because if we don't have the viewership to begin with, we can't sell anything to partners. And I think you guys are in a similar boat when you're putting games in front of players. How do we make a game that players want to play versus other games? And I think that is a battle that we all fight every single day in one way or another. From my perspective, I have been in the gaming space for a long, long time. I've been following games since I was a kid. I had worked in the real world too back in the day. But whenever we put something out from Beast Coast, I always think to myself, like, as a fan first, would I want to watch this? Would I want to be a part of this? And then once I'm confident that, okay, as a fan, I would want to watch this, how do I incorporate brands into that project in such a way that make them want to be part of the journey too? A good example of what we did is that, when people think of Pokemon, they think like, oh, cartoon, trading cards, very cool. Esports, not really. For us, we think, okay, it's the biggest IP on the planet. Like, maybe it's not hardcore competitive esports in such a way as a League of Legends, but there is a competitive ecosystem, and people really care about the IP. It's the largest IP on the planet. Why is no one investing in it besides hardcore fans and the Pokemon company itself? And so what we did last year is we partnered with a shoe store in Manhattan. We converted their store into a real-life Pokemon gym, and we said, hey, do you want to battle the world champion? Come to this gym and battle the world champion and see if you're good enough to win. And that's something that is a part of the game since, 1996, where as a part of the game, you go from town to town to town, you battle the gym leaders, and you go into the next town. And so we just said, okay, let's bring that into real life. And we took that concept to brands, and every single brand looked at us and they're like, what are you talking about? What is this? This doesn't make any sense to me. And so I said, okay, I know you don't understand it. I know I'm saying a lot of big numbers, but there's no justification for these numbers. It's never been done before. Let me go out and do it, and then we go back to you. So we went out and we did it, and it was hugely successful, incredibly, viable for the fans. Fans were super, super excited about it. The store where we did the project, we're getting calls for the next month. When is the next one happening? I missed it. I wasn't in town. Can I come to the next one? And so essentially for us, it was like a case study of, okay, as fans first ourselves, we knew that fans would respond to this. But now it's much more like, okay, now we have this data. How do we put this data in front of brands who want to be a part of the next iteration of this and take it to the next level? Because I think like we all know what the fans want and what they want to be a part of, but how do we thread that line between, millions of people playing your games every single day? How do we get those millions of people who are playing the games to also be engaged with a product that we're just, displaying in front of them? And I think that is something that is still a bridge to sort of be crossed, but I think that, we have the answers just by knowing our audiences as well as we do.
Pokemon, that takes me back. I've went to so many gyms, virtually, of course. But, talking about, creating content that's really going to speak to fans and hit those personal touches, right? I think another way to kind of go about that is by utilizing data available to you guys. So, do you have ways that you're able to, take this data and personalize it for marketing activations and create more kind of relevant content for your fan bases?
So when you're saying taking content and personalizing it, like for...
Yeah. Like, so, when you have, like you take, data like this player is buying this skin or this player is doing this kind of thing, are you able to sort of take that data and personalize it for advertisers, so to speak?
Claire, you could probably talk about it a little bit more based on the ad business that you have there.
Yeah, look, we have a really robust research and measurement team in-house. And one of the things that team does is really look at, okay, what are some of the audience behaviors of the different types of players that we have across the different titles that we work in and have the brand activations in. And so part of the team's job is to really work with, our brand partners and advertisers, understand who is the audience that they're trying to reach, understand the audience that we have, and find those sweet spots where, okay, where can we kind of do these two audiences align, and where can we look at, okay, the types of behaviors that can help inform a better campaign. And we will look at things like, creative best practice, and we do a lot of research in terms of what types of, in-game integrations work best, what kind of engagement they have, what kind of attention they're holding, and use that to develop some best practices that we can give and share with our partners that we work with. And it can be sometimes something really simple. So when you're thinking about mobile, it might be the aspect of the video, or it might be something a little bit more in depth about, okay, where is there something a bit more bespoke where we're taking game IP, I'm going to use the example of Candy Crush, where we might take the Candy Crush IP and integrate that with brand IP into a mini game experience, and how can we make that in a way that's going to be super engaging. So we lean really heavily on the data that we have to inform the kind of advice that we're giving. Again, it's through this lens of what's going to be most really good for fans, really good for the gameplay experience, and really impactful for brands. But that's how we think about using kind of data and measurement to make sure it's, we're going to be getting the best results possible.
I think one thing that's also important, even within the same game, it's not one size fits all. I think that different demographics from different regions respond to different things in a different way, even if they're playing the same game. Like a North American Dota fan and a South American Dota fan are not the same. So certain campaigns and certain lingo and certain memes don't fly between regions. And so I think, that's something that can't really be learned without going and seeing for yourself. Because for us, we're a North American company. When we went down to South America for the first time, we had to learn a lot of difficult lessons about how to interact with a South American community and, make them understand who we were. When we first started, we were, coming down to South America for the first time. We weren't a South American company. We never fielded a team down there. Over 4 years, we've built ourselves into being, the de facto South American Dota brand. Coming from North America 4 years before, never been down there before. And I think what that started for us was really just getting ingratiated with the local ecosystem, talking to the people who made that ecosystem possible, and facilitating the things that they were doing independently at a higher level. And I think that has really elevated us in a way that made us stand out and made us authentic to that community and also authentic to those brands. And I think that, that really just comes down to just doing the diligence required, not necessarily from a data perspective, but just from like a learnings perspective, because the data can only take you so far. The rest of it is just sort of like in the wind, right? You stick your finger up when you're in a boat and you see which way the wind is blowing. You sort of have to follow it in that way. And I think a combination of both goes to tell you like, okay, this community is much more friendly and casual, and this community is much more hardcore and competitive, but I wouldn't have known that unless I got in there and figured it out for myself. And so I think that those types of lessons, are sort of just like come with the territory in a sense.
Yeah, I think the point that Grant just raised as well about regional differences, even with the same title, is a really key one, right? And of course, we have internal first-party data on that stuff, but even when we're working and engaging with partners and they want to do things across regions, right, there might be some titles that we know have a much higher, much more apt, approach in the U.S. than, say, Brazil or, Mexico City or even, Berlin, et cetera, et cetera. So that type of information helps us inform where we're going, back to what Claire was saying, and I think allows us just to be better about why we're doing it and what we're doing together.
Yeah, it's, everything with purpose, right? And totally makes sense. We've got some time to take questions from the audience. I believe we have one over here. They're going to bring the microphone over to you. We're going to start over here, actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Great panel so far. Question is, for anyone who can answer it, but love to hear the publisher perspective. What is the opportunity that you see with player-owned digital collectibles, whether they are using blockchain tech or some other database technology? But the point being is that they're truly owned and offer open distribution.
Sorry, I didn't hear the whole thing.
The opportunity you see in sponsorship advertising with digital collectibles. So, whether it's using blockchain tech or any other kind of database tech, like what is the forecast you have on those types of sponsorable assets that can be distributed?
It's a great question. Clearly, that is not a volatile market whatsoever, as the last 8 months have shown us. I think, look, and I'm not speaking for my CEO right now, it's more my own personal thought. I think there's utility is a way to really look at it. Like, if you get into the digital collectibles or the dirty word of what is an NFT and all the rest of that, but there's utility that can be aligned with it. And even in times when we've looked at things, or if you go back to when everything was like super hot, and it's like if you don't have an NFT, like you don't exist, and the world is over. When we've kind of looked at things, it's like, well, what is the value? What am I giving a player, right? Am I just trying to put something out there that then a bunch of players are going to spend a lot of money just trying to drive up price on? Like, and that feels kind of dirty to us, as from where we were sitting. So I think there's still opportunity. I think it's going to come. The underlying tech behind all of that is really, really strong. Obviously, from a publisher side, like, we have our own quote-unquote little walled gardens, right? We have open APIs that we want communities to engage in, but at the same time, you still are coming into the Riot client when you want to play Riot titles. You're going into the Activision or the Blizzard client when you want to play Activision Blizzard titles, same things that way. So I think there's probably going to be publisher nuance, but I think if we find a utility and there's a reason for, that's where I think you're going to have the most success, particularly around that area.
I think one thing too that people sort of underestimate when it comes to this like whole idea of like, oh, why can't my player-owned microtransactions just fly between different IP willy-nilly really easily? I think, it's a lot harder of a question to solve where, Valorant and Call of Duty are both shooting games. Why can't I take my gun from one game to the other? I worked in game dev for a bit. The QA required to make that happen and the handshaking and agreements that need to go down to facilitate that is, extremely difficult, to put it mildly, in such a sense. And I think like it does serve the communities and it does serve the fans to be able to take items that they really enjoy from game to game, but everything required to make that happen is a lot less simple than people make it out to be. And I think that people simplify it in a way by saying like, oh, they're both digital, why can't we just do it? The game, the gun skin already exists, and it's like, yeah, in one game, but like the QA testing to make a viable build and blah blah blah, and it's very complicated in some sense. But I do think like, as a consumer of different game titles, if there was a way to take my product from one game to another, it could be interesting. But I think for the most part, a Valorant fan is a Valorant fan and a Call of Duty fan is a Call of Duty fan. And, that is the ecosystem that they're in. And, they don't really jump willy-nilly between them in such a sense that it would be viable for them to want to take their items with them in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point is around the interoperability, and that piece hasn't been solved in terms of how you can have items that transfer from title to title. But I think, really to echo Matt's point around the utility, like it comes back to what's the value for the player and what's that going to offer that they can't currently already get in the game.
I think we had time for one more question right over here.
So I have a question as representing a really large old brand, which I saw you all chuckle and look at me, which made me laugh too, because we're an older brand who wants to be cool and relevant, but can't move at the speed of young brands do, because that's why we're 138 years old, because we move slowly. So when you were talking about the game interactions and in real life experiences, how do you help brands monetize the ROI from that experience? Because it's one thing to have it in there and say, well, when a big life decision comes, they're gonna buy a Mercedes because they saw it here. And some of our brands we've literally been in esports for 10, 15 years as Coca-Cola. We have solidified and been there for the fans and the community. But when we are making a large investment in any of your gaming platforms, the ROI has to be there for how is Walmart going to sell 1,000 more cases of Coke if we invest in this program. And I think that's the piece that I would like to hear from each of you is how do you explain that to brands to help them make that return on investment?
I mean, I think there's going to be, it's really understanding, when making an investment in gaming, well, I think first of all, understanding like gaming itself is not a monolith. And so the ways that you can activate within the gaming space and the esports space, like there's so many different ways that you can do that. And there's many different audiences that you can reach. So again, I think it comes down to really like identifying, not kind of classing everything just as like this gaming bucket, but identifying, okay, what do I want a particular activation that I'm doing within the gaming space to do? Am I driving brand awareness or am I trying to drive sales? Because that's going to be two very different types of activations that you're going to do. You can potentially do both within the gaming space, but they'll be very different. So I think that's really the critical piece, is identifying what it is that you're wanting to achieve, whether it's that kind of, from the top of funnel, mid funnel, bottom of funnel. And that I think is going to then help guide you to find what is the right type of gaming activation to then do that matches back to that objective. And it's not always going to be the same every time. And again, the audience piece I think is critical too, because a lot of people, especially when they think about esports, think about young males, and like Gen Z, Cord Carter's hard to reach, but there is a whole audience of people who are gaming, who are women and who are from older age groups, and that in different spaces and on different titles and interacting with gaming in different ways. But I think again, like, recognizing the diversity of the audience and what is the subset of that audience that you're trying to reach, because you're going to reach a very different audience through an activation in Candy Crush, for example, than you will through Call of Duty. So knowing that up front will then guide you on where is going to be the right space to actually activate.
I would also just say, well, first of all, just do a co-creations thing and it'll be perfect. But I think to what Claire was saying, there's tactics, right? So like there are going to be some tactics where you might be able to execute something that's going to be more just brand affinity, brand equity. It's like, okay, people remember you, I got it, this is where we're going. Then there's going to be other tactics that might be more of a promotional element with pass-through rights, where you want to go and do something to spin up, how do we do more in Walmart, right? What's going on there? So I think it really comes down, as Claire was saying, you need to understand like what are those outcomes, and those tactics might be different, but they can all fit within the same thing, right? And then there's like community tournaments, and that's the same thing. Okay, we're really interested in this area or this market, or we need to do something really big in Chicago because that's really important for our Walmart customers. Let's focus a lot of attention on that, which should then get the groundswell to help everything else. And then you use the other elements within the partnership to point to that or to amplify those things. So I don't think they need to be mutually exclusive. Like, I'm only going to go work with Candy Crush and do this one thing, and I'm never going to go work with anything else. Like, all of these things can be layered. That's where you really start to see, and that's where players and those customers will really understand it. And frankly, what we've seen earlier, there's not a lot of duplication, right? So the Candy Crush audience might say, oh, cool, I think I remember this, but most of the heavy league fans are going to be like, I don't even know what that is. The first time I've ever seen it. So I think that's the stuff that's really interesting.
I think one thing that's interesting is like a broader influencer marketing sort of question, where when your brand is so ubiquitous in like the zeitgeist of public consciousness, brand awareness isn't really like an object anymore, right? If everyone knows who you are, you don't really need to tell anyone who you are anymore because everyone is familiar. And so the only way you can differentiate yourself and appeal to new customers is to really do something above and beyond in that certain context, right? I think you've seen a swath of it across influencer marketing where, really, really big influencers have launched their own products instead of getting sponsored by products in that category because they can make a bigger show to their audience. Like if you think about Mr. Beast and his chocolate bars, he could just get, why doesn't Hershey just sponsor Mr. Beast and he'll sell Hershey's bars? Well, the reality of it is that like Mr. Beast fans are much more likely to go out and buy a Mr. Beast bar because they love Mr. Beast and they want to support him in that way versus just understanding he's part of an ad campaign. And so I think one thing that could be interesting for some of these bigger brands is to work directly with, the Activision Blizzards of the world and make a Candy Crush flavor of a specific beverage or a specific, candy. And in that context, okay, you're bringing people in who are fans of the game who now want to try the flavor or something like that. Or maybe there's some special deal where if you get like a pentakill in League of Legends, you get a free beverage or whatever. I think there are ways that you can really engage products and fans by being a part of something that they really care about. And maybe it is very bespoke, like a special flavor, or maybe it's just like an offering for getting a high score or something like that. But, if someone is like, oh man, I'm playing so well, I got 3 free Cokes, and then they go out and they buy a 6-pack because they already got 3 for free, then, that's a whole new customer. And so I think you just really have to get even deeper into what matters to the fans and engage with them in such a way that shows that it's not just like, hey, this brand that I've been familiar with my whole life is participating in something that I love. It's more like this brand that I've been familiar with my whole life is really participating in something that I love. And because of that, now I'm much more aligned with their product and will choose them over their competitors and over any other beverage I might choose to drink.
Well, I think, Grant, pitching ideas for Coke is a good way to finish off this panel. Thank you so much to our panelists, to Matt, Grant, and Claire. And thank you all for coming out. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Doug. That was an excellently moderated panel, and you even did my job of thanking the panelists. I appreciate that, too. So one more round of applause for everybody. Great job, Doug. Thank you so much, Claire. Excellent work. The ubiquitous in the zeitgeist. That was an impressive phrase. Congratulations. All right. So we've just got a couple more minutes. I'm gathering the Scholastic Esports panel over here. I did also want to mention we did have our Mario Kart tournament last night, and we do have 3 awardees. It was a 4-person tournament, so I do apologize to the 4th person who is not getting anything. But the first place person was Andrew Klassman, second was Jeff Prudente, and third was Gina Johnson, as a matter of fact. So congratulations to each of you. If you can see Jill over there, Christopher, if you get a chance, go get your trophy. And we've got some a controller, a speaker, and another prize for the 3rd place finisher. So feel free to go over there. So next we have, so I want to let everybody know we've got one more panel, then we'll take another 15-minute break. Then we've got one more panel and a Hall of Fame presentation, and then we're cruising into the happy hour and reception. So you all are doing great. I'm super proud of each and every one of you who have stuck in here and who are enjoying these excellent panels. Some of that information each of you could use to make a ton of money in your career. So just make sure that you are paying excellent attention to these and taking great notes. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce the moderator of this panel, Danielle Rourke. She will be joined on stage by Danielle Johnson, Ashlyn Sparrow, and Sari Keitlin. If you can just give a round of applause to each of them as they come up. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to sit down instead of standing at the podium because I thought these chairs looked super comfy and I wanted to try them. So, highly recommend coming up here after the conference and trying them. And can everybody hear us okay so far? Yeah? Good deal. Excellent. So welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. Like I mentioned earlier, community is why we do this and is so important to the esports industry and ecosystem. We want to focus today on education, so the opportunity in scholastic esports. So I am joined by some amazing people. I'm going to ask them to do just quick little introductions. I'm Danielle Rourke, like you heard. I was a Chief Technology and Innovation Strategist for Dell Technologies, and now I am actually gaming culturist. I've started my own consultancy. So I'm super honored and thrilled to be here with these ladies. So Danielle, do you want to kick it off? Because that's not confusing at all. No.
Now I will. I'm Danielle Johnson. I am the Executive Director for the Texas Scholastic Esports Federation. We're a teacher-run nonprofit esports org serving Texas schools. And I'm also the president of the Interstate Scholastic Esports Alliance, which is a group of 15 states that have teacher-run nonprofit esports leagues for their states.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashlyn Sparrow. Feel free to call me Ash. I am the Assistant Director of the Weston Game Lab at the University of Chicago. Myself, personally, I'm a game designer. I teach people how to make games, how to think critically about games. So I teach a couple classes where we think about critical video game studies, thinking about the culture behind games, thinking about how we might be able to research games. The interesting thing about UChicago, we don't really have an esports team just yet. The university actually started the Big Ten for football and then immediately pulled out because they wanted to focus on academics. So it's a little bit harder to kind of get them interested, but we're working, we're chugging along. We have a small little esports team, so we'll see what happens in the next couple of years.
Is it working? Oh, yay, okay. Hi, I'm Sari Keitlin. I am the Director of Esports over at Full Sail University, which is located in Orlando, Florida. It's a specialized university that focuses on degrees for the entertainment industry. I'm also chairman of the board for NACE, National Association of Collegiate Esports, and the owner of Greater Orlando XP League, which is a youth esports organization. I'm excited to be here with these fabulous ladies.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. And I just want to take a second. Can everybody give a hand for the fact that not only are these 3 people giants in the education industry, but also the esports field? And do you notice something similar? Like girl power? Come on, clap.
We did it.
Excellent. Thank you all so much for being here. Can't wait to learn from you. So just as a quick heads up, we are going to have time at the end for questions. So if you don't mind, like jot them down or type them into your cell phone, and then we will spend some time at the end if you have any questions for them. We do want to talk really and focus around 3 buckets. And so those 3 buckets are belonging, career preparation, and research in esports. So we're going to kick it off with belonging, and Danielle, I'm going to start with you. So you have kind of a unique viewpoint about the administration and the budgeting behind esports. Can you share some of your thoughts about how schools can effectively allocate their resources and make sure that they can responsibly host esports teams and programs?
I have been a public educator for 15 years. And the number one resource that schools have are teachers. The number one thing that schools need to do to effectively have an esports program that outlasts the teacher that starts it is to have stipends and pay their teachers. If you have seen an esports program in a school, there's a really good chance that that teacher is not being paid for that work. They're not being paid for their hours outside of school. They're spending their own time away from their family or away from their own students in order to have these esports teams on campuses. A lot of people want to start with, oh, what equipment do I need? You know, like, where do I put this? All of that kind of stuff. And that is absolutely not the first thing to think of. The first thing that has to be there is the teacher doing the work, because if it's going to happen in a school, a teacher has to do it. So preventing burnout, like protecting your teachers, paying them for their time, limiting the outside of school hours that they can contribute to this, team or program that they're building, is the best way to build a sustainable esports program in the schools.
That's fantastic. And there's also an impact to student engagement, right? Can you say just a couple things about that?
Most schools in the US are funded through what is called average daily attendance. And so if your student doesn't show up for a day, the school actually loses money. And we have 3 different studies. None of them are peer-reviewed. We have 2 dissertations and a white paper that show that students that are on their school esports team have the same elevated attendance rate as student athletes. Now, athletics has been the #1 stay-in-school program for decades in the United States. And students that are in school athletics have a statistically significantly higher attendance rate. And students on their esports team, their attendance rate raises to that same statistically significantly higher level. So not only that, like, butts and chairs is the best indicator of student success. So the more time they spend at school, the more engaged they are, the more they're actually going to learn, and the more they're going to interact with their peers. So that attendance rate lift is a huge deal, not only for student achievement, but for funding for the schools as well.
And I actually borrowed some stats from NASEF and wrote them down as well. So there was a case study, and this might have been one of the ones that you were talking about, from Moreno Valley Unified School District, and they saw that their esports students attended an average of 7.34 more days than all of the other students, and that allowed the school district to capture, and I wrote this down because I wanted to make sure, $354,000 in that ADA funding, making sure that those students were there. So $350,000 for a school district is a big deal. And
they can pay their teachers a little bit for that time, for that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that wasn't our study. So ours is on our website. It's texscf.org. And ours was a dissertation by a teacher in South Texas ISD, which is on the Rio Grande Valley, like on the border of Texas and Mexico, down in South Texas. And we are actually replicating that statewide this year. So, next time we meet in a year, we should have some pretty intense data on attendance in esports.
Excellent. So, Sari, I'm going to go to you next. So, esports communities are often places where people can connect, and especially where people who have never found connection before, either in communities or at their schools, can experience that. So I know Full Sail does an amazing job of bringing students all together. Can you talk a little bit about how Full Sail actually creates those environments that promote inclusivity and diversity, and bringing that into the esports program as well?
Sure, and it is so true that, especially within the gaming and esports world, if you do not have community, you have a very short-lived product. Community is the foundation of everything that happens here, especially from a successful perspective. And the biggest thing that I think confuses folks, or maybe derails folks that are really trying to move forward in this space that can't, is that your community and your audience are not the same thing. A community is a mutually beneficial place. It's a place where you're coming to both give and receive. You're being a part of the conversation. So whether that community is online, whether that community is in person, wherever it is, you're not showing up to have somebody speak at you. You're not showing up to have somebody give you instruction and have you absorb it. It's a place where you can contribute as well. It's a place where that you can grow as well. And for Full Sail, the community is a huge foundation in what we do for those exact reasons. We're a school that has had degree programs. We have 5 different degree programs that all focus on development of games in the gaming industry. And we've had degree programs on game development for going on 30 years, which is a lifetime in this world. Our community of gamers is our bread and butter. That's who our campus is, and that's what we've always had. And if we would have really tried to start without understanding our community or taking them into consideration, we would have failed, without a doubt. And the biggest thing to understand is to listen to that community and to build upon what they want and what they need is how the success happens and how you bring those folks alongside of you. So, for example, there are a ton of universities out there that will actively recruit from the outside, especially from high schools, to get varsity athletes to play and be a part of their team. And it's awesome because it works for their community and it works for their culture. When it comes to our perspective, I have 250 students show up to every single tryouts that we do. We do them 3 times a year, and every single time I have 250 students at minimum that are showing up. If I walk through the best rocket player in the entire state, past that line of 250 students and put them right in front to say, no, he's going to be on the Rocket League team because I just found him and he is so great, what is that going to do to my community? And so will I get a championship for the next year and a half? Maybe. But am I going to kill the foundation of what my esports program has been started on? Absolutely. So understanding when you come to the table that you don't really always get to drive your community, you're facilitating your community, you're fostering your community, you're not leading your community. If anything, you should be listening to that community more than you should be leading, and it's led by those community members. And having that differentiating factor is how everybody can grow, whether they're competitive or whether they aren't. So at Full Sail, for example, we're not a huge institution by any means, but we're substantially sized. We're about 18,000 students. Of that, we have 70 varsity athletes and 7,000 in our community. So understanding, just even looking at that platform, the importance of that community is everything else that we're seeing. And then the other thing to know is that in that community, you have people that are going on to want to do whatever it is that they want to do, whether they want to compete in esports, work in esports, make video games, be nothing associated with video games whatsoever, and they're going to, I don't know, have an amazing job as a Formula One car racer. Whatever it is, they're there for a ton of different reasons. They're developing their skills, they're developing the connections, what it is that they need. Your job with fostering your community is to make sure it is indicative and representative of everything that they need to get. So that is where, when reflecting back to the diversity conversation, that is where that point that everybody really hammers home and should be continued to hammer home, that representation matters, really comes into play. They should be able to see who they're around, what they're going to see when they go out into the industry, what they're going to see when they go out into those next phases of life, and those things carry with you. So if I want to join my community at Full Sail and I look around and I'm the only woman in the room, then how comfortable am I going to make, if I'm not feeling comfortable, how comfortable are other people going to feel if they're joining and they're not as outspoken? So in that community aspect, knowing that everything that you're doing, that community is your foundation and you need it, and it is so important to listen to it, to make sure that it's a diverse representation of what you want heard and felt and seen, so that everyone in that community is getting what they need out of it just as much as they're putting into it.
Fantastic. That was an amazing answer. Thank you. And continuing along with that, so you want to have diversity in personalities, you want to have diversity in people that belong, but you also want to look at it from kind of a, well, what do you want to do in life? Like there's a lot of diversity there too, as far as thought and career pathways. So that'll really pivot us into that second section that we want to talk around, career opportunities and preparation in esports. So Ashlyn, I'm gonna go to you next. I know you work with some amazing students there in the university. Interdisciplinary is something that a lot of educators recognize as important. Actually, let's do that, I forgot. How many educators are in the room? Whether you're currently one, previously one, woo! Thank you to all of you for doing the jobs that you do. It's very important, so thank you. But as all of you educators know, working together, having those interdisciplinary events and objectives is critical, and we really can't be siloed anymore. You can't just have a computer science student. You're going to have a computer science art student. So can you talk a little bit about how educators can really foster that collaboration between gaming and esports and other fields to help equip students with all of those different professional and global competencies they're going to need in the job world?
Absolutely. So at my role at the University of Chicago, this is my entire objective of getting to like problematize the way that people think about what they can or cannot do within an industry. And so I have a lot of students who come in who do play a lot of games and then are like, well, I don't know how to code. What am I going to do? I am not the best league player. What am I going to do? And then it's this moment to say, well, there are hundreds of thousands of people working on these games to give you this sense of entertainment. And even outside of those games, there are people such as yourselves. We're here at a conference. Someone had to organize this conference. Someone had to create these badges, get these amazing comfy chairs, right? There's events planning, right? And so the thing is that my university, and specifically the major that we just started, the Media Arts and Design major, is really focused on thinking broadly about games. How might we think about games as a means of culture, right? So thinking about all of the research and marketing that goes into it. Well, this is a really great time to actually study a social science, right? Your sociology, your anthropology is really handy in order to understand player behavior, neuroscience, data science, right? And thinking about the metrics of people who are playing these games and the win-loss ratios, right? And so my objective is always to get people to say, hey, what if you took a step back and you think about what are the ways that you can intersect with the game. If you're an artist, you can make 3D models, you can do 2D artwork for it. You can make music. I have students who only want to make music and they only listen to like video game soundtracks, and that's perfect. But they also know how to play like 4 different instruments, and I'm like, well, you're on your way to being a composer, right? And that's all these different ways that you can just get into the industry, because what I fundamentally believe about the game industry is that it is already so interdisciplinary, right? You have teams of people who work across different countries, who might speak different languages, work in different time zones, coming together for the sole purpose of creating this game, whether it's for entertainment value or maybe a social impact education value. People are coming together to create these experiences. So for you all in the room, I would always say, like, if maybe, I suspect I'm preaching to the choir, you all know a lot about esports and a lot about games, but if there's just a thing that you know, a thing that you only understand, there's a high probability that it intersects with the game industry in some way. If you are a foodie, for instance, well, my friend, food is the way that you heal yourself in a video game, and there are a bunch of games that actually have recipes that you can, like when I think of Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild.
Final Fantasy, I've
right,
created
Final
a new
Fantasy.
recipe, yeah.
Oh my gosh, Final Fantasy 15, did you just make an Ignis recipe? Oh.
I totally did.
Okay, you should all play Final Fantasy 15. It's so good, where this character comes up with a new recipe as you go and explore, and as you go and collect these items, and it also connects to world building, right? Because there are certain vegetables that only grow in this fantasy world, and there you have a creative writer coming in. The fact that he says something means that you have theater people who are actually voice actors, who are actually might be different from the people who do motion capture and walk around in the suits with the dots on them, right? There are just so many things, and I am always so excited about it, and I'm just like, I tell everyone, have you considered working in the game industry? Just automatically, oh, you take photos? Have you considered working in the game industry? You could probably help create texture packages for 2D artists to really be able to get really good stone for those floors. Like, it's just so much. So I'm always like, encourage people when they play games to just look at their environment. listen to the sounds, look at the way that things glow, and then think about how people might be able to interact with that outside of coding, outside of the kind of STEM stuff, even though that's super important. And I'm always convincing the physics people to be like, you should make shaders in games. Like, you can do that too, right?
Everybody should be making games.
Everyone should be making games. Ugh.
And I feel like we need to connect about Final Fantasy 15 later.
Please, please.
So, yeah. So Danielle, you and I have had some incredible conversations around, the purpose of esports and why do we do it? Obviously community, obviously helping, keep kids in school, keep students, allow the institutions to recruit and retain students and that dollar amount. But you've had a huge preference on focusing on play and community and really emphasizing the importance of the community building aspect as opposed to kids, you're gonna be a professional player, go make millions of dollars. So can you talk a little bit more about your philosophy there?
We hear STEM a lot in education, and that stands for science, technology, engineering, and math. Or if you want to throw in art, that's STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Both of those are everything but social studies. Now, games are nothing if not social. When we talk about career development and human growth, we talk about those soft skills that students need, those communication skills, problem-solving skills, understanding the world around them, being able to observe. Those are all social skills that are taught or mastered in social studies classes. Anthropology, sociology, history, geography, those are all things that are required in making games, but also being a good human. And one of the ways that I try to describe this is we do not have middle school football to fill the NFL, but the NFL would not exist without middle school football. So when we talk about why we have esports in schools, it is 100% to connect students to school and to each other. If they make a career out of it, cool. But we do not push every student athlete to become a kinesiology major or a health science major or go to medical school. That is not something that we do. And so the focus on, this is the career, this is the way forward for a career. Yeah, it might be, but most likely not. There is I'm gonna date myself, so if you've seen this commercial, you'll know how old I am. But there was an old NCAA commercial from probably 20 years ago, and it ended with, there's about 250,000 NCAA student athletes, and almost all of them go pro in something other than sports. Now, we expect most of our students, and Interstate Scholastic Esports, this year, we will have about 100,000 student competitors in our leagues. We're the largest esports organization by an order of magnitude. Almost all of them will go pro in something other than gaming. But this helps them develop to be good humans, and that's what we're after.
I love that because it doesn't always have to be focused on making tons of money or getting a career or being a pro player. It could just be making the students feel good and making them feel like they belong.
It is about the belonging, because the students that have community come to school more. That's where that attendance level is. The students that have community feel more engaged in school. Like I said, we don't have peer review numbers. I'm an academic. I prefer stuff that's been validated, but we're gonna go with it anyway. About 80% of students in their K-12, and yes, there's elementary school esports programs. My son was on his 5th grade Smash Brothers team.
Minecraft.
Yeah,
Minecraft design
100%.
challenges.
So about 80% of kids on their K-12 esports teams have never been involved in anything at school before. So those are kids that have never had a carrot or a stick at school. And so now they have community, they have a reason to go, the teachers, can engage with them more, there's more motivation to, show up, have your grades be good, have your behavior be, more pro-social. But it's all about play. Those things will help them be good humans as they grow up, but it's not always about funneling or the pipeline. We hear about the pipeline a lot in Scholastic Esports, but it's about good humans.
Good humans. I think we need a sticker for that. So I do want to flip the script a little bit, though, and talk about it from really the collegiate level, because most of the time students are going to college to prepare for a career and to figure out how they're going to support themselves and not just eat ramen noodles for the rest of their lives. So, Sari, I know you guys at Full Sail do an incredible job of career preparation, having events for students, lining up ways for past students who have gotten jobs in the industry to connect with current students that are looking to that future. Can you talk a little bit about Full Sail's alignment with enhancing career readiness and, such as like production and management? I know that Full Sail is this incredible, beautiful campus that really focuses on a lot of those elements.
Sure, and it is, if you aren't familiar with Full Sail, highly recommend looking into it or checking it out. But honestly, because it is such a unique place, I always say this, and this is also the reason why I have never worked in admissions, but Full Sail is not for everyone. And it is not a school, in my opinion, that you can convince somebody to go to, and I would never, ever pursue something like that, because it's very different. When I started college, also a lifetime ago, I think I started as a civil engineering major, and then I went to elementary education, and I graduated pre-law political science. And you know what? If I started now, 25 years later, I'd probably do the exact same kind of thing. I still don't know that I know what I want to do when I grow up. But every single person that goes to Full Sail knows exactly what they want to do. And it's really interesting and it's fascinating. Full Sail operates on an accelerated pace, so the students finish one course a month, and they'll complete their full bachelor's degree in less than 2 years. And that's because most of what Full Sail's programs are is they teach hands-on education. So I always equate it to when my son needed swimming lessons for the first time. If you're trying to teach a baby how to swim, you can't go every Tuesday, because by the time next Tuesday comes, they did not recall anything that they had the week before. And when it comes to working on a console or something that's gear and tech related, which most of our degree programs are, you can't spend 15 minutes on a console and then a week later do it again until the semester's over, or you're not going to be able to leave and go work on that console. And so all of our degree programs are directly connected to the industry. They're industry fed, they're industry led. So advisory board helps develop changing trends and technologies and things that are adapting and flowing within each space. And we mobilize pretty quickly from that. They provide feedback on curriculum because everything is related to the industry. Because if you think about it, if you're coming to a school where you know what you want to do, the entire focus has to be on how are we going to get you there. And so making sure that they have everything that directly ties to that industry is so key and so important. And it's one of the things that I think is different. I've never really seen anybody else do it, but what I love so much about Full Sail is that they know who they're getting as students that are coming in, and they really do put everything they have behind figuring out what they can do to get them there. And the grand scheme of things that we all have to know and understand is that really every single, it's like Ashlyn was just saying, she said so perfectly, every degree relates to the gaming industry. There's accountants and public relations managers and event specialists, logistics, tech, drivers, everything in between in the gaming industry. So getting a degree in esports or a degree in gaming is wonderful, especially if you want to know the business side and the holistic side. But if you love accounting and you also love video games, you can totally be an accountant for Riot, have a great time. But, just there's various ways to be able to connect. And so our job is to make sure that our students understand that. So the grads that we have, because of the way our school is kind of set up and really being articulated, these grads have these jobs. They're doing that in the industry. And so being able to come back and say, this is what my first year was like, this is what my second year was like, this is what those meetings are like, here's who I would talk to, here's who I would connect to, is key. And the other thing to know is that this world that we live in, especially as we're all here talking about the gaming industry, is I have never been a part of a group or a global community so much that celebrates every win, whether it's yours or somebody else's. That's really what this entire space looks like, and it's the most beautiful thing to me about this space. And so everybody wants to come back. Everybody wants to help somebody find that dream job. Everybody wants to help somebody get the skills and everything that they need in order to make it work, because the landscape that we're looking ahead at is really still being developed. And to know that some of the best people in the world, you meet an amazing student and you're like, oh my God, they have the ability to be fully impacting and developing this industry that I work in. That's not something that comes around very often. We're a lot of times preparing our kids for industries that have lived forever, and we're trying to prepare them, we're trying to get them here. When we're preparing folks for gaming and esports, we're preparing them for the ability to lead an adaptable space. And that is a phenomenal world and a phenomenal place to be. So when you create an ecosystem like that, the first thing people that are in that space want to do is come back and get more people like them so that they can continue to do that world, and they can continue to populate that space and improve that space. And I think when you're looking around at gaming and esports, as from the collegiate side and prepping up through the collegiate side, everyone has a vested interest in teaching it the right way, in communicating the authenticity that is required in what we're doing here every day, because we all want to see the space progress and move forward and evolve and formalize, and it does that with the students that we're teaching right now. And so that's really where I think that full circle moment comes from. I'll echo something too that Danielle Johnson said, which is the amount of times I have the conversation with students, potential student athletes, everybody coming in, of, I love that you love esports. I love it so much. That is not enough to get you a job in esports. I love football. I'm the biggest Bucks fan there ever has been, and they still have never called me and asked me if I want to be the offensive line coach, which I could do a better job at, but no one's ever called, and I love it, and I don't understand why. And I don't understand, in the gaming world, it's somehow he's like, but I'm so good at Call of Duty. And it's like, yes, I have won fantasy football 6 times. I still don't get to play for the Bucks. And so in gaming and esports, that world is blurred a lot. And so it's a matter of having that conversation and that connection of like, I love that you love it. Let's take that. We know you love it. And then let's figure out what you want to do and what those skills are. And I'm going to help you see how those two things can blend together for your career. But that is always like that interesting kind of full circle moment or perpetuation, you know?
That's awesome. And we're coming back to community again. So if you all in the audience haven't noticed, there's the theme here. But speaking of communities, so Evo just happened, and that was huge. And so Ashlyn, I'm going to ask you about something near and dear to my heart. Are you a Tekken girl, a Mortal Kombat girl, a Street Fighter girl?
So I am hardcore Tekken, and I'm very excited for Tekken 8 to come out. It looks oddly aggressive in ways that the previous games weren't. It's like weird. Like I think they got rid of the Korean backdash wave, and I was like, what is that? What do you mean? Like, oh my God, I have to go and punch my opponent? No. So it's so wild. Yes.
Absolutely. Well, and you know, the fighting game community, the FGC, it is such an amazing community. There's so much diversity there, but there's also challenges, and it has a distinct culture. You know, we've seen that in the news in the past too. So can you talk a little bit about those challenges and opportunities, and maybe how educators and education and esports programs can help lift up those opportunities, but also maybe help mitigate or solve some of those challenges?
Absolutely. So I grew up, my formative years were like the late 90s, early 2000s, so I'm a hardcore fighting game, community girl, hanging out in arcades, asking my mom for quarters, and really like just making friends, just entering into a space and just playing a game. And so this kind of culture is a part of the fighting game community when I think about the ways in which you can just kind of enter into a space, sign up for a tournament, and just start playing immediately. You do not have to, you know, have a certain kind of gold ranking or anything to enter into it. You don't even really have to have money. You just go to the space, sign up, and play. And because of the general cost of consoles, how they're a little bit cheaper than your PC games, it means that the fighting game community is probably has like less money, and that means that it's a little bit more diverse just by virtue of the fact that, you know, more people can go to those places. But it's also a very rowdy community, right, where you will absolutely talk trash to your opponents, like, and because you're like right next to them, right, like you are really like talking in their face in ways that, you know, esports does also have that, but because your computers are kind of separate, you're talking trash, but the other opponent can't necessarily hear that, right? And so when I think about this community, it's big, but it's also small, it's also insular. There are not professional kind of conferences such as this. There's not a lot of money in it. And so there are ways in which I wonder, knowing that it's more diverse, knowing that I find that there are a lot more women in those spaces than sometimes with esports, I wonder what are the things that that community does well, and does it have anything to do with accessibility, ease of being able to have a console? Like, parents are more likely to buy consoles. Like, I didn't get my first PC until I was in college because I needed it, but my mom was happy to buy me a PlayStation, 'cause like, you know, $300 and I was gonna play it constantly, right? So what are the ways that we can maybe make esports a little bit more accessible, just kind of pulling from the fighting game community side, where like not everyone's gonna be able to have PCs that can run these games, right, at the right frame rate and have a good connection to not drop off, right? There are also a lot of the esports that we talk about tend to be team-based sports, which means that you have to have at least 4 other people that you are comfortable with to play with. You could subject yourself to playing with randos online, but why would you ever? Like, why would you ever? Because depending on who you are and who you look like, it's not really the safest space, right? So what are the things that we as in esports can do to bring people in to make it more accessible, but also either way within either the fighting game community or the esports community or just gaming in large, how might we actually start talking about the general toxicity of the industry, right? And the fact that it is generally it's gotten better, but it is still kind of viewed as like a boys' club, right? And that when, you know, people who are different, whether they are of a different gender, different sexual orientation, religious orientation, there are questions and gatekeeping that happens. So part of me feels like as an educator, and this is the thing that I always do with my lab, because it's fascinating that I am a woman who is running a game lab. Most of my students are like, oh, well, of course they know women are in the game industry, but for a woman to run a game lab is already interesting. The fact that my logo is pink, and I was absolutely determined to make sure that my logo was pink, just to get people to be like, yeah, game labs can also have, you know, colors that aren't just like black or red. No shade to this is beautiful, but right, it doesn't have to be black or red or blue or like green and neon. It can be soft, right? It then means that you talk to people about the games outside of, you know, what are most competitive. You talk to people about the things that they're kind of interested in, whether it's The Sims or Stardew, and then you slowly pull them in. That's how I got my friends to start playing a little bit of Tekken and a little bit of Street Fighter, because they were like, oh, The Sims, what is this game thing? And I'm like, well, my friend.
So you lure them in with Animal Crossing, and then you switch it to fighting game.
You absolutely switch it, right? Because games are little gateway drugs, right? To be playing more intense games. But these are the things to me that you just start doing. You recognize what your industry is currently having. What's the typical aesthetic, right? Who is here and who is absolutely not here, right? And then you go to where the other people are, and you just talk, right? And you just listen, and you don't even have to talk about games if they're not even interested in games. Just get to know them at a personal human level. And over time, you know, you will build that relationship. And a lot of people are curious about games just generally because it is huge. And there's so many people, even I have like 20-year-olds who are like, you know, a lot of my friends play games. I don't play games. I wasn't allowed to play games. And I was like, really? This is a safe space. We can get you started with something very simple, right? And so these are the things to me that whether you're in the fighting game community or the esports community, you have to really just kind of like understand, like, why aren't people in my space? Because this thing that I love is amazing, and I want other people to interact with it and love it. And you can help people and teach people. I finally learned how to play League last summer because someone was like, I will sit and teach you, and you don't have to just jump in by yourself. Yeah. And I was like, this is the thing that I love about the esports community, where it's okay if you don't know. Someone will sit and teach you because they love this.
Absolutely. And if anybody is interested in some really great research around the fighting game community, Dr. Amber Sousa and Dr. Crystal Young, they have some incredible psychiatric research around the fighting game community. So please feel free to Google them. Speaking of research, we're getting towards the end of time. We want to leave a few minutes for the audience to ask some questions. So audience, get those prepared. In the meantime, I want to prepare all three of the panelists. We're going to do lightning round at the end. So think of one research-related aspect, either to the work you do, something that you want to see, or a study that you recently saw that you just want to help promote. And so we're going to do that. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to think about that. I'm going to share with the audience, though, there are some incredible resources out there for actual academically rigorous research in the esports field. International Journal of Esports is one publication, so if you go out there and Google search that, that's ijesports.com. There's also the Esports Research Network that has a ton of worldwide incredible researchers that meet regularly and that provide really solid research foundations if you're looking for that messaging that you want to give to either your organization or your school district as to why this belongs in schools and with students. There's also the Journal of Electronic Gaming and Esports, and that's a fairly new publication, but we're also starting to see more and more esports research show up in a variety of publications like the Human Journal of Kinetics, the psychiatry researcher resources. I don't know them all, so I'm just like making that up. But they are out there if you Google search them. I also run a monthly collaborative of esports researchers from around the globe. It's doctors, scientists, coaches, directors, people who are doing studies, but also people who want to learn more and who want to recognize, okay, what's actually going on in the industry and how can we make this more sustainable for these student athletes and really help esports get to the point that finally traditional sports is like, hey, you know, maybe we should study concussions and it's a bad thing for people to have them all the time. So let's help make esports sustainable as well there. So hopefully that was enough time for you all to think of your lightning round question or statements. So Sari, I'm going to start with you and work this way. What is your thought around esports research?
Sure. So the thing that I have found myself down a rabbit hole with in the last probably 18 months and have been enjoying is the idea of accessibility within gaming and esports. I think it's an often forgot DEI category that I think too many people are not really understanding. And there's been some fascinating studies and research done both for hearing impaired and visually impaired audiences and communities. From the hearing impaired perspective, there are haptics vests that are game specific that are related to it. There's a ton of adaptable ways that they've found to work through communication. And I think being able to refine it and perfect that has been awesome. As part of NACE, I was able to help a school, Gallaudet University, which is in Virginia, an all-deaf university, started an esports program, and we were just kind of helping them get started, and they shared so much research and information with me. And then I was tapped to speak with a visually impaired school that had focused on K through 12, and there's a ton there too within settings for gaming, and as they're coding what they can do for contrast and comparison's sake so that it can be picked up on for a lot of those like devices that help with visually impaired gamers and players, and I think that whole world has really been fascinating, and I think we'll see a lot of developments in accessibility in gaming within the next 2 to 5 years for sure.
Fantastic. Ashlyn, go.
I'm really interested in how gamers could potentially save the world, especially esports players, in the ways in which they're able to quickly move their hands and think and also communicate across teams. I'm kind of like, but how would you be as like a surgeon, right? Of just being able to like perform surgery and without all of you should absolutely go to med school. But I'm just like thinking of like the dexterity that's needed for that, or, you know, using like, you know, drones for good things, not evil things, right? But I'm just like wondering all the ways in which you could put a group of people in semi-stressful situations, have them communicate and see if they're able to problem solve in ways that maybe non-gamers, non-esports gamers are. That's the question.
Fantastic. All right, Danielle, wrap us up.
There's a research project at Texas A&M right now that if you know anything about it, I want to know more, about milk as an esports drink. And I find that entirely fascinating. And so if you know anything about, it's like super secret that I'm sharing with everybody. And so if you know
Don't trust
anything
Danielle
about that,
with your
please
secrets.
come talk to me because I have questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies. We really appreciate your insights and your knowledge. So we'll open it up for just a couple minutes of questions. I know we got to go.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Taryn Morgan, the founding esports director and head coach for Morgan State University. So I'm actually spreading out to helping other universities and K-12 institutions to build their esports curriculum and programs, specifically Black communities. So one of the big issues is the seed costs barrier, of course. We explore Title III, Title 1A, but I'm curious to see if there's any other reliable funding sources that you all have used or may be aware of as well to start programs.
Yeah, so funding sources really to start programs in education.
Is this funding for like school classes?
Yes, for K-12 and collegiate level.
Teachers generally do a lot of stuff for like very little money. So if you are looking to write curriculum, you should reach out to some K-12 educators because they will probably volunteer to do it for you, but you should absolutely pay them. Mickey Frank, who is running around here somewhere, is my right hand, and she wrote 2 entire classes for the state of Texas, and that is like one of our products for this year. But K-12 educators will do it for you, and they just are happy to be acknowledged. Like if you buy them food, they will follow you around for the rest of your life, and so find a teacher.
Anybody else?
So I don't really have like a funding source, but because I work at a university, I'm just like, well, what if you flip the question? I am sure that there are like National Science Foundation grants that you could, if you want to invoke science, technology, engineering, and math, now would be the time to do so. Imagine creating a, K through 12 after-school program that teaches people about insert your educational goals and your community goals, and they're doing this through the power of esports. And so while the National Science Foundation might not actually be interested in esports, they're interested in your educational objective, they would then give you money to then run said program, run said pilot, and there you have some seed funding to be able to purchase computers or whatever it is that you need to maybe secure a space with that funding to then do this other thing on the side. So that's the thing that I would think of. So maybe look at the National Science Foundation. They have larger funding. They also fund pilot studies to then do something that's longitudinal. And if that is not if research is not your jam, this is a great way to partner with people who love research, especially education research. And there you got your teachers, you got your money, you've got your students doing esports, and it's a cute time.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies, so much. I believe they will be over here afterwards if you want to ask them some more questions. Teachers love to talk, so come talk to us. And thank you so much for your time, and we really appreciate you all.
Thank you. Let's keep that going for Danielle, Ash, Sari. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate you. Great job. Nice job. Thank you. You are fascinating. I would love to talk to you again. Thank you, Sari. Thank you. All right. So, thank you very much. So we have a break coming up. You all are doing amazingly well. We have one more panel. We have a Hall of Fame presentation, then it's happy hour time. So we can power through this. We got about 15 minutes left before our next panel starts. So we're going to run some of those Pecha Kucha videos. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, go out to the lobby, maybe do a short podcast if you can, and we would love to have you. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Feel free to watch the videos as well. Thank you so much. Woo, Kristen!
Sense the difference. Take your AV operation to the next level with Lightwear. Introducing Lightwear Ubex, the unrivaled AV over IP device that delivers pixel-accurate 4K 60 video in real time. From live events to esports to XR applications, Ubex operates over 10G Ethernet networks with 2x 10G links. Gives you freedom in your system design. Ultra-quick failover, end-to-end redundancy and double scaling, and Dolby Atmos for the ultimate immersive experience. Ubex, sense the difference. To learn more about the difference Lightwear can bring to your AV operations, visit lightwear.com.
I'm Jeffrey Siebert, Park President for Six Flags Fiesta Texas and Hurricane Harbor Splashdown, and we're sitting in a world's first experience that just opened recently this year, which is our new E6 gaming powered by Coca-Cola. But the story begins long ago, and actually is the brainchild of one of our favorite people at Six Flags, actually Mr. Sam Rhodes.
Hi, my name is Sam Rhodes, and I am the Vice President of Design and Innovation for Six Flags Corporate. I've been excited about gaming for a long time and was hoping to bring some gaming to Six Flags. I've been working on this project for about 8 years. I've actually been with Six Flags for about 16 years now, so been in the gaming space and the entertainment space for a really long time. We felt like this was such a great opportunity to bring the gamers and the theme park fanatics all together into one place, and we're really excited about this facility that we've created. The E6 gaming facility is a very unique, one-of-a-kind, first of its kind in the industry that we've created. We've wanted to really create a space for the gaming community. The gaming community really needed a space like this that was an opportunity for them to kind of call their home and to be able to have these great events and bring in some of the high schools and the colleges to have their own space. And we really thought that this was something that was really needed in the gaming community and the industry. So we're really excited about it and hope everybody gets a chance to come see it.
We believe that E6 powered by Coca-Cola is actually a world's first for any theme park on planet Earth. It was a space that was designed really by a gamer for gamers to put a really cool thematic space that they feel good in, but also has all the latest, greatest bells and whistles, state-of-the-art technology that a gamer would expect. Everything from just a really cool look and feel with all programmable LED lighting that can be changed at an instance depending on what the feel and the event actually is. But the more important thing is we've got 50 high-powered gaming PCs. We've got a 5v5 competition stage, really cool console lounge area where they can play the latest Xbox or PlayStation games and fun, along with a really cool lounge area where you can just sit back, relax in a lounge. If you're waiting for a competition or you're waiting for a gamer to enter a competition or just play in general, you can sit back in our lounge, get your favorite beverage of choice, use our wireless chargers on the tables to enjoy. Plus we do offer a full bar service, snacks, and a really cool retail area as all part of our E6 experience.
It's really hard to believe that, that we finally have opened this thing. Dreams come true. I was really excited to see the reaction of the guests. So many more people showed up than I really expected. The acceptance from the gaming community has been amazing. Going inside and seeing all these gamers playing on there, almost every spot was taken. That we have this really cool bar that everybody's all hanging out at. that. So, you know, just all the excitement and the energy in the room was just amazing to see. There's so many other influencers are coming out. It's just a really cool space. It actually, like, you know, you always think about how this is going to be so great, and then you get there and it's actually even better than you expected. So I was just so happy at how it all turned out, and I hope everybody gets a chance to come check it out.
Thank you all so much for your consideration for E6 Gaming powered by Coca-Cola. Game on, and we look forward to seeing you here soon.
That's what it is! Oh my god, Buzz gets another! It's all there! Stop left and peeking. Oh no, he's isolated. The J! They certainly are trying, but seriously, there are days where players refuse to lose.
Fancy here to hold the line though. And so even if he falls, there's still a chance.
Who do I have here?
Robert Shelton.
Robert Shelton. So what game do you play mostly?
So I mostly play Apex, but right now I'm really into Back 4 Blood.
Okay.
I'm Brennan Colas.
Brandon, so what game do you specifically play in the
I play Rocket League.
Rocket League.
So I would say back then it could have been considered like distracting because technology wasn't as advanced as it is today. So it really wasn't convenient to just, you know, be on the game all the time versus now, like everything's like digital, online on the computer. So it's a great way to, like, you know, network, meet new people, friends, and just enjoy your time overall. I just think trying to be the best, trying to always get better. You can kind of compare like video games to your real life, you know, leveling up and, you know, unlocking new things, like, you know, get a new car, get a new job, learn new skills.
Yeah, that's pretty cool
because of experience and stuff.
Cool.
It's all about mindset. When you have a high-end mindset and you know that you can proceed something, you can obviously use that the tips and tricks that you have, and you can convert it into IRL, and it'll help you out with job opportunities, interviews, and anything going forward. Honestly, it'd probably be multiple things. I can see myself, you know, designing a game, making my own game. I can see myself doing like art for a video game. You know, just anything like digital, anything that has something to do with computers. Like I really like doing it, like designing stuff.
So yeah, you told me off camera that you design hoodies and stuff for like as of right now to get the bills paid. Yeah.
I mean, I would say I'm inspired, like, from certain games. Yeah, just like certain graphics, certain details, like the art inside of a game, you know, can really be inspiring. And that's what I like about, like, what I do. Like, you can be inspired really by anything.
Yeah.
Well, so like I said, there's like a lot of, you know, a lot of technology and a lot of that technology I feel like has has went into like a lot of video games, whether it's like new graphics, PC building, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. So you can just imagine, you know, it's not easy to be able to get such a like, you know, precious like PC or whatever. So the people have to put the work in to get stuff like that, to make products.
Yeah.
You know, and the demand is so high, like you can just only imagine like the production of it.
Most people, some people don't really see school as a beneficial area. I mean, some of the tips I take from practicing all the time, it gets me more energetic, wanting to go to school more, because I did high school esports, and it made me want to go to school and proceed to what I was going to do. And it also gave me opportunities that I couldn't follow without esports, like scholarships and just money involved, so I can go to college and being able to do what I do.
Comms is very important. Like, how do you think that's?
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Communication is very important, and even in sports, you know, you see a lot of teams are very successful because of the chemistry that the players have and the communication, you know, in game. You know, just like if it's like basketball, like on the court, you know, communicating. So I would say like it creates a stronger bond between people. I know a lot of people. You know, have best friends that they've only played the video games with, and then they end up meeting them for the first time after this whole time, and it's just really good.
It really helps you with like communicating with people, talking with people. Mostly, some people aren't really comfortable talking a lot when I'm playing with them, and it honestly kind of just helps out with making new friends, being able to communicate with people, and just helping out with anything if needed.
I would say just be yourself. Don't force yourself to like get into anything that you know, that you don't see yourself. If you're you know, if you're comfortable, I would say, you know, do it. If it makes you happy, do it. I mean, yeah, that's probably the only advice I have. You don't want to be stuck in something that you're not really like enjoying, you know?
Yeah. Don't give up. It's honestly a mental mindset. I mean, yeah, you're gonna lose and you're gonna win sometimes. You're gonna get mad when you lose. I mean, if you get mad when you lose, you're just gonna make your mentality just go down, and it's gonna make you play a lot worse. So just try to keep that positivity when playing, and you'll reach further than you think. Just practice and keep on going.
In the world of sports and entertainment, greatness is measured in moments. The moments that take our breath away, that defy the odds. The moments that inspire us to achieve new heights and rethink what's possible. But really, every great moment has years of preparation behind it. 1,000 obstacles overcome. A team that pushed you forward. Coaches who shaped your raw talent into a masterpiece worthy of the world stage. At Morgan Stanley Global Sports and Entertainment, our firm is global, but our mission is personal. We strive to keep you at the top of your game, not just for a season or a career, but for your entire life and generations after. Because while the great are measured in moments, legends are defined by their legacy. Morgan Stanley Global Sports and Entertainment.
Thank you, everybody. I hope everybody had a good break. We are going to try and get the next panel going so we can get ourselves to the Hall of Fame and then the happy hour. This is going to be one of the most interesting panels. This is the Overwatch League and collective bargaining, featuring 3 of our most prestigious guests today. I'd like to introduce to the stage Neil Duffy, Justin Stefanovic, and Adam Adamu. Please come up. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, doing well.
Thank you. Where do we sit?
Wherever you want. Yeah, grab a seat. So, thanks, Adam. Yeah. Grab a chair, and your mic will be right behind you. Flip it on. Yeah, okay. You can take that mic with you? All right, fantastic. Make sure you flip those bad boys on. Perfect.
Okay, what's up, everybody?
Woo!
Oh, we got a big TV here. All right, last panel of the day before happy hour, and we celebrate Charlie Conroy. See you in the room? All right, good start. Good start. Knowing Charlie, he's probably out at the bar already getting ready for his celebration. Wonderful guy, and thrilled to be able to join him after this. But we've got a hot topic to discuss. We've got a couple of executives from various different teams here, and we're going to talk about Overwatch League and all the things that are happening in that. So who's fired up for that? All right. So first off, my name's Neil Duffy. I am with a company called eFuse. Thrilled to be here. We are a software infrastructure company focusing on social casual, semi-competitive games, working with partners like Psyonix, Epic, Riot, and Activision Blizzard. And I am intrigued to learn more about this Overwatch League and what's happening, because I haven't followed it religiously in the last couple of years. So that's a bit on me. I'll be the moderator. I trust that I will hand it off to the subject matter experts. And first up, Adam, tell us about yourself.
Thank you. My name is Adam Adamu. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Overactive Media. Overactive Media is a global esports company. We have operations in Europe and in North America, primarily in North America, focused out of Toronto area. We've got teams in the Call of Duty League, Toronto Ultra, and we've got Toronto Defiant in the Overwatch League. We're also active in Europe. League of Legends, the LEC over there. We own the Mad Lions. We're into Valorant, Valorant Game Changers for women. Our focus so far has been primarily on the Riot and Activision Blizzard ecosystems. Now, before we go on, just so that maybe we can kind of set, is there anybody from Activision Blizzard here? Okay, good. Is there... Is there anybody from Riot here? Okay, even better. Okay, over to you, Justin.
That's a good question to ask, to make sure how much we can share and not share. Justin Stefanovic, SVP of Partnerships at Misfits Gaming Group. Similar to Adam, we're in a bunch of esports. I think lately we've been transitioning more to media and entertainment, still rooted in gaming. We have teams in Call of Duty and Overwatch League and Game Changers for Valorant and Rocket League still. And yeah, we compete closely with these guys, so really excited to talk about all things gaming, Overwatch, and et cetera today.
All right, you got a couple of frenemies up here, and I'm going to lob you up a softball. And Adam, why don't we come to you and tell us the current state of the Overwatch League.
Overwatch Grand Finals, Toronto. Yeah, that's coming up September 28th to October 3rd. We're honored to be co-hosting that with the Overwatch League. Looks like it's almost sold out. A few kind of single tickets left here and there. But more broadly, the Overwatch League is in its sixth year. I think we've been in it for 5 years. I think, over a period of time, things change, and it's going through, I wouldn't just say just Overwatch, but all esports is going through a period of transition. And I would say that this year is a year of transition for the Overwatch League. We've got a new game We've got a new structure that we've negotiated with the league. Some of it, we're not in a position to be able to discuss, but I think many of the changes that we're looking to do with our partners at Activision Blizzard are really to catch up with the current state of the market and of the esports sector in terms of maybe some of the expectations that we had 5 years ago. Many of them, I would say, turned out to be true. Some of them turned out to be not as we expected. And look, after a 5-year period, you need to kind of readjust and rebalance to the realities as they've affirmed themselves.
Okay, well said. So there was an Overwatch 1.0, there's an Overwatch 2.0, which is kind of this year of transition that you discussed. Justin, why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about kind of some hopes or dreams or aspirations that you hope to happen as you kind of transition to this next iteration of the league?
I was going to say, how short of an answer? Like money? No. So I think what we're looking to figure out and establish, as Adam said, a lot of the things that Overwatch League set out to do hadn't really been done in esports, so there's a lot of learnings, a lot of things we had to figure out what would work, what wouldn't work, and hopefully we can apply those things we've learned, grow, make things that are a bit more longevity for the league moving forward. I don't know if I have like a specific one thing that I could like hope for, but ultimately it's, I mean, we're all fans, we're all esports fans, gaming fans, and we want the leagues, we want the success of these franchises, of the teams, of the players. Everyone wants it to work out, right? So that would be my grand kind of hope for things if we can figure out the best way to move forward, in this next iteration of Overwatch. So,
and I would look, the main thing that didn't turn out in terms of not just Overwatch, but I would say Call of Duty, League of Legends. I would say those are the three big esports, let's say, prior to Valorant, which is kind of more recent and came kind of post the transition, I would say. But those three esports, the current models were founded on the premise that media rights would drive the market in terms of the revenue. And that's what drives traditional sports, is media rights largely coming from cable broadcasters, ESPN, regional sports networks, and that kind of thing. And the original idea for Overwatch League, and I think it kind of went through League of Legends and CDL, was that the media rights would be to esports what it is to traditional sports. And it started off very strong because the initial Overwatch League media rights deal was groundbreaking. It was $90 million over 3 years, with a $10 million bonus if you hit certain numbers, which they hit and exceeded and got to 10 million. So that first deal was a $100 million deal over 3 years. The following deal was with YouTube, and really there was bidders for that, and that was an even bigger deal, okay? And that included Call of Duty, and that was, that was what esports, the current generation of esports was meant to do, but it didn't hold up for a variety of reasons. And the biggest reason is there's just not enough competition. There's Twitch and there's YouTube. Like, where else are you going to broadcast, right? And, Mixer spent a lot of money trying to bring Ninja and other people, and that didn't work. The transitioning between networks is not clean in esports as it is. It's kind of sticky to whatever you're in. And so, Riot and the other players out there looked at that, especially the Overwatch experience, where transitioning from Twitch to YouTube brought more money, but it diminished the viewership dramatically, right? And that's okay in cable, right? That's what HBO is all about, and that's what UFC and those types of things are. You don't get all the audience, but you get the people that are paying. But in esports, that trade-off wasn't successful, I would say. Riot decided not to do that once they saw what happened over there, and Riot's strategy has been since to ignore media rights and to focus on getting the largest viewership that they can. But the entire ecosystem of franchised esports was based on that view that the media rights would be there, and it wasn't. And it may come back in 5 years, it may come back, but it's not going to come back tomorrow, right? And it's kind of interesting to see Apple doing deals with Major League Soccer. Amazon Prime is doing Thursday Night Football, and they're spending a lot of money as well on those, big money, right? And it'll be interesting to see what happens there, because the money up front is there. We got it for Overwatch, we got it for Call of Duty. The question is, will it be able to deliver through and transition from the cable to the linear, to the direct video side? I suspect that it won't, but that's what didn't work, and that requires a rethink of esports.
You also get an audience that isn't used to paying for their content, at least when it comes to esports content, gaming content. Twitch and YouTube are free, so they've been watching that for a long time. From a media rights perspective, it's a lot different from how our audience views the content that we're trying to generate money around. So we have to think of different ways and get creative, I think. But yeah.
So I think keeping in that vein, let's talk about different ways that esports participants are used to spending and microtransactions. So if you don't have those massive media dollars that are going to drive hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, you can look at an example which would be the microtransactions, and that has been wildly successful. You've got the years of experience with Counter-Strike and various other different games and titles, Dota 2, the compendium for the international. Let's talk a bit about that, because I think collectively we've talked offline and said this could be a great monetization vehicle. So, Justin?
I mean, in the world of gaming, microtransactions work. It's not new. It's been around for a long time. I mean, there's a ton of free-to-play games that generate all their revenue off microtransactions. Some of you might have heard of them, called Fortnite and League of Legends and those types of games. So maybe there's a way to look at that model and see what can teams, what can leagues do in that marketplace, and how could we help generate revenue that's kicked back to the leagues and the players and the teams and stuff. And Adam, I'm sure, will speak more on it too.
Yeah, well, look, I think MTX, as we call it, which is microtransactions, is lined up to replace media rights. Okay, and this has been something that we've been thinking about for a while. But if you move from a media rights-driven revenue model to an MTX-driven revenue model, the entire model has to change, right? In a media rights version, you have a league which has to negotiate the rights, and then they collect a bunch of teams that buy into the league in order to get access to the revenue share that the media rights are going to bring, along with the sponsorship and the other stuff that basically comes together. And then those get distributed out to the teams, who all get an equal share as being kind of partners, and your franchise values go up. That's the traditional, I call that the classic model. And in those models, the group that is not involved is the business unit. And the business unit is the term that the publishers use for the actual game developers. The game developers that make Overwatch, Team 4, or Sledgehammer, which is making the current version of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, they run largely independently. And they basically, their job is to make as much money as they can for their game. Okay, that's 100% what they're focused on. And so they were left out of the model, right? That's not where the revenue is going to come from. So you guys do your business, and we will do ours over here in the esports side of it. Well, if you're going to transition over to an MTX-driven model, the partnership isn't so much with a league, it is with the business unit. So we need to transition from being partnered with an Overwatch league or a Call of Duty league, for the sake of argument, to being partnered directly with Team 4 or Sledgehammer or Infinity. In that ecosystem for Call of Duty, you've got a general manager, which runs all of the Call of Duty franchise. Her name is Johanna Ferries. And we're fortunate that Johanna used to be the commissioner for the Call of Duty League. So she understands, kind of that system. But her interests are a little different now. Okay, she's running a different business than the Overwatch League or the Call of Duty League. And so what we need to do as teams is convince them to open up the purse strings, let's say, to let the teams monetize the in-game content for the benefit of the leagues. And that's not an easy ask, because they have to understand, or we have to make them believe that it's not just income diversion. They're not just taking money they're going to make anyway and giving it to us, that something in esports allows it to be incremental, and then by allowing this, allowing us into their storefront, into their closed wall. And it was interesting when the publisher people were up here, they were kind of speaking about some of these things as well in terms of their walled garden and their other things. Well, letting us into the walled garden, they need to be 100% sure that they're just not giving us their money. They're giving us our money, right? And that's the transition that we're really working for. I would say not just in these Activision Blizzard leagues, in every esport league. That's what needs to happen.
And you're seeing more microtransactions or teams getting revenue from that side of the business in other esports, like in Counter-Strike, which Neil brought up. That happens before, and the leagues have, I would say, like soft pitched it with like the jerseys in game and stuff, and the wraps for the guns and stuff in Call of Duty and things like that. But can we make it into an actual marketplace where we can drive real revenue back to the teams? We'll see. I mean, that's what hopefully we can figure out.
And that's where the income diversion comes in, right? So they, at first when the Overwatch League ran, and maybe you can correct me, but I think they used a different currency for the esports stuff. Like if you're going to buy like an in-game skin for esports.
Yeah, it wasn't transferable. It was like, yeah.
Right? And that's how they want to protect like the income diversion. Well, if you really want to get the esports stuff, you have to buy this other currency, and then just for the esports, so that you don't pollute it with our stuff, right? And I think, is that still the case?
I don't know, but I know like it was an example for when we couldn't give away items in Call of Duty because they weren't on the currency side for the league. It was like, oh no, that business unit has a different, so.
And then, with the game launcher, BattleNet or BlizzardNet or whatever it's called now, like when we first came in, our expectation was that, Overwatch League or Call of Duty, like they would be right there, right? When the game is on, it would be right in the client. Well, business unit says, yeah, is that really our business? What's in it for me? Well, there's nothing in it for them because the deal has nothing in it for them, right? And so again, that was very confusing at first, right? For particularly new entrants like us. And now I think we know it a little bit better, and really, we need to woo the business unit. That's who's got all of the money, folks. Okay, like they make a lot of money over there, and that's really who the partnership needs to be with. Now, so I guess the question is, what do we do, okay, that adds value to the business team, right? As opposed to what they could get from influencers or from other people, right? Yeah. Because there's lots of ways to basically get the viewership. And I think, so there's two answers there. First of all, I don't know because they don't share the data, so we can't really validate anything, right? But they know because they've got the data. But the presumption is that what esports does is it's a pathway for casual viewers to become more hardcore, which means that they're more engaged with the game, right? So it transitions casual to more engaged or hardcore, and we do know that the more engaged and hardcore that you are, the more you are likely to spend in the game. So if we are an engine for taking casuals and converting them into esports fans, which are more hardcore, the spending should increase, and so then we can take a piece of that increase.
Yeah, I think that was there was some data and stats that was shared earlier. That was, when you think about it, sure, everyone's a gamer at first. I game it, I play this game, I like it. Then it's I want to get more into it, and I become a little bit more obsessed with it, and then I watch it religiously, and I follow teams and competitive and all that stuff. And if we can convert those people, and also there was a stat on how much we're monetizing an esports fan, like those really hardcore fans, we have to figure out another way to monetize them better. And in-game transactions, microtransactions could definitely be one of those things. But as Adam said, it has to be additive. If the business unit says like, oh, we're just going to give you a percentage of what we're already going to make, that's not making the game more money. It's actually, you know, just having the same amount of money but more people in the pie. So how do we add more revenue to the bottom line is what we got to figure out.
I could listen to you guys talk all day because that's getting pretty spicy.
Yeah.
I like that. So if they're not hearing you and you're kind of stuck in this spot where you're voiceless, how do you stand up and get a voice? Or how did you stand up and get a voice, Adam?
Well, I mean, you know, we have to be very careful, I guess, as the first answer, right? Because particularly in the U.S., there's antitrust rules, right? You can't just collude and basically all kind of get together and say we're all going to agree to do this. That's not allowed, okay? That's not what we did. And there's different rules in different countries as well, and this is both, especially the Overwatch League is an international league with ownership in Europe and North America and Canada and Asia and Korea. So, I mean, it's a lot of different jurisdictions. So you have to be very careful about how you do it. Let me say that, you know, Activision Blizzard has always been very engaged. I think we can, it's probably various complaints the teams can have, but I think they really want to make this work. You know, there's something there that they believe in. It's just, I think often they are more kind of lawyers than they are the target audience, right? And the teams are more closely connected to the target audience. And so I think a big part of it is for us to be able to communicate to them clearly, you know, what is not working in a way that is convincing to them to change it. And so in this particular situation, we structured something where each team basically joined in representation with an advisor, let's say, but separately. So we each had separate relationships with the same advisor, and that advisor, which is a UK-based law firm, has client confidentiality between each of the teams. So if I say something to them, they can't share it with him, right? And likewise going back. But they do have all of the aggregate information, right? And so does Activision Blizzard, right? Because they get all of the reports from the teams. While they have all of the information, we don't have any of the information because I can't do that. That's against the law, right? And so we did that, and then we kind of left it over for legal counsel to basically parse that up and have discussions with Activision Blizzard directly, which, let me tell you, Activision Blizzard absolutely did not want to have discussions with them at all for their own various reasons. But that began the process, and then that kind of allowed us to have discussions directly with Activision Blizzard.
Yes. No, as Adam said, sometimes, you know, yes, leagues and teams are all in it together. They want to make it work, but as we've highlighted, sometimes those interests are different in terms of different businesses within the company of said publishers. And sometimes the alignment isn't always there. So you sometimes have to, you know, talk and figure out legally what can we do, what is it there available to us from a legal standpoint for the teams to bring forth and say, hey, listen, you got to talk and listen to us, because this what we currently were doing, and we've talked about this before, esports wasn't really generating the numbers we were hoping. It wasn't, the media rights deals weren't the right type of deal for the league, which we put a lot of our eggs in that basket. So yeah, we have to tweak and change, and one of those things, you know, thanks to Adam and a lot of the teams were able to do is say, hey, listen, we need our voices heard, and that's what happened. So.
And let me just make it clear, though, because it says collective bargaining. This was not collective bargaining in the way that a union, you know, would collectively bargain with an employer. It was, in fact, it wasn't any of that. There was no collective bargaining at all involved. And there was no threats of like a strike or like any of that kind of stuff. It was a dialogue that was structured in a way that we could communicate our voices. Look, if you've got 20 teams in the Overwatch League from all over the world, and we go league meetings. There's just no way you can communicate. Like everybody's got, first of all, there's different languages, but everybody's got their own kind of views. How many hours can you have, in a weekend to be able to get anything done, right?
A lot of the business unit development meetings between the teams in the league are really just the teams yelling at the league. So those calls don't really have a lot of.
No.
There's not a lot of action steps after them.
And so you need a sober second party, let's say, or third party in this case, that can basically just structure things, understand what the commonalities are. Like what we need is, what are the commonalities, okay? So that allows us to basically get a list of, hey, 1, 2, and 3 are the items that most of the teams kind of agree with. And so we can kind of congeal around those ideas. I will also say this was not the first time this was done in esports, right? So there's been other examples that just didn't go public that had a successful outcome as well.
That's a ton of great information that even I'm learning on the fly here. So thank you guys for being so open and sharing. Let's talk about another elephant in the room, the Microsoft and Activision merger. Is this going to be a good thing for the leagues? Is this going to be a good thing for esports? What are your thoughts?
I felt like, I don't know, dealing with Activision's difficult. Dealing with Microsoft is also difficult, if you ever dealt with them. So I don't know. I mean, I think the jury's out. We'll see. I know that there's changes they want to bring too, and Microsoft themselves have talked about kind of where they're putting their business model versus specific hardware versus are they going to go more cloud-based and look at more things which they're kind of already doing with their store and Game Pass versus going to buy an Xbox type thing. So where they're putting some of their more marketing efforts and dollars, and will that transfer back to us in terms of okay, how can we help with computing from a cloud perspective? How can we help driving revenue differently for them? And I don't know. I don't know if those conversations are really happening yet.
Yes. Now, look, one of the best things about the leagues that we're in, and we're, I think, in the same leagues with Misfits here from a global perspective, at least the main franchise leagues, is that you want to be partnered with the publisher, right? That's where all of the money is. So if we get the benefit of doing all of this stuff that we're talking about, where we can go in there and you've got the senior people from a company, $70 billion as Activision Blizzard, I think more or less that's what they were sold for or bought for. For us to be able to have a voice and even yell at them is a tremendous value to us. And so now we're going to be, if that goes through, we're going to be partnered with $1 trillion company. So, there's opportunities and there's risks there. Will we have their attention? But, what we need is an even smaller percentage of what they have. But look, we are, where you have, we had the elevator pitch over here. Think about it that way. You've got a bunch of organizations that are minuscule compared to these big companies, and we have the opportunity every time we meet and talk to them to basically give them our elevator pitch in terms of why they should support us more. And that, to me, is the single biggest value add there. So I hope Microsoft comes in the same spirit. My understanding is that Microsoft and Activision Blizzard cannot talk, plan, or do things before the acquisition is done. So there is no information there in terms of what the future may bring. But I'm cautiously optimistic, I think.
I like that. And if it's all about the money, we know that the quote-unquote updated operating agreement from Activision Blizzard has the opportunity for teams to get a parachute payment of roughly $6 million. Any guesses on how many teams will be in the league next year?
I can't really say that.
You can dodge it.
I don't know. I don't think I can. My guess. I don't know. I know I can't say it. I'm not going to say
how many teams are going to be in the league? I think is different than how many teams would vote to accept the payment.
Right.
Right.
Well, do they know? I don't know if they know what you're talking about from that perspective. Basically, there's an offer on the table on the league sort of morphing outside of what it is currently, and the teams getting some of the money back that they put into the league. So, it's not so much an argument like how many people want to be in a league versus how many people might want to get that lump sum of money back because things haven't, matriculated what we all thought it would. I can't speak on behalf of a lot of other teams. I don't know. That's a tough question. I'm going to say no comment on that one.
Yeah. Look, so I mean, we've disclosed some of this information publicly. So, I mean, I can talk about the stuff that we've disclosed publicly. And the agreement that the teams came to with Activision Blizzard on the Overwatch League resulted in the teams getting a lot of really positive benefits back. And that makes me very optimistic because they don't need to do this. The fact that they're agreeing to this stuff is very positive. So what we do know is that they've signed long-term, multi-year sponsorship agreements with each of the teams. If you take a look at our Toronto Defiant team, all of a sudden it's got an Overwatch League logo on the jersey, and I think yours does as well. All of the teams do, because Overwatch, the game, the business unit, is sponsoring each of the teams directly. Very big change. We really like that. It's a multi-year deal, okay? The second component is, subject to certain conditions, the rest of the franchise payments that each team owes to the league will be eliminated. That means we don't have to make many millions of dollars worth of payments that we otherwise would. That is a big positive as well. We're contractually obligated to make those payments, and they're waiving them, plus giving us this 3-year sponsorship, which is a first of its kind in esports. There's no other sport where the game publisher, or the developer, basically sponsors each of the teams at this amount of money for multiple years. So big kind of two big things over there. The third component is a termination fee for canceling our current partnership agreement, right? It's called a team participation agreement, okay? And that team participation agreement sets the rules, including the amount of revenue share that we get, the structure, and the rest of it with the league. And Activision will basically present us a plan for going forward, and each team can vote to accept the plan and go forward, or accept the termination payment and then cancel the current participation agreement. So what does that mean? Okay, well, first of all, let me say that if the teams vote to cancel it, they get $6 million. That's the termination payment in cash, okay? So that's a very strong incentive to basically do that. But on the other hand, the way that I look at it is, if they provide us with a business plan that we determine is worth more than $6 million, then we will go with that, okay? So either way, I think the $6 million is a floor, so each team is going to get at least $6 million, either by continuing with the business plan that they're going to share, or by voting to basically take the termination payment and canceling our TPA, both of which can be positive. Like, I don't see one as being a win and the other one being a not win. If they create an even better business plan, we win. It's probably worth more than $6 million. We're both going to vote for it, okay? If it's not worth more than $6 million, then we will take that $6 million, and our understanding is that there will be an Overwatch league type of structure going forward. They're committed to esports, but without the TPA, which in some ways is ineffective, and is not working the way that we want it to work. By getting rid of that, we can create a new TPA that is better than basically what we have right now. That is a win as well, right? So either way, I think the teams benefit, and that's why we think it's a great deal that we got.
And what Adam touched on, something that's I think really unique that came out of our, getting our voices heard is that agreement that the business unit has with each of the teams. It really is a new type of deal in esports, and when you think about it, it makes sense. But the teams are obligated to do certain deliverables and stuff. But delivering those things for the publisher. So what type of content can we make? Because even though, there's obviously a lot of eyeballs all across the world in esports, rightfully so, all of our teams have arguably the top 0.1% of players in that game. So let's showcase their talent. Let's showcase the content they can make. Let's make content for the game and put it out. And that's part of that deal with that that sort of 3-year marketing agreement with the business units. So yeah, it's been so far so good.
Deliverables. Those deliverables are different. Again, the business unit wants different things than the league does with the media rights stuff, right? And so this transition is already starting. And let me tell you, the business unit's also pretty demanding. Like, they came back and said, we want this and this and this and this and this. And a lot of the teams are basically saying, what? Okay, we can't do that. This late in the season with all of the other deliverables that we have. But that engagement was very positive. I mean, it's very good to see. We'd like to see the other games, Call of Duty, League of Legends, Valorant, we'd like to see those ones having direct sponsorships as well. It brings us all closer together, I think.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's talk about the team and the org structure. This is if you could rebuild your team and your organization from day one, what's one thing you'd do different and why?
Man, that's a lot. What would I do different? I don't know. I'm really happy with how we've turned out from a team and media and entertainment standpoint. I think, as Adam said, a lot of this stuff, if you think of it we're learning, we're trying to figure things out, we're structuring things differently all the time. We've been able to open up different revenue streams for us, which I think has been great. I don't know if I do that much different. I mean, I would have liked to keep the Misfits name in Call of Duty and Overwatch somehow versus trying to make a new brand from the start. I was kind of, when teams were able to do that, I was like, wait a second, there was a loophole? Why didn't we think of that? But ultimately, I think, I don't know if I do that many things different, because I think I'm a big believer. Your success and failures get you to where you are now. So we're happy. I'm happy where we're at now, right now. So.
Yeah, I think you guys have made a tremendous transition, I think, over the last while. So it doesn't surprise me that you're happy. Again,
I'm just a happy guy too.
Yeah, you are. Well, yeah, I mean, that's your job. When we, I don't know that we would do it differently, because we did and are doing the things that you can see at a given point in time. But, with the model that we started with was a regional model, city-based model. And so we have gone, very much all in on that. So we've got 2 teams. We've got multiple brands now. We've got Toronto Defiant, which is our Overwatch League team. We've got Toronto Ultra, which is our Call of Duty team. We've got Mad Lions, which is our League of Legends team. And having 3 brands is very good for sponsorship, okay? So we are among the highest revenue companies in the Activision Blizzard world for those teams. A big reason why is because we focused on the local market. And if you are in Canada and you want to be in esports, you are with us. Okay, that's basically the way that it works. We kind of dominate the market in Canada. And so you get a smaller audience, but you get more engagement. Okay, and we did the same thing in Europe with Mad Lions. We basically decided there was no Spanish teams in League of Legends. And so we acquired a small Spanish brand, and then we rebranded to that, and then we went all in Spain. Since then, there's been entrants, but we had a number of years to basically consolidate, and we have, more revenue in the Spanish market than any of the other teams do, which allows our Mad Lions team to be, more or less profitable right now. But that may not hold under the current, evolving model. If you're going to go from media rights to MTX and to other things, you probably want fewer brands so that, your teams can each have the same brand in the game. And it's also more expensive to basically manage multiple brands. So, but it's really good for sponsorship. So again, I don't think we've got an answer for that, but I think a transition to a single brand is probably where the market is going and probably where we will need to go.
You guys are incredibly diplomatic. I could write a pretty long book about all the mistakes I've made in my business career and how I'd do them differently. But about 7 or 8 years ago, I spoke on a panel, and I said esports would be the 3rd biggest sport in the world in our lifetime. And I actually I actually believe that to be true today. So where do you guys think esports is in 5, 10, 20 years? What's one bold prediction you'd make right now?
I mean, I would say that in itself is a bold prediction, but I mean, I think it's tough because people lump esports together. It's like, oh, esports. And if you collectively look at every esport, it's very big, right? But the communities are all really different. I mean, the Call of Duty fan is very different from the League of Legends fan, right? They're just, there couldn't be any different. But yeah, we're, even though like we're in this like, and we talked about this a little bit before, we're in this sort of restructure phase, if you will. Like how do we realign things differently? How do we make things so that we have more success for longevity? So I don't know if I have like a stamp on what's going to be the thing, but I mean, I remember being in gaming and esports a long time ago where, you know, there was no branding. The branding was like begging people to like, please give us anything and what can we figure out? And people were playing for like, you know, controllers they would win and keyboards. So now to see that you have like even millions of dollars in media rights, although not worked out the way we wanted to, like, I just, again, maybe this is my like happy-go-lucky approach, but I think we're getting to where we need to be. And I think maybe, I don't know, 5 years, maybe not. We thought this thing would be a little bit more, generate more revenue in 5 years, so maybe a little longer. But I would say in 10 years, I wouldn't be shocked if you have a major esport in North America that's competing with large sports leagues for audience, for eyeballs, that's right up there in prime time, that's going to have, you know, if you looked at the stats earlier today, you know, 13 to 17-year-olds aren't really watching sports anymore. So like, what are they doing? They're playing video games, right? So can we capitalize on that generation to make it into the, you know, major sport of their era 10 years from now? So that's not much of a prediction.
Yeah. Look, I think we've got the advantage of demographics, right? So the average baseball fan is over 50 now, right? And the average football fan is high 40s, right? Basketball is the lowest of those in the mid 40s. And we're also seeing, perhaps basketball aside, fewer entrants. Like the average age of a traditional sport viewer is going up. It's not going down, okay? And esports, again, there's a bunch of different games, so calling it one thing is difficult. But you know, if you take a look at Call of Duty, if you take a look at Overwatch, at League of Legends, you know, the average age of a viewer is in their 20s. So, you know, and there's lots of new entrants coming into esports. You don't run out of kids. Kids go into gaming and then they watch esports, right? So I think in 10 years, the average viewership age of traditional sports is going to be even higher, and I believe the average age of esports is going to be a little bit higher than it is now, as the current fans grow up a little bit. And so the demographics are vastly in our favor, right? And if you can look back to the music that you liked when you were 20 or 22 or 18, or to, you know, the movies that you liked, or the things that you were interested in, you know, the sports teams that you liked, that's still what you are interested in today, right? At least it is for me. And so I think we've locked in much of this generation, and I think it's going to stay locked in. And so in 10 years, I don't know what the ranks are going to be, but I firmly believe that the market value of esports is going to be vastly bigger than it is now. Maybe it's not going to be at the same level as traditional sports, but we're just at that starting block right now.
Yeah, Adam brings up a great point. This is something I try to explain to brands sometimes. Most demographics for brands shift, right? People they're not getting into it when they're getting younger. They're aging out, so the age demographic shifts, right? Versus in esports or gaming, your demographic more grows like this, because new entrants are always coming into esports, and I'm 40 now and I still play video games. I don't stop playing them just because I'm 40, right? So I like them, I watch them, I play them. And my daughter, who's 8, is now getting into video games and has her tablet and games that she's allowed to play. So it's a really unique demographic model where you're not really shifting with the demographics of your current market. You're kind of expanding in that market. So
and I mean, that's a good point. Our catchphrase is sports media and entertainment for today's generation of fans. And we say today rather than the next generation because today is a constant thing. In 10 years, it will still be today's generation of fans, right? Because it is expanding the way that you're talking about. And again, we have these conversations with brands as well. You know, when I was in university, I think one of the banks basically, you know, gave me $50 or something to open up my bank account there when I was going to university, and it was across from where I was staying, and I'm still there with that bank, okay? And that is the value of our audience in esports, right? That if you can get them in and be authentic, and that's the key thing, and I was happy to see Coke and some others talking about the authenticity. If you go in and you basically support the passion of these young people, you will have them for life. And so you can't, again, I mean, this is a different panel, but I wouldn't measure it based on, you know, am I getting more DoorDashes coming in, you know, on this campaign? I mean, you need to value the lifetime gains that you have, right?
Yeah. Less transaction, more can we build a lifetime consumer for that brand?
And that lifetime value of our consumer, the current value is low because they don't have any money, okay, relative to, you know, the Gen Xers that are watching, you know, the NFL, right? But their lifetime money is much higher. So again, brands aren't stupid. They understand that. That's why they come. That's why Coke is the lead sponsor here, you know.
Relationships over transactions, something that we should all live by and make our mantra in life. You guys don't know how lucky you are that you got two guys that are willing to engage in relatively unprepared material on a very hot button topic and with grace and dignity. And we really appreciate you both. Justin, Adam, thank you very much. Now it's time to honor a very special man over there.
Wow. That was remarkable. Well done. Absolutely. Yeah, let's keep it going for Neil, Adam, and Justin. Thank you all so much. Excellent work. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done. Yeah. That's cool. Thanks, Justin. All right. Well, if I could ask each of you in the back of the room to come up to the front, just everybody slide up just a couple tables if you can. We want to make this look great on video. Charlie is so important to each of us and has been so impactful that we want to make sure that any videos look as good as he does in general. So I'm going to invite each of you to come up from your back tables and just scoot here towards the front so we all look good on video. Thank you so much. All right. Come on. Thanks, Dee. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Coming up the front. And Mark Almanzar, thank you for coming up to the front table. I appreciate you. I'm going to come sit with you here in a minute. My boy Matt. Rick, thanks. Come on up. Mrs. Conroy, you are the guest of honor. Thank you so much, Mrs. Conroy. Thank you so much for coming. We're so excited to have you. This is so exciting. Come on up, everybody. Thank you so much. Mark Odessa, come up to the front. Awesome. Thanks. Oh, the entire Event Pipe team at the front table. Go Event Pipe. Awesome. Thank you all so much. Come on up. Well, we've got a second. I just want to thank some of the great brands here. Anthros, the Lurie Children's Hospital, Extra Life, Six Flags, Velowood, Event Pipe, Demiri Law, UGC. Could not have done it without UGC. You all are amazing. Thank you so much. Premier Travel Media and Sports Planning Guide, Leger, Jumpstart Now, PC Name Tag, Choose Chicago, World Business Chicago. My friend Tammy Dunn with Snohomish County, SHI, bringing LG, Intel, Microsoft. ABI SPL participating, the Radisson Blue family, and then I Play Games coming in along with our great Chicago brands, Eli's, Frango, and Garrett. Thank you all so much for being part of this. We all look absolutely fantastic. So now that we've got everybody up here and we've got Charles over to the side, we're going to play a little video from a friend of Charles, and then I would like to welcome John Davidson up to the stage to introduce his friend. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Lake. I'm founder and CEO of Complexity Gaming, and today I get the distinct honor and privilege of introducing Charles Conroy for the Hall of Fame at the Esports Trade Association. I've known Charles a very long time, even back when he was called Alex. And 2004, I first met him here in Dallas, Texas at a CPL. He was one of the youngest team owners in history, where he started his own organization called Jack's Money Crew. He then went on to become one of the youngest general manager in the Championship Gaming Series. To say Charles is an OG is an understatement. He's been around since nearly the very beginning, contributing across many levels. One of those levels being, after the CGS imploded, I got the IP back to Complexity Gaming and started it up with two good friends, Jason Bass and, you guessed it, Charles Conroy. So we had the opportunity to work together for a few years, which was fantastic. Charles then moved on to work at The Switch and most recently over at Unicorn. If you know Charles, he's one of the funniest, nicest, kindest, most thoughtful people you will find in this space. His vibrant personality, honestly, is something that draws people to him. He's one of the best salespeople I've ever met in this space. Give him a few beers and it gets even funnier, and he could probably sell even better. But no, in all seriousness, it's a great honor to be able to present to you today a true living OG of the esports space, Charles Conroy, my friend. Congratulations to you.
Please welcome to the stage John Davidson and Megan Van Petten.
You thought you were getting Charles Conroy, but you're getting me and Megan again. So we just want to express our, you want to go that way a little bit? Express our gratitude and just share a little love for our brother Charles here. For me personally, I met Charles for the first time in Dallas. It's right before COVID. I was trying to get him to come to our conference so that we could have some credibility and a little star power. And he sat next to me and he said, "John, what's up with this ESTA thing? Is it legit?" And I was like, "Yeah." And what I was thinking was, if I can convince this guy, he'll make it legit. And any of you who have been to our conferences have seen these star-studded panels, specifically with guys who are leading teams and leagues, etc. And it's all Charles. And even apart from esports, we both live in Dallas. And Charles calls me more than anybody else. Charles, he's a phone guy. But I will just be driving down 121, and I'll get a phone call. And it's Charles, and he's just like, "Hey, man, just want to check in on you." He's not trying to pitch me a deal or ask for an intro or anything. He just wants to know how I'm doing as a friend. And so it has been a privilege and a blessing to work alongside him and in a professional and just be boys. But the Hall of Fame itself is the brainchild of our lovely founder here, Miss Megan Van Petten. And it was actually her idea to not only do the Hall of Fame, but to have Charles as the inaugural inductee. Will you share a little bit about that?
Thank you, John. He's always such a hard act to follow. You're just such a class act. This is truly the best part of the association, in my opinion, is celebrating people that are amazing and deserve awards. Charles, in my opinion, you all know I'm from Chicago. I call him the Walter Payton of esports, because Walter Payton, it wasn't about his football. It was about what he did for people and how his legacy has helped so many. Charles is truly one of the kindest, hardest working, good people I know. And I'm so proud that he is our inaugural board member. He has been there for us from the beginning. He's been there for so many, and he's just a great human being. Putting gaming aside, not only that, I mean, let's not forget, he did sell his company to
The Dallas Cowboys.
the Dallas Cowboys.
Not a lot of people have that on the resume.
And he's just so humble, and he's so giving. He's done so much for charity, and that is why I call him the Walter Payton of gaming. And he'll forever hold a place in our association as the inaugural Hall of Famer. And in my heart, for all he did, when, not to say we're cool, but we were not cool at first, for sure.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, so I was like, who's the coolest?
Charles.
Charles.
Well, without further ado, the man of the hour, please welcome Charles Conroy to the ESTA Hall of Fame.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Well, that is hard to follow. First off, thank you. Thank you for everyone that is here. Thank you to ESTA for creating what you've created. I think the industry's needed this for a long time. And thank you to all the generous sponsors that have helped esports grow. I'll keep this short and sweet, but again, thank you is the word that I want to take away from this, because I'm very thankful to have spent 20 years of my life in this industry. You know, it wasn't the easiest path back in the day. We were literally playing for keyboards, and keyboards don't pay rent. Everyone's like, what's your best esports story? And when we were 18, we had North America's second ever team house, which was in Westchester, Pennsylvania. It was a 3-bedroom apartment. And one of my teammates put a pizza box in the oven at 350 degrees to keep it warm. We burned down the apartment, and the only casualty was our lease, and we were evicted promptly. So yeah, there's some lessons along the way. We didn't always bat 1,000. But you know what? We did some good things, and I think we've brought the space forward. And I think esports right now is in a place where it's a hot button topic in many ways, and it's very important to operate with integrity, honesty, and compassion. And I think if you do that, it will succeed. And if you look at the NBA and you look at the NFL and you look at some other leagues and where they were after 20 years, they were light years behind esports. So we are so far beyond that right now. And I wouldn't let, bad operators or over-raising complicate where this is going. This is an absolute rocket ship, and everyone in this room is part of that. So you should all feel proud to be here, and I thank you for being here. I think you're all contributing in your own ways, and you're making a great impact. And we have a responsibility as a group to do well and to operate honestly. And if we continue to do that, I promise you, this will be not only the next big thing, but the big thing. And that involves every single one of you contributing exactly like you are, coming to conferences, showing up, and just being good people. And everyone I've met throughout this conference has been a fantastic person, and I'm honored to know you, and I'm honored to be friends with you. And if there's anything I can do to help you, I am here. So thank you to every single one of you for showing up. And let's take this thing to the moon. Thank you.
we're not done with Charles yet. We want to sit down and ask him a couple questions, and we want to give you guys an opportunity to ask them questions as well. So, James, do you want to, or Jill, run around with a microphone? So if anybody has a question for Charles, we don't want to keep you too late, but we do want to take this opportunity and honor this man who has just contributed so much to the space for so long, and somebody who was a gamer before it was cool, before the money flowed in. And so Charles, I guess my first question is, we are bringing the microphone around, is, as a leader in this space, what is something that comes to mind that is most important to you for the good of this space?
Yeah, I think, again, just operating with integrity and not taking the quick buck. And I think a lot of people look at esports as, well, people that look at it from the outside look at it as a flash in the pan that they can make a quick dollar off. No one succeeds making the quick dollar. It takes work and dedication and honesty and integrity and literally dedicating to the players that play and the fans. I mean, esports fans are probably the most fickle fan base of any other sport besides probably Eagles fans, which we'll give them a pass. But frankly, they understand bullshit and they don't stand for it. And if you come into this space with intentions that are anything other than honest, true, good intentions, they're going to sniff you out. And I think all of the brands here that support ESTA themselves, Megan, thank you so much for everything that you do, and John, thank you for everything that you do. That's what matters. And again, it's a space where they understand what's real and what's not.
What's your favorite beverage and theme park?
Coca-Cola and Six Flags.
Same. Do we have any questions from the audience? I think D, right here.
What was the best fulfilling thing that you would say that you've accomplished during your journey of esports? Because you're obviously the pioneer and the guy that a lot of people look up to, and you sold the company to one of the NFL teams, and the esports is going to surpass the NFL. So what was one of the best fulfilling things that you've accomplished on your journey of being inducted into the Hall of Fame?
So when we were building the team, I had 6 roommates and was renting apartments during the day to pay my rent. And we were, we didn't make a lot of money at the time. And all of a sudden, we got a call from the Dallas Cowboys, all of a sudden being 10 years later. And they invited my first partner out in a helicopter ride to the Star. And then they invited my second partner out to a helicopter ride in the Star. And then they sent me a taxi. But you know what, it worked out. So, but at the time, I mean, just the excitement of, not eating ramen was pretty exciting. And, we did it. And it was the largest sporting brand in the world. And we felt like we were, at the time, one of the largest esports brands in the world. But this was before, esports players get paid, 30, 40 grand a month now. That was not the case at the time. I mean, this was prehistoric almost. And that was a real accomplishment. It meant I didn't waste 10 years of my life. So that meant a lot. And someone I'd like to recognize, actually, if I could take this moment. So my late father was a huge inspiration to me, and my mother, who's here, if everyone could give a round of applause for. Stand up. Stand up. I love you. Thank you.
I would love to share that I had the honor to call Charles and ask if he'll receive this award. And he said, "Let me call you right back." And he and his mom called me back. And his mom said, "We are so proud of Charles. And I just have one question. what's the charity that will support through his Hall of Fame inauguration? And that just said so much for me. And Charles said, the Northwestern Children's Lurie Hospital. And we have had meetings and working on fundraising through gaming and charity, and we're having a visit to the hospital tomorrow where Charles is going to be a celebrity gamer playing 300 plus kids from their hospital bed. They're so excited.
I mean, he was a pro gamer. These kids aren't going to know what hit him.
I'm definitely not going to try to win any games.
He's bringing gifts. We have gifts for every child. We can go on about that, but I want to just say that that's what his mom said to me. So, how are we going to fundraise, and what's going to be the cause? And then we had some suggestions, and then she said, Charles, your dad is proud. And he sure is, because you're a great man.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Maybe one or two more questions. Yes, sir.
What was your favorite part of your esports center as a player? What was your favorite part in esports as a player? Was it Jack's Money Crew? Was it what was it?
When we were on JMC, and some of the people in this room know what that is. Jordan, I'm looking at you, and that whole table over there. There was a team that we were playing from Sweden called Ninjas in Pajamas. I think a lot of you guys might know them, Nip. And they were interviewing Heaton, who is the greatest player of all time, about who he's playing next. And he was talking about the team after us. And they said, well, you're playing JMC next. And he goes, no, we're not worried about them. We're really focused on the next team. Well, we beat them 16-8, and we sent them home. And I got to stand up as a 17-year-old and yell at the best player in the world, it's a long flight back to Sweden from Dallas, bro. And as petty as that is, it's probably the greatest moment I have in my entire history. And I'm not sorry for it.
That's like a peek at tomorrow's children's hospital situation. It's like,
I'm just crushing kids. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. But
keeping it classy. One more question, and then we have something for Lurie Children's Hospital.
So I asked a lot of professionals this question. So if there are kids, high school kids who are looking to enter the esports space, what is an advice you can give them so that, they can prepare for what is the esport industry in the future?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to youth esports, what a lot of people don't understand or communicate properly is that there's a wide range of industries within esports, right? Everyone doesn't need to be a pro player. That's, think about professional baseball. We're not all going to play for the Yankees, which, let's go Yankees, not a good year for us. But, there's lawyers and there's accountants and there's doctors and there's physiologists and there's people that really surround the space in a meaningful way. So you can work in esports and not be a pro player. And I think that needs to be communicated on a greater level because there's so many opportunities. It's literally one of the largest forms of digital entertainment, and we need to do a better job as an industry telling people that there's ways in outside of being on phase.
Can we have our friends from Lurie Children's come join us here on stage, if you don't mind? So why don't you guys come up here on stage, join us, and why don't you tell us a little bit, Jackie, what is Lurie's all about, and what are we supporting with this fundraising?
Absolutely.
Kathy. So Lurie Children's is a hospital, a children's hospital in Illinois, one of the top. I am here representing Extra Life Chicago. So Extra Life is a fundraising platform through Children's Miracle Network Hospitals, and we fundraise through gaming for Lurie Children's. All of the funds are unrestricted, which means that they go to wherever the hospital needs them the most. And what I love about Extra Life is we just have a brilliant and beautiful community of gamers who are passionate and who give back in such meaningful ways, including Charles.
So yeah, we had the distinct opportunity for donating to, I think, what is an incredible cause. I think what Lurie Children's does is, I mean, beyond incredible, right? A children's hospital that is #1 in the state of Illinois, and it's a fantastic staff here. So it is our honor and our pleasure to give you this check and to continue to support you beyond this check, because it is a mission that is not stopping today, it's not stopping tomorrow. This is something we will support beyond today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. Do you hold it? Do I hold it?
I don't really know what to do with it. I wasn't given instructions. I'm just, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Do you want me to take it? Okay. Oh, okay, perfect.
Well, I think it's only right that we ask our Hall of Fame inductee. What should we do next?
I think let's go for a drink, huh? Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, everybody. Let's congregate. Where are we going?
We are going to the Albert. It's Albert Einstein's library recreated. It's a really great walk. It's 2 blocks. We have some light cocktails, light hors d'oeuvres, a champagne toast for Charles Conroy, and it'll be a wonderful experience. I encourage you to grab an Uber or take a nice walk. Our deepest appreciation for all of you that did whatever you had to do to get here for this and to stay for our beloved brother. And we're so grateful. And Mrs. Conroy, you did a great job.
We'll see you over there. Class dismissed.
If you want to grab a gift bag, grab an Intel bag off the tables, feel free to take as many as you want, take them home, give them away, grab one of those bags on your way out the door, grab as many as you want.